Game number 23 of the Bourne Braves season. It's the Falmouth Commodores and the Bourne Braves getting set to go here at Doran Park. Welcome into Before the Bravos, Calvin Cristoforo and Nick Galley with you as always, battling the elements here in Bourne. A little bit of a heavy mist coming down. The tarps are on the field. We don't know if this game's going to start on time, and if it's not going to start on time, then you're in luck because Nick and I will hang around for some rain delay talk. I'm sure you liked that last time when Nick were on. We had a 2-hour rain delay talk.
We gotta fix the camera. What is happening here?
What? Don't hate the camera.
You set up for a solo shot.
No, don't hate the camera. You want to shift over?
I'm cut out.
All right, we can shift over.
Move it over.
Not sure how professional it is to insult the camera while we're on air, but we did it anyway. And the Braves and Falmouth Commodores. Let's get back to the game here a little bit. The Bravos are red hot. 6 wins in a row, going for win number 7 right now. You can't say the same about Falmouth. This is a Commodores team that's dropped 3 straight. They've had plenty of opportunities to get, in position to steal that number 2 spot in the West Division. Katuitt lost last night. They lost the night before. Falmouth just 2 games behind them. Couldn't get it done in the last 3 games. They lost 3 in a row. And last night a loss to Hyannis. So it's kind of a team heading in 2 different directions with the Braves riding high and the Commodores kind of slowing down a bit when they started off pretty good. Now they've kind of gone in the wrong direction. So it's an interesting matchup tonight here at Doran Park because it's a game that the Commodores, at this point in the season, almost need to get.
Yeah, they've been in a really bad offensive slide right now, trending in the complete wrong direction, especially at this time in the season where you kind of want to make a mid-season push if you're Falmouth. They have not been able to do that, clearly. Especially after a loss to Hyannis, you're not going to be in a good mental headspace. There's no doubt about that. Bourne almost had to deal with that because there were a few games in that Hyannis series that looked really close. Bourne was able to pull out. Last night, Falmouth can't say the same. So right now, I think this team is down pretty bad mentally. They're definitely not in a good spot mentally. How down bad they are is yet to be seen. We might see it out here tonight. But this is a win that they need to get. So Bourne needs to kind of fend them off, keep them away, continue the dominance that they've had over the Commodores, and we'll see if they can do that under some pretty bad conditions right now. So hopefully this rain gets out of here.
Yeah, this is a heavy mist coming down right now. It's kind of slowed down already, so we expect to wait this out a little bit, and we'll be ready to go under clear conditions. I don't know about clear, but just cloudy conditions at game time between the Bourne Braves and the Falmouth Commodores in game number 23 of the Bravos season here at Doran Park. You mentioned the Falmouth hitting has gone MIA, and that was what they've been winning games for early in the year because we're talking, the guys at Falmouth like we normally do before games, and they were saying, the offense is the strong suit of this team. They're night in and night out producing runs. The pitching, on the other hand, hasn't been so great. Now the bats are gone, and the pitching and the bats are kind of silent at the same time, which is nowhere near a recipe for success.
No, that's really bad. That is like a recipe for disaster, I would say, because pitching and hitting, there's not much more to baseball. I mean, you got fielding, you got base running, but you got to be hitting to get on base.
It's true.
And you got to make good pitches to put your fielders in positions where they have routine plays.
Good point. So yeah, good point as always.
I'm just saying, man, you think of it, you break it down, and bada bing, bada boom, hitting and pitching, that's what it comes down to. It's as simple as that. And Falmouth's not doing any of it right now. So Bourne has to take advantage of that. Don't play to their level. Teams sometimes will play to their opponent's level. We saw that actually a little bit in the Hyannis series.
Yeah.
Bourne couldn't really get the offense going. There was times where the pitching was a little bit rough. But again, they pulled it out. So in this game, if you're the Braves, you don't want to play down to how Falmouth is playing. And Braves have been great all year, so hopefully they can continue that.
They've been really good all season long, and the reason why they've been good all season long has been the pitching. Last night, Jordan Petty got his best start of the season. His 3rd start of the year, went 5 innings, giving up no runs. His only outing this year where he's had a scoreless appearance, he was excellent.
He was fantastic. And again, we mentioned yesterday on Before the Bravos, which is our segment right now, so I don't know why I said it like this is a different segment, but mentioned yesterday in the pregame show that it was a little bit of a quick turnaround. How is he going to respond to that? Jordan Petty answered all our questions, and he did great. It was his best performance of the season to date. So to have that kind of quick turnaround like that, come out like that against a team that, 1, is your rival.
Yep.
2, is fighting for a second-place spot in the West Division. 3, is hungry for blood against you. And 4, beat you on this field last time. I mean, he was stellar. He did a great job.
He did really good, and the guys behind him did just as good of a job. Ben Etheridge, who was roughed up in his first appearance of the season, gave up 5 runs without recording an out. That was in the first week of the season against Falmouth over at Gov Fuller Field, but since then has been terrific. Another outing last night, giving up just 1 run over 3 innings. He was great as well.
Him and Austin Parsley have been 2 guys on this pitching staff that have really, really impressed me because coming in, I don't think the expectations were too high for either of them coming from the programs they came from. UNC Greensboro for Parsley, Southern Miss for Ben Etheridge. So kind of 2 schools that people up here in New England don't really know anything about, don't really look much into, not massive programs. And these guys have kind of put these programs on the map here on the Cape. So that's one, out of all the positives this season, I think that's one that's been maybe a little bit overlooked. Look at these guys. I mean, here they are coming from smaller programs, not the top dogs in college baseball, and they're both posting great seasons and holding their own here on the Cape in one of the best, well, in the best summer league this country has to offer.
Well, he mentioned small programs. I'm not really sure how small Southern Miss is.
It's not
as a program
small. Compared to like your Arkansas, your Mississippi State.
Okay,
like, I'm thinking of those powerhouses.
Now compare those schools to Assumption College. More people in New England know Assumption, Division II, and Worcester, but their product, Colt Udoba, has been as good as anybody here on the Cape. Jake Bennett's getting the start tonight, but we expect a little piggyback start like we've seen all season. Colt Udoba coming in the 4th or 5th inning, depending on how Jake Bennett does. But this is a guy, 11 innings of work, no runs allowed, another one of these Braves pitchers that fills up the strike zone. Coming from a small program, we're on the topic of it, he's shined.
I mean, we had him on the podcast yesterday, and I think it starts with his daily routine, man.
And I don't want to interrupt you, but if you haven't checked out our podcast, Bravo's Banter, and you're a Braves fan,
please interrupt me.
I don't know what you're doing.
What are you? I mean, you got to head over. No, don't turn the show off. Keep this on, but as soon as you're done, before first pitch, don't listen to Reeves and Daniel just yet. Go take 30 minutes, listen to the podcast, then come listen to Reeves and Daniel. I think we can agree on that.
By that time, Colt Udoba might be in the game.
He might. Exactly. It's perfect timing. It's perfect timing. And you don't have to hear Reeves talk about the South and Daniel talk about Scituate. It's perfect. So, anyway, yeah, Colt Udoba's been fantastic. We had him on the podcast yesterday. He kind of walked us through his daily routine about how he gets ready for relief appearances, what he does out there in the bullpen and stuff. And that's what it starts with, a right mindset. And he's had the right mindset out here. He's taken full advantage of this opportunity, and he shined.
I don't want to skip over Jake Bennett, though. He's the guy getting the start tonight for the Braves, and he has been awesome as well. The left-hander out of Oklahoma, 2.25 ERA, making another start tonight. He was really good against Hyannis. Didn't get the win. I don't think he pitched enough innings. I think he came out after
4.
Did he get the win? He got the win.
Against Hyannis?
He went 5. Yeah, he got the win against Hyannis.
I'm telling you, Calvin, when you asked me something that happened like earlier in the week, man,
I believe he got the win.
I got to look at the books.
I believe he got the win the last time he was on the mound. That was the game 1 of the Hyannis series. That was a 5-1 win, I believe.
Did he get it?
No, that wasn't. We're getting the games all mixed up.
See, look at us. We both don't know.
But Jake Bennett did get the win the last time he was on the mound. That was in Hyannis last Monday, a week ago from tonight. He's been great all season long. He looks to keep it rolling tonight.
Yeah, he has been fantastic, whether it's been in a starting capacity or as a relief pitcher. The fact that so many guys on the staff can kind of do both speaks volumes about this team as a whole. And, yeah, Jake Bennett, first of all, I think he has, out of all the pitchers on this team, throw performances aside, I think he has the best pitching frame on this team. I mean, he's got a big leaguer's frame. You know, tall, lanky lefty, and he has great leverage on the mound. So I think this is a guy that's going to go very far as he progresses in his career, and he's made great strides out here on the Cape. I think that's really going to serve him well, improve his draft stock for the future. He's
been really good, a part of a Braves pitching staff where you can't say enough superlatives about, just dominant all season long. That's why they have the best team ERA in the Cape, and quite frankly, it's not close.
No. 2.31, I believe.
It's not close.
I believe.
I
put out the stat earlier. I think it's 2.31.
Just step back and think of that for a second. The Bourne Braves, on any given night against some of the top hitters in the nation collegiately, are giving up less than 2.5 runs a game.
Well, it's 50 earned in, I think it's like 125 innings or something, or 129.
It's ridiculous.
It's between 119. It's something.
It's mind-boggling.
It's nearly 120, right around 120 innings, 50 runs, and you're playing the best college talent in the country. It's absurd. And not to mention, we haven't even touched on this, the walks. I mean, they've only issued 43 walks through those innings. That's 15 fewer than the second place team, which I believe is Brewster. So it's ridiculous.
It's like me at the grocery store.
What?
Just fill it up. Fill up the zone. Fill up the basket.
Here he goes. This is your saying now.
You fill it up to the brim.
It's Calvin at the grocery store.
You fill up the cart.
Well, you know what? The ERA.
Less than 3?
No. What? No.
It's less than 3.
No.
3 or less, you stay out of the mess. That's what I'm saying.
Not less than 3.
Well, that's
You're messing up the saying.
That wasn't going into the saying. That was segueing into the saying.
3 or less.
Avoid the mess. All right. Thanks for the handshake.
We're back.
3 or less, avoid the mess, and that's been the message. I'm sure Coach KG's down there telling that pitchers just that. 3 or less, avoid the mess. Nick Galley told us to do that on Before the Bravos, the Braves pregame show. Here we are. It doesn't look like this game is going to start on time here. The Tarps are still in the field. It stopped raining.
I should probably tweet that out, perhaps.
But the Tarps are still on. I don't know. It's 5:57, so this game is not going to start on time. They haven't had the meeting at the home plate yet. Harvey Shapiro is walking slowly over to the Commodores dugout right now. The umpires are on the field. They are not behind home plate. So this game is going to be probably about a 10-minute delay to where we start, which gives us an ample amount of time to talk about the Braves lineup. How are your thumbs doing?
They're doing great. I mentioned this when I'm on during the innings and stuff, with Reeves or Daniel, and I'm always tweeting on air, and they always ask me the same thing. And my thumbs are staying active. You got it, though, in today's world with Twitter. I always mention on the broadcast, like, Twitter is it's nonstop.
So tweet and talk, though, is not part of your repertoire. Because I noticed you stopped talking.
I know, yeah.
You stopped tweeting.
It's tough. It's multitask.
Okay,
so I'm going to try, but I want to give you my full attention,
It's true.
So
give me a topic to monologue about, then.
Topic to monologue.
Well, I'll let you get this tweet out.
Let's see. You want a baseball related?
Okay, that's take too long of a time. I'll just describe the scene. I'll give you time to tweet.
Perfect.
Right now. So the Tarps are still in the field. The Braves and Commodores were set to have first pitch tonight at 6 o'clock. It's going to be a little bit of a delay.
6-3-0.
Here's Darren.
We get breaking news from the general manager. Darren, you want to go on and tell the people?
This just in. Tonight's game will begin at 6:30 p.m., ladies and gentlemen.
6:30.
We'll send you back to Calvin.
Well, you heard it straight from the source. Braves general manager Darren coming in and telling you this game is going to start 30 minutes after where it was supposed to start. So we're in a 30-minute rain delay, which means everybody's favorite segment is back. We get a half an hour of rain delay talk.
Let's go. Come on now. Here,
half
give me
an hour of rain delay talk.
Let's go. All right. And now we tweet out that the start time is at 6:30. I just tweeted updates to come. I have the update now. So
wow, look at that.
What can I say, man? Great beat reporter.
This is what happens on Before the Bravos, the Braves pregame show. Actually, you never know what's going to happen on Before the Bravos, the Braves pregame show. And instead of 20 minutes tonight, you get Nick and I for 45 minutes tonight. So that's a blessing to start off your evening here at Doran Park as the Braves and Falmouth Commodores get set to do it for a fourth time, the second time here at Doran. This series started off a 13-8 win for the Braves at Gov Fuller Field the first week of the season, a 6-3 W after that, and it came back to Doran Park, and the Braves beat the Commodores again. So 3-0 against the team in Falmouth that's currently tied with Wareham for third in the West Division with 18 points, 4 points behind the Katuitt Kettleers, who sit alone in second place with 22 points, who are 7.5 games behind the Bourne Braves, who sit in first place with 37 points. That is the definition of dominance right there, and that's what the Braves have been all season, dominating their competition. They look to pick up their 7th straight win tonight against Falmouth and the 4th straight against the Commodores. Nick, I'm pretty sure that was a good amount of time to get you ready set to go.
I think I'm good. Just make sure the team account has got it, and we are good to go. Tarps are on the field here in Bourne. There we go. We're good. We are good. Money.
So there's your update as the Braves and Commodores first pitch at 6:30 tonight, not 6 o'clock. If you're just joining us, we're in a little bit of a rain delay here. There was a heavy mist about 10 minutes ago. It has since stopped, but the Tarps are still in the field, and they're going to need time to take those off, have the umpire meeting. So a 6:30 first pitch to come here from Doran Park. You're listening to Before the Bravos rain delay edition. Calvin Cristoforo and Nick Galley here perched above Doran Park, the left side of the press box outside enjoying the elements, not staying inside and staying clear of the elements, enjoying the elements here in beautiful Cape Cod, Massachusetts in the middle of July.
I mean, the weather this summer it's been rough, honestly. This is not what I expected out here. We've had a lot of rain.
We've had a lot of rain.
A lot of clouds.
A lot of clouds. Yeah, I think clouds is more,
I feel
better term than rain.
Yeah, I'd say the rain, usually it comes, when it comes, it's really heavy, but it's not, like, frequent, I guess. It's been a lot of rain, like, what's a measurement of water here? Like
inches.
Inches-wise, a lot of rain inches-wise, but it's been in, like, a few select days, because we had that massive, that storm that went up the East Coast.
Yep.
And that dumped a ton of rain on the Cape.
You remember that massive storm that went up the East Coast?
Yeah.
How can you forget that one?
Yo, am I missing something?
No, it's just such a generic. It's just a generic storm.
Well,
insert generic storm here. That massive
storm,
one.
That tropical storm that hit Florida, right?
Okay, there you go. Now you're describing the storm better.
Yeah, was it? It was a tropical storm.
It was.
Okay, it came up the coast. Sorry, Calvin. I didn't know this was meteorology class. It came up the coast, and it dumped all this rain on Bourne and the Cape as well. And the wind was crazy. It was wild. And we've had a lot of clouds, too. And the lightning delays. We had so many delays. We've had a lot of delays.
Thank you, Nick, for the weather update.
Yes.
He'll be back in the sixth inning to provide you more.
I'm not a meteorology major.
With the weather, but let's talk about the Braves, what we're here to do. The Bravos. That's a good one, right?
That might be a good little...
I said the Bravos, too, which is...
The Bravos or the Bravos? I mean...
The Braves tonight, looking for win number 7 in a row. Let's talk about the 6-game winning streak. It started after the loss to Chatham last Sunday night. It was a 5-2 loss in Chatham. That was the first time the Braves lost a road game. They got back on the buses unhappy. Then they show up to Hyannis the next day, take care of business against the Harbor Hawks one night, take care of business against the Harbor Hawks the next night, take care of business against the Harbor Hawks the next night. Before you know it, the Braves had a 3-game sweep against the team in the last place here in the West Division. And then things got a little bit interesting. A YD team that's been at the top of the East all season long, but the Braves handled them once again, went up 8-1 in that game. Did give up 4 runs in the 9th inning, but still came away from Yarmouth with a very comfortable 8-5 win. And then came back here yesterday and played Katuitt. I'm missing a game in the middle, aren't I?
Probably.
I'm missing the game on Saturday in Wareham where the Braves went up there.
1-0
and that was a 1-0 win. The pitching was once again great. That was a game where the Braves couldn't be touched. It seems like every time they go up to Wareham, their pitching is stellar. Michael Sansone once again, and that game really shined as the rain starts to pick up.
Why is it picking up?
A little bit more. The rain is starting to get a little bit heavier.
It is.
Here, a high above Doran Park outside of the press box, though. That was the game on Saturday. Then last night, they got their 6th straight win with a 3-1 W against Katuitt. Jordan Patty was the story in that one, led to Ben Etheridge, which went to Eric Adler, who picked up his 6th save of the season. So that's where we are. We talked a lot about the pitching. Let's go to the hitting side of things because in the middle of that stretch, they've been very good as well.
Very good. Before we switch to hitting, can we talk about Eric Adler for a little
bit? Go ahead, yeah.
This guy's been outstanding.
He's been so good.
I mean, 10 innings, 20 Ks, ERA of 0. Right? Leads the Cape Cod League in saves with 6. Opposing average of 0.91.
Is that good?
It's pretty good, Calvin. It is. I'd say it's pretty good. You know? He comes in. I was telling, I think I might have told you last night. I was telling Reeves and Daniel. Obviously, I write my stories during the game, so we can have them out in a timely manner after the game. He came on. I saw him come on for the 9th. In my story, before he had even thrown a pitch, I had Eric Adler retire the Kettleers in order. Send them or whatever I had. You just know this guy's coming in to retire. 7 straight appearances in which he has not allowed a hit.
Is that good?
That is also good.
Okay.
This guy is just on absolute fire. I think he's only allowed 3 hits on the season through 10 innings.
Wow.
And, I mean, when you have a closer like that in a league like this, it's huge because not a lot of teams have that luxury.
I don't think I've ever seen a guy in person throw 95 with as little effort as Eric Adler.
He just... I mean, that's how you know a guy has his mechanics down. When they just completely kind of look relaxed and like they're not overthrowing, and they're still humming it in at mid-90s. That's how you know a guy has his mechanics down to a point. And Eric Adler does. He's just so effortless, so smooth. The ball just coasts right into Peter Burns' mitt last night. It does every night, whether it's Dalton rushing back there, whether it's Colton Bender back there back in the day, or whether it's Peter Burns. It's just coasting right in the mid. And he
back in the day. It took me a second to pick up that.
Yes. But, you know, you look at it, and he just challenges guys with his fastball. And that's what I really love to see. He goes up there, he says, listen, I'm not messing around. I think his worst outing was probably opening night against Hyannis. And, he worked out of the jam.
Yep.
He just comes in, he says, hit my fastball or don't. I don't care. Like, I'm going to make you hit my fastball. And if you can't do it, you're not going to, and you're going to go sit on the bench very, 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 very soon. And that's what he does. So he's been outstanding. I just had to bring him up because he has been a staple at the back end of this bullpen. And it's been so helpful to have because Bourne's had a ton of close games.
Just continue.
SD card?
We're talking to our social media guru, Joe Sullivan, trying to sort out the social media things, wants to make sure that his stuff is on his SD card and my stuff is on my SD card.
You don't want to be mixing things up. But, yeah, I mean, to have that in this league, especially when you've had so many close games and jams that you've had to work out of, it's been great.
Are you a jam or a jelly guy?
Oh, wow. All right, Calvin. I'd say jelly, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Well, what's the difference? What's a jam?
I think that's another good question, but we'll move on.
Okay. Well, you brought it up, I figured you knew.
I didn't say I did.
Is it just like a kind of one of those things where you choose what word, like?
No.
Peanut butter?
They're different. They're definitely different. Yes.
Yeah, I've never heard. I
think a jam is thicker.
Is it? Can someone let us know?
I don't know. Yeah, let us know. Let us know on YouTube.
Someone
chime in.
YouTube.
Maybe we'll get a guest on. Maybe we'll try to get a guest on here on Before the Bravos talk, and we'll ask him what is the difference between a jam and a jelly.
Megan can definitely hear us right now, our producer.
Our producer, Megan, who's done a great job all season long.
Megan, she has done a fantastic job. I give her a hard time a lot, jokingly, and she puts up with it every day. So shout out Megan. Can you let us, if someone does comment, please comment the difference between jelly and jam. Let us know. And then, Megan, we need word on that as soon as possible. Because this is a tobacco. I almost said a Tabasco, but I realized that is the hot sauce. So we're getting into the foods here.
If you're just joining us and wondering why Nick and I are talking about the difference between jelly and jam and talking about Tabasco, it's because the Braves and the Falmouth Commodores are in a rain delay here at Doran Park. First pitch is currently scheduled for 6:30 here between the Bravos and the Doors. If we get any more word, if that first pitch is moved back a little bit more, we'll let you know. But Braves and Falmouth set to start tonight at 6:30. The Braves go for their 7th straight win, and the Commodores try to avoid their 4th straight loss. So you're listening to an extended version of Before the Bravos, which is bled in to rain delay talk. Calvin Cristoforo and Nick Galley, as you see on your screens there, talking about the Braves, talking about some other things as we try to provide the entertainment through this Braves rain delay as the Bravos try to get win number 18 of the season. So, Nick, are you checking if there's anything on jams or jellies?
I was just checking, make sure everything is still at 6:30, and it is.
I'm sure if it got moved back, we will hear the announcement. If it's not from our general manager, Darren, it'll be from our public address announcer, Will Henschel, another guy who's done a great job all season long for the Braves. So we'll keep you up to date on where first pitch is going to be scheduled for. We'll be your eyes and ears here at the ballpark before Daniel and Reeves have the call here from Doran Park when first pitch is eventually thrown. So we talked about Eric Adler.
Yes, we did.
But I think we would be remiss if we talked about Eric Adler and didn't talk about Xavier Lovett, who's been the guy in front of him, who's kind of found himself in that setup role, the 8th inning guy, and he's really shined. Didn't get a lot of run in the first week or two of the season, but got his first appearance, was throwing the ball with confidence, was throwing the ball very well, and he has been a staple now in the back end of this Braves bullpen. When Eric Adler has the 9th inning on lockdown, you need a guy in the 8th, and that's been Xavier Lovett.
He had a rough relief outing not too long ago, earlier this week.
Gave up 3 runs.
Yes.
Gave up 3 runs to Hyannis. That's the only game he's allowed to run it.
Exactly. But what I like about that, well, obviously, you don't like to see that, but what I like is his response to that. That's going to happen. You're going to have relief outings where you get roughed up a little bit. I say it all the time. It's baseball, the roller coaster of the season.
There we go. Yep, you came up with that term last night.
But what he did the other night in Wareham was a beautiful bounce back. Comes out in a jam. 2 pitches.
We got people in the background, Nick, that are trying to get on the air here.
Who's in the background?
Joe's trying to get on the air. If Joe wants to get in the air,
Joe,
come in here and get on the air. Come on,
Come on, Joe.
All right, Joe is trying to get in the air. Joe, we're talking here on Before the Bravos Rain Delay Talk. We're also joined by Daniel Coates.
We're joined by Daniel Coates.
Who you see enough of.
If you guys are going to be on for this much longer, I need my coffee. So.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, Joe,
Jesus.
can you tell the people and Nick and I
the
coffee, difference between jelly and jam? I'll give you the headset if you can. Can you do that for us? Do you know the answer to that?
Not the real answer, no.
Not the real answer.
What do you mean, not the real answer?
Can't tell you.
What do you have some fake? Do you have a fake answer in mind?
Joke to go with it that I'm not going to say.
Well, that's probably this is
all right.
Family show. Yeah.
Family show, for sure.
I don't even want to know. I don't even want to.
All right, we don't know.
One green grapes, one.
No.
That's it.
My answer was jam is thicker, but I don't think that's the right answer.
I think jam. No.
I think I have enough experience.
Yeah. Reeves.
Great.
We got Reeves Jackson, another voice of the Bourne Braves.
Great.
Go cycle of guests here. Well, people are just coming in the shot.
Reeves must know. He's from the South.
So much stuff has broken loose here at Reeves. Now that you're on the air and you've walked out to the deck for no reason besides just to be on camera, can you tell us the difference between jelly and jam?
You should know this. You spend about 16 hours a day back home at Waffle House, judging by the amount of times you talk about it.
If you don't know the difference, then get off the deck and slam the door on your way out.
Yeah.
Jelly, I use Cracker Barrel more than Waffle House. I don't know the difference.
All right.
Google.
Yep.
Yeah, go get Google.
Yeah, go in and shut the door behind you, please. All right, hopefully that ends the carousel of unwanted guests who have walked out into Before the Bravos Are Braves pregame show. The Braves and the Falmouth Commodores currently in a rain delay here at Doran Park. First pitch is set to get going at 6:30. They so rudely interrupted our discussion about Xavier Lovett, who's been really good.
It took 2 pitches the other night to get out of a jam in Wareham. I hope everyone likes my watch.
Was that a pun with the jam or?
Oh my God! Give me some. Give me some. That's a good one. Here, wait, no.
What are we doing?
I'm taking this. You gotta look at the camera. Might be my new Twitter header someday. All right,
okay.
I'll screenshot that. Could be. Who knows? I'm feeling good. We have that though. We have that clip now. That's great. That's great for the resume. Great for the LinkedIn.
Can you just talk about Xavier Lovett, please?
Yes, of course. I get off track in these rain delays, obviously. But yeah, he's been really good and huge jam the other day in Wareham.
You said it again.
I know. I'm sorry. No,
you said it again.
Let me just say it. Huge
pickle.
Situation. Huge situation in Wareham. Obviously a 1-0 game. He had to get that out. What was it? What, 7th or 8th inning?
Yeah, 8th inning.
8th inning.
Yep.
Had to get that out in the 8th.
Josh Eknes had pitched 1 2/3 great innings, but he got into a little bit of trouble at the end.
Wasn't it Bowers? Was it Bowers that?
No, it was Eknes.
Was it? Are you sure? I think it was Bowers. I was in there late.
I think it was Eknes.
I think because Bowers walked a couple. It was runners on first and second.
Maybe it was Bowers.
Might have been Bowers. It was either Bowers or Eknes. I think it was Bowers. Calvin thinks it was Eknes. If Calvin's wrong, we fire him. if I'm wrong, I just forget about it.
Okay.
But anyway, regardless, works out of the pickle, and kind of saves the game for the Braves. I mean, he was a big reason for that win. I know he just threw 2 pitches, but if he gives up a couple hits there, it's a whole new ball game. Probably a loss for Bourne.
Yeah, you're right. No doubt about that, because that was a slim 1-0 win the Braves picked up over the Gatemen. The second time in a row, the Bravos have gone to Blaine Field and allowed no runs, 5-0 in those 2 games combined. The Braves and Falmouth Commodores trying to get set to go tonight at 6:30 as now Falmouth players are throwing balls over to the Braves dugout. Let's see what's that about. The team's having some fun here during this rain delay. Just light rain, a heavy mist coming down, I would say, here at Doran Park. But first pitch scheduled to go at 6:30 between the first place Bourne Braves and the third place Falmouth Commodores here at Doran Park. This is a Before the Bravos extended rain delay edition. Calvin Cristoforo and Nick Galley with you. We've talked about pitching. Now, can we go to the lineup?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go to the lineup, and let's start with Max Anderson, who was the hero against Wareham. That 2-out double got the run. And he was the run that scored.
Oh, he was the run that scored, yes.
On the Dalton rushing double right after him. He started that rally in the 5th inning on a line drive double to right center field. And then last night got his first Cape Cod League home run with another line drive over the left field fence. Talking to Braves assistant coach Kevin Graber pregame, he tells me the dugout calls him Max Barrels.
Max Barrels.
Because he hits it on the barrel. He seems to hit it square every single time. and he barreled one up over the left field fence last night, which ended up being the difference in a 3-1 win against Katuitt.
That was a missile. I mean, that was just, boom, frozen rope. I mean, that was out of here quick. I don't know if we've seen a ball get out of here that quick this year. I don't think we have. I think that might have been the quickest.
Okay.
I asked him after the game, I said, you got all that? And he goes, I knew I barreled it. Max barrels.
There we go.
Goes, I knew I barreled it, but I didn't think it was going to be high enough. And, I mean, with good reason. I mean, it's like a ground. I mean, that thing was.
It was on a line.
It was on a line.
And that just tells you how hard he hit it because it was on a line. It didn't get more probably than 15 feet above the ground at its peak.
Man, I got real bad judgment with the heights. That's math, Calvin. I don't know. I'll leave that to you. But, yeah, 15, 20 feet maybe. I don't know. It was a short. It was a line.
That just tells you how hard he hit the ball.
Yeah, he smoked it. So got all of it. And the crack of the bat, you knew it was over the left fielder's head. I didn't think it was going to get out personally because, again, you hit a ball on a line like that. Most of the home runs we've seen have been moonshots. But his was just a frozen rope right over the fence into Bourne's bullpen. Ended up being huge. It
was huge because that was the difference. Braves right now on the field. They're warming up in left field. The Commodores are kind of staying stationary in their dugout. 6:30 first pitch is set to get going here at Dorn Park between the Bravos and the Commodores. If you're just joining us here on Before the Bravos, our Braves pregame show, let's get into the lineup for tonight. Why don't we? Because we've gotten so far to this point, and it starts off a little funky.
Yeah.
Kristen Knapczyk, he's leading off. That shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. He's been in the leadoff spot for the past couple of games, and he's done really well. Another double last night for the Braves. Drove in Peter Burns from first base on a double to left field. He's batting first tonight, but he's not playing the field. He's doing the designated hitting duties, batting first, a DH. You don't normally see that, but that's what Harvey Shapiro is going with tonight.
You know what that shows you? That
we have an answer.
Oh, wow.
We have the YouTube comments are on.
Jam is thicker than
Parsley,
jelly.
Austin Parsley's mom.
Jam is thicker than jelly. I said that.
And Braylon says, hey.
Yes, Jam is.
Braylon didn't say hi to me. What is this?
Thank you, Braylon, for your support tonight here and Before the Bravos.
Right. It's okay.
And Jam is thicker than jelly. That was 2 answers submitted to us on YouTube, which was my answer.
All right, then you're correct.
Okay.
So thank you to Austin Parsley's mom
for chiming in
and giving us the answer. We really appreciate that.
Yes, that was very nice of you.
That would have divided me and Calvin the entire night if we didn't get the answer for that.
Well, you didn't really have an answer. I had a legit answer.
Yeah, all right, okay.
I think Joe, though, had the worst answer.
Joe had the worst answer.
Because he said that there's the different color of grapes.
That is just terrible. That is horrible. We're going to pretend that didn't happen.
All right, let's talk about Christian Knapczyk.
That just shows you that Christian Knapczyk's bat is way too hot to take out of this lineup because we know Harvey Shapiro likes to switch up the middle infield. And, you're not going to play multiple nights at short and second base, usually. Like, we haven't seen that. So, by putting Christian Knapczyk at the DH position, that just shows you that Harvey Shapiro says, all right, Christian, there's no way I'm taking your bat out of this lineup. Enters today on a 4-game hit streak. He's been fantastic. His OBP is through the roof, over 500. So Christian Knapczyk has been a staple in this lineup now. And, that leadoff spot might be his.
Yeah, I think it definitely is his. I think it's definitely his unless something dramatic happens. Either he goes cold or Joe Lampe starts to get red hot. We'll get to Joe Lampe later. But he got, away. He broke away from his 0 for 15 slump he was in with a beautifully placed bunt single down the third baseline last night. The Katuitt Cavaliers let it roll, and they should have picked it up because it never went foul. That was great. We'll get to him in just a second, but let's go to the 2-hitter in the Braves lineup tonight. It's your boy, Max Barrels.
Anderson, Max Barrels.
He's playing first base tonight with Zach Agnos in the lineup. He's hitting second.
Yeah, I would just say do what you did last night. Again, barrel. Just live up to your nickname.
That's a great point, Nick.
Live up to your nickname and barrel. But, yeah, Max Anderson, that was good last night, too, that he had the 2-run shot because he was hitting a little bit of a skid, a little bit of, growing pains here on the Cape. Obviously, he couldn't, as I said yesterday, couldn't keep up that pace he started with. You're not going to hit over 400 out here. It's just not going to happen throughout the course of the season. So that was really nice. He was still hitting balls hard, too. Still making solid contact, still barreling. But last night, finally gets in the hit column, and it was a loud one, too. So I think that he needed that hit last night for multiple reasons, kind of get back in the groove of things, and just to see a ball drop. And we've said this before. You keep hitting the ball hard, the hits are going to come, and that's what Max Anderson did.
Absolutely. The umpires have come on and then come off the field. We still believe this game is set to get started at 6:30 tonight. We haven't heard word any differently, so if we do, we will let you know. But the Braves and Falmouth Commodores in a rain delay getting set to start at 6:30. We're going through the Braves lineup for the evening. It starts off with Christian Knapczyk, Max Anderson bats second, and Dalton Rushing back behind the plate hits third.
Yeah, he's the 3-hole hitter. I mean, this lineup's starting to get a little bit more concrete as the season goes, and Dalton Rushing has been in that 3-hole night in, night out, whether he's catching first base, DH. He's always in the lineup. He's always in the 3-hole, and with good reason. This is a guy who obviously has outstanding power, great pull side power. We're starting to see him go to the opposite field a little bit more, too, in Wareham the other night.
Which is always
it's
good,
huge.
yes.
It's huge. In Wareham the other night, the double that ended up being the only RBI. He drove in Max Anderson, as you had mentioned. Opposite field double. And we've seen him that game. I said I'd like to see Dalton Rushing go the opposite field more. Went the opposite field that game. In BP, we're seeing him spray the ball to left field a little bit more. So that's the one thing that Dalton Rushing should keep on working at, because he's got pretty much everything else down. You start going to the opposite field, you're going to add a whole new facet to your game.
Yeah, he has played very well. He's
great arm, too. Great arm. I need to mention that defensively.
Yes, because he threw a guy out in Wareham the other night behind the plate, right? He has played very well. A lot of tools in his tool shed is Dalton Rushing. He's been really well. He's bats third. Batting fourth is Caden Wallace. He's back in right field tonight. Had his hitting streak broke the other night. Did he get a hit last night? I don't believe he did.
No. So I believe he's hit safely in 7 of his last 9.
7 of his last 9. Had that 7-game hit streak snapped and then didn't get a hit again last night. So 2 games without a hit for Caden Wallace. You got to assume that changes tonight.
Again, guy who's 0 for his last 6, but not even worry about it.
No, you can't be.
You cannot be, because, again, it's baseball. You know, we say it so much, probably like 5 times a show now, but like it really is. It's true. And it reigns true with a lot of these guys, especially out here. They're going to go through little slumps, minor slumps, but there's a reason they're out here, and that reason is they're going to bounce back from it 9 times out of 10. Pretty much every guy has been through a slump. No, every guy has been through a slump prior to coming to the Cape. Sometimes it's just harder to break out of because it's the Cape.
Yeah, and you're facing the best pitchers in the country.
And it just the aura surrounding the Cape, but we've seen so many guys on this team break out of slumps and then just get really, really hot. And Caden Wallace, no exception, a guy that started off here a little bit slow, got really, really hot, and just a rough couple of 2 games, but he's coming back. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he's played really well, but you gotta have those 0 for 6. You're gonna have that stretch. So hopefully he gets back to the form where he was against Hyannis, where he was hitting the ball very hard, had that walk-off hit.
Yeah,
it's
not
nothing.
Even bad. It's nothing.
It is nothing. It is 0 for 6 means nothing. But a guy who started slow and now is seemingly red hot is Colby Thomas,
oh my goodness,
the other corner outfielder in the Braves lineup. He's hitting 5th, playing left field. Had a hard hit double last night. Hard hit might be underselling it. It was a rope of a double down the left field line last night. He's hit the ball hard multiple games in a row. Colby Thomas, one of the hot hitters in this Braves lineup. Hopefully he can get it going tonight again. He hits 5th.
Well, first of all, it makes the unbelievable defensive play.
Yes, that sliding catch down the left field line was great.
That's top 8 probably, right? Top of the 8th, because I think he had that double in the bottom half of the inning, I believe. So, literally made that diving catch, comes out like 5 minutes later and rips a double. Like, all right, nice. Good for you. I mean, good job.
Yes.
Good job. Like,
yes.
That's great. You like to see that. And, yeah, this is a guy who, as I had mentioned before, just needs to start seeing the ball low and kind of just driving it low, getting the ball, stop skying the ball up, and he's really starting to do that. And obviously, earlier this week, the 9 RBI stretch he had, 6 RBIs that one night against Hyannis, 3-run bomb the other night in YD. I mean, this is a guy who's really coming on. I watched him in BP today. This guy, I don't think I've ever seen anyone.
He always strokes the ball in BP.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anyone with quicker bat speed. I mean, it looks like he's swinging paper.
Wow.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You can hear.
Well, paper is a little bit wind resistant, so I don't know if that would be a great call.
Okay, I'm talking about the weight here.
Okay. A wiffle ball bat. He's swinging a wiffle ball bat.
There we go. This guy's always showing me up. But yeah, I mean, you hear the swoosh noise, and you just feel like the wind to come off the bat, and he's just ripping them
every time.
Every single time. Even the pop-ups we've seen from him. I mean, they're 6,000 feet in the air. That's my calculation. 6,000 feet in the air.
Wow.
It's crazy.
That is a high hit ball.
It's really high.
Yes. That's a
It's crazy.
You know how many feet are in a mile, right?
Like 5,280, right?
Yeah.
Something? Is that actually correct?
That's right. Yes. You know 5 tomatoes? Ever learned it that way?
5 tomatoes?
Yeah, 5280. 5 tomatoes. 5280, 5 tomatoes.
This is what I have to work with.
That's right how you remember it.
This man is looking at me dead in the eyes and telling me 5 tomatoes.
That's how you remember.
I respect it, though.
That's how you remember how many feet are a mile.
Not what I was taught. They sat me down in school and they said it's 5,280 miles.
Well, you would have questioned it. I know it for a fact because it's 5 tomatoes.
Okay, fine. Roy G. Biv. It's the colors of the rainbow, baby. That's how. It's how red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet.
Let's move on.
I thought we were just naming our acronyms. So. But wow, we got sidetracked.
Colby Thomas has been hitting the ball very well.
Miles in the air.
Hitting 5th tonight for the Braves, playing in left field. The outfield is hitting 4, 5, 6 in this Braves lineup. Joe Lampe back in his 6th spot. Hard guy to take his glove out of the lineup. Got a hit last night, his first hit in 15 at-bats. That was great to see. Maybe some confidence is back in Joe Lampe. But as we talked about, he's a guy that we both believe never loses confidence.
Never, ever, ever. And I was talking with him before the game because I'm working on a fantastic story right now. This team, I don't know if you knew this. I think I might have mentioned to you. They have a pine tar ball.
Yes.
A ball smeared in pine tar.
I'm by the dugout every game.
Yeah. Oh, so you know about it, yeah. For good luck, obviously.
Yes.
And Joe told me this the other night, and I said, I got to do a story on that. I have to. So we're working on that. He was talking to me about this pine tar ball. Didn't have it with him. It was back at his home, his host family.
Yep.
Back there. Brought it last night, right? First time.
There you go.
First time since like the Chatham game, I think he was telling me, because that was their last loss. Brings it, gets this bunt that you can probably kind of see it on the broadcast, but this thing just right down the whole base path.
You couldn't have the best bowler in the world roll it better than how Joe Lampe put it down on the third baseline last night.
I mean, it's the pine tar ball. It has, I'm convinced after hearing, I talked with Joe for 10 minutes about it. Story will be coming out soon. Make sure you look for it because it's going to be a good one. But I talked with Joe for 10 minutes. I'm convinced it can't be anything else.
It's either it's true, or you're gullible, or Joe Lampe is the best talker in the world. It's one of those 3 options.
I'm convinced. If you heard about just the timeline of this thing, it can't be anything other than the pine tar ball.
I think Josh Moylan's down there. I think Josh Moylan is the guy behind that ball. I think that's been his project.
Has it been?
I think so.
I think it's been multiple guys.
Okay, yeah, they're all working on it.
Colby and Caden, they were making the pine tar balls and it goes down to the bullpen,
yes,
as I'm sure you know, and they smear some stuff on it, some dirt and grass. It's a great story. It's the pine tar ball. That thing has then there's been 2 renditions of the pine tar ball, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
Because they had one for their whole undefeated streak. Lost a game. They could 2-1. Joe gave it away to a kid. So some lucky kid has the first pine tar ball. They said, we got to make another one. They made another one.
6-game winning streak.
Well, the Chatham game, they brought it home. Joe had brought it home because they lost again. And then all of a sudden, he kind of went into this little bit of a skid. He said, I was getting cold. I had to bring it back. First night, he brings it back. That bunt.
Pine tar ball.
Huh? It's the pine tar ball.
And it's ironic because that ball seemed to stick to the third baseline.
See what I work with? I mean, no, but I'm serious. It's the pine tar ball.
All right, pine tar ball. Joe Lampe hit 6th tonight playing in center field. The middle infield hit 7-8. Tanner Schobel playing at shortstop hit 7th. He hit a home run against YD the other night. He's back in the lineup tonight.
Tanner Schobel, he was telling me, it's hard to get in a groove when you're playing every other night, but we've seen some really good performances from him.
Yes.
So that's what you like to see. But I will say this. It is hard to be better than Christian Knapczyk defensively.
Yes.
Very, very hard.
Yes.
But Tanner Schobel, he is right up there. I love watching both of them playing middle infield positions. I like Knapczyk more at second base. Like the ideal middle infield, I think. Tanner Schobel at short, Knapczyk at second. That's just, it's awesome.
Really,
to watch.
you think Schobel is a better? You think Christian Knapczyk is short or Tanner Schobel is short?
It's tough, but I like Knapczyk. I just think Schobel has a little bit more arm strength at short.
Really? Okay.
I think.
Okay, really?
I think.
That's interesting.
I remember that the other night, I think it was Wareham, had a ball hitting the hole, and Schobel played it on the backhand, threw an absolute missile to first.
I don't think it can go wrong. I think we're both on the same page.
No, I think they are, but I just like Knapczyk. Schobel's a little bit bigger too, isn't he?
Yep.
A little bit taller.
A little bit bigger.
Yes.
A little bit. It's slight.
It's really close. They're so reversible. It's just throw whoever you want there.
It is getting close to 6:30 though, and it doesn't look like first pitch is happening anytime soon. The umpires, both coaches are down with the umpires right behind home plate where the tarp is still sitting. So it doesn't look like this game is going to get set to go at 6:30. Do you need a break, Nick? Do you need to get subbed out?
I'm good. But I'm just thinking of my Pop-Tart that I have in my. As you know, I bring Pop-Tarts every game. I have my Pop-Tarts in my bag right now.
That is what's happening here.
Yeah, I was just getting sidetracked by the Pop-Tarts.
All right, so we're trying to see if this game is going to get set to go. It's probably not going to start at 6:30 because it's right around 6:30 now. The tarps are still laid out on the field. They're looking at the radar down there. Both managers, our general manager, a couple of coaches, assistant coaches, and all three umpires are down on the field. This game is not going to start at 6:30. Tarps still are on the field. We'll see when it gets going. Under light mist, it's not a heavy rain.
It's not bad.
The Braves and Commodores can no doubt play through this. It's just whether or not they think it's going to be clear in a half hour or so, and they'd rather have a game start an hour later with all clear conditions than play in a little bit of mist.
Yeah, I mean, we see our GM, Darren, on the phone. Darren Weeks on the phone right now, and I wonder who that call is to, and I'm not sure, but probably the league. I would assume the league. So, yeah, this game's not going to be played at 6:30. And, yeah, I mean, if it's, like, going to pass in 15 minutes, you'd obviously want to start right there. But it obviously takes a while to get the tarps off the field. Still have to get lineups announced, national anthem, first pitch.
Yeah, it's like
a lot of stuff.
Once the tarps come off, it's probably like 15 minutes once the tarps come off. The tarps are still on the field here at Doran Park as we're getting you set for the Braves and the Falmouth Commodores. You could open up the Twitter machine.
Yeah, I got no confirmation yet, but it's 6:32 right now.
As Nick opens up the Twitter, we're going through this Braves lineup. It starts off with Christian Knapczyk DHing tonight, hitting leadoff. Max Anderson hits second over at first base. Dalton Rushing, the catcher, hits third. Batting fourth, Caden Wallace in right field. Colby Thomas hits fifth in left. Joe Lampe, the center fielder, hits sixth. Batting seventh is Tanner Schobel. At shortstop, we haven't gotten to 8-9. It's Nick Goodwin playing at second base, hitting eighth. And the batting ninth is Zach Agnos hitting third. No updates on there, Nick.
Haven't had any updates. Try and catch Darren when he walks over here.
Okay, we'll try to get Darren back on the air. He broke to you that the game was going to start at 6:30 just a couple of minutes ago. So we'll see if he has any other updates for us. But in the meantime, let's talk about Nick Goodman, who's playing at second base tonight, hitting eighth.
Yeah, this is a guy who, streaky at times, but again, I always mention he's really young, and the potential has always been there. So he's a guy, like, you don't really know what you're going to get from him on a nightly basis, but some nights you do get really great production. And when he does produce, it always seems to be a multi-hit game.
Yep.
It always seems to be a multi-hit game. So Nick Goodwin is a guy that, again, just about the consistency. I think I said this the other day. Once he gets that consistency down, this kid's going to be fine.
And, of course, had that 4-for-5 night against Falmouth in the first week of the season. So he's had success about the Commodores against the Commodores in the past. So hopefully he can get it rolling again tonight. You would love to see some production from the 8 spot in the lineup. You'd also love to see some production from the 9 spot in the lineup. That's Zach Agnos, who after that 2-for-3 night in Orleans a couple weeks ago, where the double and the triple, he's kind of cooled off. He's like Joe Lampe, though. His defense is sensational. So he's a tough guy to take out of the lineup, but you would love to get his bat going again.
I will say that Zach Agnos had the best BP rounds that I have seen today.
That's a good sign.
So he was looking really good, and he has me record his BP sessions every now and then and send them to him. So he definitely looks at his swing. He definitely works on it. He's trying to kind of find that consistent stroke, I think, is what he's doing. So this is a guy that, he was really ripping the balls to all fields. And I know on the broadcast you'll be able to see, but there is a shed dead center. Center's 395, so that shed's definitely 410 maybe, you think?
Yeah,
right around there.
At least 400, yeah. At least
405, 410, I think. He put a ball off the top of the roof today.
Really?
In BP. So he's feeling good.
That's no cheapie.
That is, you got to rule that hit. I mean, that is that's a hit right there. That's a base knock.
How about this, Nick? How about you go into the press box and investigate an update on our start time
I
here?
can get an update for you. What are you gonna solo here?
Yeah, I'll solo, or maybe you can come send
I'll get an update or send someone out here.
You can update. Get an update. Go get an update. I'll stay out here and talk you through the Braves and the Falmouth Commodores getting set to go.
Doing God's work
in game number 23 of the Bourne Braves season. I see you're in no rush. You're in no rush to.
No rush. I'm taking my time.
Nick Galley's going to see when this game is going to set to start here at Doran Park. We're already in a 30-minute rain delay here at Doran Park. It's been about 35 minutes, so game was supposed to start at 6. It's around 6:35 right now, and the Tarps are still in the field, which, as Nick and I just talked about, means is another 10 or 15 minutes once those Tarps come off. So we're looking probably around a 7 o'clock first pitch, an hour rain delay here at Doran Park tonight between the Braves and the Falmouth Commodores, squaring off for the 4th time this season, the 2nd time here at Doran Park. Coming into play tonight, the Braves sit in first place, and this is Daniel Coach. You here to join me?
I am here to join.
All right,
we
we got Daniel Coach coming back in. Do you have any update on what time the first pitch is going to be set to go now?
I do not, but I asked our general manager, Darren Weeks, and he said after 6:30. And if I check,
it is after 6:30.
It's 6:36. So, Darren, wisecracker out there, but no, so our scorer Bob has told us that we're going to have rain here until about 7:45. So I think what they're talking about down there is mainly what is the moving forward, especially with the next hour of
So
rain
do you
play.
think this is a realistic possibility we start this game around 8 o'clock?
I do.
Wow.
I really do.
Okay,
Yeah.
wow, that is something that I did not see coming.
No, but, Doran Park is not known to hold water well, so
that's true.
We're going to have to see what goes on here. The guys are still getting warm.
This game could realistically start right now because they can definitely play through this weather. It's whether or not they want to wait it out and play under no rain all night long, or if they want to start, now with a light mist.
You know what? I think I would prefer, I obviously would prefer to just play through this because it's a light mist, but the problem is we don't know exactly how heavy the rain is going to be.
The rain coming, you
mean? The rain coming.
Okay.
So, if it comes to the field conditions not being the greatest and having that option where you're going to have to go out and rake the first base line or the third base line, that's really going to be the issue.
Every half inning.
Every half inning.
Yeah.
And at that point, maybe you just wait and try and maintain the field for now and try and get an 8 o'clock start. But, again, it's drizzling a little bit here. It's almost – it's not necessarily a comfortable drizzle. You can definitely feel it's raining. But I think these guys could play through it. It's just
no doubt
what's going to be on the horizon.
And you can tell we are outside. So it's not
We're fine.
It's not coming down pouring. It's a light mist happening here at Doran Park. But, Daniel, thank you so much for filling in for Nick here on Before the Bravos.
Well, fill me in on what you and Nick have been discussing.
So we went through, the pitching successes we talked about last night with Jordan Petty. We previewed Jake Bennett and Cole Chidoba, the piggyback start. We touched on Xavier Lovett and Eric Adler, the back end of the bullpen. And we already broke through the entire Braves lineup for tonight. So we've kind of checked off a lot of boxes here.
Let me ask you.
Yes.
I'll flip it on you.
Yes.
What do you think is, first of all, what's the one thing of this lineup that you are most interested in and most excited to see tonight? What surprises you the most? Maybe it's the same thing.
Yeah, well, the surprise for me is Kristen Knapczyk. I understand he in the lineup leading off, but his defense seems to be really good, and Nick Goodwin is playing at second base. So I'm surprised that, no disrespect to Nick Goodwin's defense, but I'm surprised that Christian Knapczyk isn't at short or second base, and Nick Goodwin's the DH. That's kind of something that's throwing me off that we haven't seen this year.
Yeah, we haven't seen it, and really for Nick Goodwin, he hasn't made any mistakes out there.
No.
So at second base, you think initially Tanner Schobel at short, Christian Knapczyk at second.
Or vice versa.
Or vice versa.
Yep.
We want those guys in the middle of the infield. That is my first initial reaction of who I want in the middle of the infield. Nick Goodwin, though, is more than efficient on the right side of the infield. What the story is to me, it's not defensively, but for Harvey Shapiro to put Christian Knapczyk at the designated hitter spot, he's batting .360, has an on-base percentage of over 500. I believe it was 580 on the year, and I mentioned that in our Tomahawk Talk pregame, how it's so impressive what Christian Knapczyk has been able to do, and that's why he's taken over the number one spot and the leadoff spot. But I think the designated hitter spot, try it out for one game. I'm not sure if that's the long-term answer for this team.
I don't think so. I think it's a one-night thing. And going back to your second question, what I'm most excited to see, well, I think it's Zach Agnos because Nick and I were just talking, and he told me that Zach Agnos had the best BP session he's seen from Zach in a long time. He said he put one off of the shed out there in dead center field.
Wow. That's deep.
Yeah,
do you have an exact number of that out there?
Nick and I were estimating right around 400 to 405.
Yeah, definitely. And the wind here today has shifted completely from yesterday, blowing out to left center, now blowing out to Froggy's pole in right field. So we might be seeing some right field action. The only real action that we've seen in right field was a home run from the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. The name is slipping me. And then Caden Wallace's game winner.
Well, there was Dalton Rushings on opening night.
Correct. That was more right
center. That was more right center, yeah. But the only one that was a no doubt into the woods was that Hyannis one you were talking about.
Most certainly. And, going back to the lineup tonight, I like what we're doing. I like that we're changing it up, especially against a team that we put up double-digit runs against. That was a 13-8 victory the first time we saw them, and we've had their number the entire way. Falmouth coming off of 3 losses. They're really struggling in the West Division as of late, and the Braves obviously 6 wins in a row. So why not use this as an experimental time to try a couple of different things and see who can work well? I agree. Zach Agnos I believe he's at the 9 spot tonight.
9 spot tonight, yep.
Which is different. We've seen him there once or twice. But I really like that, especially if he can get rolling again like he was in Orleans, where he went 2 for 4 with a triple and a double.
Yep.
And Zach, he's a guy that you want to root for. We're close with him.
Yep.
You spend a lot of time with him down there in the dugout. He's one of the more outgoing and more boisterous personable players that we have on the team. So him at the 9 spot, I love it. Trying to propel and boost Christian Knapczyk at the 1 spot, who at this point doesn't seem like he needs much help, but the bottom of the order continues to produce time in and time again. Peter Burns not behind the dish tonight, and Dalton Rushing will take over, but everyone's been hitting. So it's really hard when you ask questions about how this team can produce and what they can improve on. Of course, they can improve on things, but I think mainly all of the concerns that we've had have been answered. Everyone, in a way, is leveling out as far as efficiency in the batting box or the batter's box. And I think tonight, I think Zach Agnos, especially after that BP practice, could really be the guy that steps up.
Well, let me ask you this question, right? The Braves, we can't preview the playoffs so much because the Braves still have to get there. There's still a little bit of work to do.
And also the West Division is still completely up in the air as far as if we play 500 baseball moving forward. I mean, we have the magic number right now for wins is 8, which is shocking for 14 games left. But I think the West Division and even the East Division, as far as who we're going to face, I don't think we can look that far, but it's completely down the line from us. It's been completely up in the air as far as who we're going to see. Falmouth is still very much in the mix after the loss last night from Katuitt. They're now very much in the mix, so the 2 spot really up for grabs. But I think for the Braves, just play 500, and I think we're almost certainly looking at a playoff berth. It's just a matter of what will the matchup be in about 2 or 2.5 weeks.
At this point, it would take near disaster for the Braves to miss the playoffs, but that wasn't going to be my point. My point was going to be asking you this question. In the Game 3 of a playoff series, give me your starting lineup.
Whoa. Okay.
So this is a winner-take-all Game 3 situation. I want to hear your starting line. I'll give my starting line afterwards, but I want to hear yours.
Do you want positions too?
Yes. Yep. Give me the whole shebang.
Okay. So I'm going to do Knapczyk at 1.
Yep.
I want him at 2nd.
Okay. Interesting. Nick said the same thing. You think I assume Tanner Schobel?
Tanner Schobel at short. And I think I would want Tanner Schobel.
If I can cut you off here, we're getting an announcement from Will Henschel. If you can't hear it, first pitch is at least at 7 o'clock, which I still think
I think that's ambitious.
I think it is too. So it's at least 7.
We're getting pretty wet here.
Yeah, it's getting a little. The rain has come down a little bit heavier. At least 7 o'clock. I think it's going to be a little bit later than that. You're listening to Before the Bravos. Daniel Coates has stepped in for Nick Galley, who has headed out for a little bit, trying to get the scoop on where this game sits. Our fabulous beat reporter. So me and Daniel are hanging out, talking about ideal Braves lineups. So you have Christian Knapczyk in your winner-take-all lineup. Christian Knapczyk batting first at second base.
I think I want him starting first at second base.
Okay.
Tanner Schobel I want at short. He has been as sure-handed as I've seen anyone over there on the left side of the infield. Christian Knapczyk is a classic middle infielder. I don't think he has a preference or really has a strong suit swing either way from second or short. So I want to see him at the 2 spot. Those two in the middle, they're speedy, smaller guys. They have that infield twitch that I really like.
Yep.
So I like him at the 1 spot. 2, I want Max Anderson, but I don't want him at 3rd. I want him at
first. Oh, interesting. Okay, very interesting.
I think Max Anderson, what we've seen defensively from him has been lights out. Joshua Moylan, of course, you might want to see him there. I think he's had a little more struggle as far as communication on the infield. He's let a couple pop flies drop for base hits or for errors and wowing players on base. But I think I want to see Max Anderson at the 2, where he is most normally now. And then at the 3, I want Dalton Rushing, but I want him DHing.
Oh, okay. This is getting interesting. Okay, so you got Dalton Rushing at DH.
I want Dalton Rushing at DH. I got to keep track here. So we got Knapczyk
at second base. You got Max Anderson at first, and you got Dalton Rushing at DH. That is a very interesting, not lineup-wise, but positional-wise. I think that's interesting.
4, I want Caden Wallison right.
Okay, yep.
This is where it gets tough. I think I want Colby Thomas at 5 in left field.
Okay.
And then after him, I want Joe Lampe in center.
Okay.
Zach Agnos at 8 at third.
Well, you're at 7.
At 7, I'm sorry. Yep. Peter Burns at 8.
Yep. Catcher.
Tanner Schobel at 9 at short.
Okay, interesting. So no Braylon Wimmer.
No. Oh, God. Oh, man. This is where it gets tough. I might have to change. Braylon Wimmer I forgot about. But that's
it's interesting.
This is a good problem to have. I mean, it's unbelievable that we're having this conversation. I can forget because we have so many great players, and Braylon Wimmer, you can move him. I think the reason I forgot Braylon Wimmer is because he's so flexible as far as where he can play that. In my mind, he doesn't fit just one mold of a player, one role. So you can move him to left field. You can move him to second. He's an infield outfielder, but he can hit. Maybe you see him at the designated hitter and have Dalton Rushing go to first, or maybe take Peter Burns' spot. Oh, it's so tough.
I know it's tough.
So tough.
If you can tell as we're sitting out here, the rain is starting to come down here.
We might need to call it because we are getting soaked.
The rain is coming down here. Probably the hardest to come down. I'm not sure if we should try to make the move inside or if we're just going to hang it out here. Some fans are heading to their cars. Harvey Shapiro, the manager, and the head coach for Falmouth are out in the field detecting what the base paths are like, the weather is like here. So, yes, so that's where we're at right now. The Braves and the Falmouth Commodores in a little bit of a rain delay.
Oh.
So that's where we stand. We're going through a lineup. You want to go check in? Go in and
let me go check in
if
as far as logistics.
Megan wants to move us back inside.
Let me do that.
Okay.
But hey, Calvin, always great joining you.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna have to. You know what? If we still are in rain delay, I'm going to come back with who I want starting and who I want out of the bullpen in that Game 3.
So that's the lineup, though. It's tricky. It's very tricky. As Daniel had to struggle with it, there's too many cooks in the kitchen, but a good problem to have because that's how good the Braves' bats have been this season. It all starts in the top of the lineup, though, with Christian Knapczyk, Max Anderson, and Dalton Rushing, who at this point in the year we've seen at the 1, 2, and 3 the past couple of weeks. So I think that could be something that we could hammer in and expect throughout the season. After that, it gets a little bit tricky. Reeves Jackson, thanks for joining the program. Is Daniel in there talking to Megan, see if we want to move inside?
He said it is totally up to you and what you want to do, Calvin. If you want to stay out here, we'll stay out here and get wet.
Well, it's fine with me. I'm just hanging out.
We're just hanging out. We're
nice just hanging out. So
beautiful day.
Daniel and I were just talking. I think it'd be interesting to get maybe one of the Falmouth broadcasters up here too. Maybe we can talk about that. But
I love that.
I want to talk to you first.
Absolutely.
Daniel and I were just going through. He gave his Game 3 playoff series lineup.
Okay.
Now, he struggled with it. Here was his lineup. His lineup was Christian Knapczyk at second.
Okay.
Max Anderson at first.
Okay.
Dalton Rushing at DH.
Okay.
It was Caden Wallace in right, Colby Thomas in left. He had Joe Lampe in center. Then he had Zach Agnos hitting 7th at third. Peter Burns hitting 8th at catcher. Tanner Schobel hitting 9th at shortstop. And I said, what about Braylon Wimmer?
Yeah.
And he said, I forgot about Braylon Wimmer. So he was kind of left us on a little bit of a cliffhanger.
Okay.
There.
Okay.
So I toss it over to you. I give you the floor.
Okay.
I teased that I would give mine, but since you're here, and you're a new voice, a new face, I want your lineup. Give me your Game 3 of a series starting 9.
All right, Game 3 of a series starting 9. I think it's best for me to go defensively first and then put him in a 1 through 9.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Okay. Catcher for me is Peter Burns.
Okay.
First baseman is Dalton Rushing.
Okay.
Second baseman, my goodness, it is wet out here.
That's pretty wet. Sorry, I was just piling up in the trash bag. Excuse me. So first base, Dalton Rushing.
Yep.
Second base, I'm going with Christian Knapczyk. My shortstop is Tanner Schobel. Third baseman, Max Anderson.
Can you hold on? Can you go back to that? Who's your shortstop and second baseman?
Shortstop, Schobel. Second base, Knapczyk.
That has been a common theme.
Yes.
So that is something interesting to me because Nick said that, Daniel said that, and you said that.
Yeah,
so
I just think I like Tanner more defensively at short. I think he's got a better arm than Knapczyk.
That's what Nick. Okay, that's something that I hadn't really thought about as a conversation. But
Absolutely.
I guess that's very interesting. That all three of you.
Beginning of the season, we saw Knapczyk a lot more at shortstop, and I think recently we've seen a lot more of Knapp at second base because of Schobel's excellent defense over at shortstop.
They both play.
Yes, absolutely.
It is a. If there's a difference, it's 1A and 1B.
Yes.
There's no wide gap there.
Absolutely. So. At shortstop, like I said, Schobel. Third base, I'm going Max Anderson.
Okay.
Left field, I'm going Colby Thomas.
Yep.
In center field, Joe Lampe. Right field, Caden Wallace. DH, Braylon Wimmer.
Okay.
I'm leaving Agnos out of the lineup.
Yep.
But you can make the argument Anderson at first, Agnos at third.
Rushing at catcher.
Rushing, catching. But I think Peter Burns, and he's too valuable in the lineup.
What about that? I'll play devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
What if you put Braylon Wimmer at second base?
Okay. And then you put Knapp at short and didn't have Schobel?
That's something else.
It's another scenario.
I'm just
Absolutely.
trying to throw out all the situations that are possible here.
Here's the thing. I think you have to have, in a game 3, winner take all, I think you have to have the right balance of defense while keeping your offense as strong as possible.
Yep. I agree.
Zach Agnos, who struggled a bit offensively here early in the season, he's, if not the best infielder, one of the best infielders on the team defensively.
Yep.
And so that's tough for me. That's the part where Max Anderson's been great at first, and that's where I like Peter Burns behind the plate. Dalton Rushing, although he's pretty solid, I just don't know if I want a guy who has a little more experience catching in a big game 3, especially not only defensively, but a guy who's going to call a game. And Peter Burns has called excellent games for our pitching staff all season long. And then as I look at shortstop, it's tough. Wimmer's good defensively at second base, but Tanner Schobel is on lockdown over there at shortstop.
Yeah.
And then I think the outfield to me is the most, for sure. It's cemented in place. Colby, because he's finally gotten the bat to come around.
Yep,
and
absolutely.
then left field is one of the best defenders. That diving catch into foul territory yesterday against Katuitt. Center field, Joe Lampe. He's so speedy. You got to have a speed in the lineup, and you got to have Lampe in center for his defense and his arm and his speed. Right field, Caden Wallace. He's one of the best players in the Cape. Max Anderson is in the lineup. I just don't know if he's at first or third. It's tough, but I'm going to go. I'm going to stick with my original thinking and go Anderson at Anderson at third, Rushing at first.
Yep.
Burns catching, Wimmer the DH.
Okay, so put him in a 1 through 9 for me.
All right, 1 through 9 leading off. I like Christian Knapczyk out of the leadoff spot. I really do. So I'm going to go Knapp leading off. He's put together some incredible at bats out of the leadoff spot.
Absolutely.
And then in the 2 spot, I'm going to go with Max Anderson.
Yep.
I think he's really found a home in the 2 hole. In the 3 spot, I'm going to go with Dalton Rushing.
Yep.
4, I got to think about this. Wimmer or Caden Wallace, and I really like Braylon at 4. I like Braylon at 4.
Yep.
I like the way Harvey has constructed that lineup. I like Caden at 5.
Yep.
Colby at 6. 7, I'm going to go with, who am I missing here? I'm missing Tanner, Joe, and I'm going to go with Tanner at 7.
Okay.
Peter at 8, Joe at 9.
Okay. Yeah.
Get that secondary leadoff hitter in there.
I think mine would almost be the exact same, if not the exact same.
Okay.
So
great minds think alike.
Yes. The only question I question you, I think I'd keep Peter Burns at 8. I think I'd have a conversation about Tanner and Joe 7 and 9.
7 and 9. Okay, that's fair.
I like Braylon Wimmer at 4 because I love Colby Thomas hitting right behind.
The only thing about
Caden Wallace.
The only reason I like that a lot. The only thing about Joe and Knapp, if Joe gets on, Christian Knapczyk puts one in the gap. Those 2 guys running the bases would be fun to watch. Especially
and Tanner Schobel, he's not.
No, he's not. He's very fast.
Yes.
But a little behind Lampe and Knapczyk speed-wise, but he's not slow at all. He's one of the fastest guys on the team. So that's a great question. I like that. What else have you guys talked about in this hour-long?
Well, that's what we had.
Hour and a half-long delay now.
We went through the pitching. Coming in to last night, Jordan Patty, of course, Ben Etheridge. We talked about the back end of the bullpen with Eric Adler and Xavier Lovett. And then we touched on tonight's starting pitcher, Jake Bennett, who's getting the ball when this game starts. As you can see, the tarps are on the field right now. We're in a rain delay between the Bourne Braves and the Falmouth Commodores here before game number 23 of the season. First pitch was set for at the earliest 7 o'clock, but we still don't know, what time it is exactly going to start. At the earliest at 7. So we're breaking it down on a rain delay talk. We're having a whole cast of characters. Myself, Calvin Christopher. I'm with Reeves Jackson right now. We've had Daniel Coates on. We've had Nick Galley on for Before the Bravos, our program. We went through the lineup for tonight.
All right.
And, then Daniel came on and we talked about, our lineup. And, we just hit on that. I'll go back to some topics that we talked about last rain delay.
Right.
And that
Sounds
was
good.
The expansion draft.
Yes,
I
love it. I love it. So entertaining.
I like the expansion draft, but I want to put them in the back burner because I have a new segment. Right?
Okay.
There is now trading. I'm going to add trading in here. So I want you to give me a guy, one person. The Braves give up nothing. It's waiver wire.
Okay.
The
from
Braves
another team.
One person from another team that you think would be the best in this lineup.
Wow. In the lineup.
In the lineup.
In the
yes.
lineup. Okay.
Hitter.
Okay. Hitter.
Player. Yep.
I got to run through this real quick. I think honestly. No, we don't need an outfielder. I was going to say Chase DeLauder from Orleans.
I think Chase DeLauder was my man because that guy for Orleans rakes.
But we have Colby, Joe, Caden, Braylon. Yeah, I think the outfield is kind of set. That's so tough. I don't want to try to. Oh, man, that's so tough. We don't need any middle infielders. Nick, Tanner, and Christian kind of lay it down there. You know what?
Catching depth, is something that you could look at, but.
Jimmy Crooks, he's gone now from Wareham, though. No, is Jimmy still there? I think Jimmy's still there in Wareham. Jimmy Crooks from Oklahoma. He is still there. He's still there. I'd go Jimmy Crooks. I'm not kidding. I think the Braves are so set offensively.
Peter Burns, though, is an excellent defensive catcher.
He's great. So I'm stuck on this. Here's my thought process.
Okay.
Do we go with position of need, which is catcher?
Yep.
I'm not saying – so Peter's great. And Peter's not the question here.
Really good.
It's just Dalton has been fine defensively backing up catcher, but I think Dalton – for this lineup to fit better, Dalton would be better at first, and having a catcher who has caught more preliminary games throughout his career at the collegiate level would be a better insurance backup and a guy to switch off with Pete behind the plate. So I'm stuck between would it be better to go a guy like Crooks or just go best overall and just supplement the offense the best way possible? Because if you go DeLauder, you could have Wimmer at second, Colby, Joe, Cade in the outfield,
and
DeLauder DH,
100%.
Pete catcher, Dalton first, Short, Christian, or Tanner, or Nick, third base, Agnos, or Max. I got to go Chase DeLauder. I think
that was the first name that popped into my head. I never wavered. I think Chase DeLauder because he just flat out mashes.
Yeah.
Like he's one of the toughest outs. I'm a big fan of Jim Jarvis for Wareham too. Another middle infielder.
Owen Diodati.
Diodati's great too. Jarvis though, I don't know how he fits because we already have Christian Knapczyk and Tanner Schobel, guys that have a similar style of play.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how he really fits in the equation. So I go best bat available because there's a lot of guys like Dalton Rushing. They're utility guys. Like Dalton Rushing, first baseman, but he can catch, which is a huge bonus, right? Nick Goodwin can play anywhere now. Started his first game of his life in the outfield, so you can play him at all four infield positions. And now you're probably comfortable putting him in left field and probably right field as well. Anybody outfielding can play any outfield position, right? Schobel and Knapczyk can play any infield position. Braylon Wimmer can come in and play second base. He might even be able to play a little bit of a third base spot or shortstop.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think there's a lot of versatility on this Braves team. I'm sure Max Anderson would have no problem sliding over to second base.
Absolutely.
So I think you just grab the biggest bat you can, and for me that's DeLauder from Orleans.
Absolutely. Leads the league in home runs, obviously, does DeLauder. I liked Rylan Thomas a lot. Orleans, he leads the league in average. Dude's a base hit machine. But I think it's funny that we're saying this now.
What did you think about Gold from Katuitt?
Luke Gold? Yeah, I could see Luke Gold because he's a very versatile player as well in the infield. Here's the thing. I think the outfield is more set as far as guys that are day in and day out studs offensively, but the outfield is also where we have less depth, which is why maybe Nick Goodwin's got to start in left because you have maybe 4 outfielders on the team right now. Lampy, Wallace, Thomas, Wimmer.
And Nick Goodwin now. You
Nick
can
Goodwin
put him
now.
out there.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. That's the thing. So Rylan Thomas, another outfielder, obviously with Orleans. He's just a base hit machine. But here's back to the point I was going to say. It's funny that we're saying this now because the first 5-6 games of the season, we talked about it honestly before the season. The Braves didn't seem like a power team on paper, and then the first 6 games of the season happened, and we were like, well, what were we talking about? But I think throughout everything else has kind of evened itself out. I wouldn't say the Braves are a contact-only team. and they're not a power-only team. They're very evenly mixed.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
Obviously, you had that Max Anderson homer yesterday, and then they'll put up 10 runs on 15 hits against YD and use it without the long ball. So I think that's what makes the offense so dangerous is they can utilize the home run, or they can slap singles to left and right. You can have Joe Lampe lay down a bunt to the third base line like he did yesterday, and you can beat teams in many different ways. And I think that's why this offense is one of the best in the league right now. That's why they lead the league in hits. That's why they're second. Actually, now they lead the league in runs scored after they came into the game too, so they're tied with Katuitt now. 3-1, so they're tied with Katuitt for the league in runs scored. So,
and that's just okay. Just take a step back from that.
Yeah,
they're tied for Katuitt in runs scored, right?
Yeah.
One of those teams is 15 games over 500, and the other team is 500. If that doesn't tell you on how good the pitching staff has been, like I don't know what will.
Yeah, that's probably the best stat you can look at that isn't directly related to the pitching staff.
Yeah.
That tells you
it's crazy
the record of the team and how many runs this offense has scored compared to the rest of the league. Because there's a few teams in the league that have scored 1, 2, 3, 4 runs just below Katuitt and Bourne, like Falmouth, like Orleans, that are up there with over 100 runs scored on the year. Yet, look at where they are. They have 8 wins on the season. We have 17. I think that is the best telling stat at how effective the pitching staff has been.
It's really crazy.
So do we go with the question of what pitcher would we bring over if we had the choice?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I guess the easy answer, would be Jake Brooks, but
Answer noted about that.
I'm trying to think though. It's tough. I'm trying to think of other pitchers off the top of my head.
What about that lefty from Wareham who started against us twice? He was really tough the second time. The guy from Clemson.
Even the guy from Jeffrey Gilbert.
Yes.
Jeffrey Gilbert.
He's tough.
He's
real tough.
He's tough. He'd be a good back-end bullpen guy. The only thing is, if you're thinking about, I guess in a perfect world, you'd have him in the back end of the bullpen, although he is up here this summer to try to get extended to be a starter at Clemson because his velo is 90, 91, 92. It's not back end of the bullpen type stuff.
He does have really good stuff, though, when he started
does.
against us.
Yeah, absolutely. I think him, and even like Jonas Scalaro from Hyannis, he dominated us.
Yeah, tough
even
too.
Adrian Servaro from Hyannis.
Yep,
2 Hyannis pitchers that really dominated the Braves offense that I really like their stuff. So I think you could go with anywhere from Jake Brooks to Jeffrey Gilbert to Jonas Scalaro to Adrian Serravo. So any of those 4 guys I would love to have on the team.
Yeah, I think it's just tough to turn away a .44 ERA going into the game.
No, it is, absolutely.
That'd be Jake Brooks from UCLA, the Katuitt Cavaliers ace right now. So that's where we stand. You know, obviously those guys would be great to have on the Braves, but right now the guys that they have are doing just as good.
They're irreplaceable.
Irreplaceable is the exact word. The Braves have been so good this season. 17-2-3 going into play tonight against the third-place Falmouth Commodores. We're still in a rain delay. The rain has stopped for now.
I don't feel anything.
So we don't know when this game is set to start between the Braves and the Commodores. The last estimate was 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock now, 7:03 now. So
see if we get an update.
It's obviously not 7 o'clock right now. Well, it is 7 o'clock right now. The game's not going to start at 7 o'clock. We still estimate it to be 15 minutes. I would say 15 minutes once the tarps come off the field.
Got to have Jake Bennett get loose, obviously.
Yes.
So you got to give time for Jake Bennett, and obviously
the Falmouth starter as well.
Tut Hill, the starter for Falmouth to get loose. I think this is an intriguing game today. I think this is intriguing because
do tell.
The Braves on a 6-game winning streak.
Yep.
That was the longest. That's how many games? How many games did they win to start the season again? 6 or 7?
7.
7. Okay.
Well, maybe yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. It was 7-game winning
yes.
streak to begin with. That's right. Because it broke the decade-long record.
Yes.
So, it's an interesting game today, I think, because Falmouth just lost to Hyannis, who's on a 12-game losing streak.
But granted, this is a Hyannis team that's I think better than the record
absolutely,
represents.
and that's what I'm here to say, because they lose to Hyannis on a 12-game losing streak, but this is a Falmouth team that is 3rd in the league in runs scored.
Yep.
So this is also a Falmouth team that the Braves have had their number, 3-0 against them on the year, 13-8, 6-3, 4-2, with the latter of that being at home here at Dorn Park. Josh Moylan had that big infield 2-run single that went under the glove of Cody Colden, just deflected off of it. Braves ended up getting a comeback win, as they have so many times this season. And it's interesting for me because Falmouth, who lost to a team in Hyannis, like you said, better than the record suggests.
Absolutely, yep.
But also a team that the Braves just swept 3 games in a row.
Granted, close, though.
Very close.
Yes,
very close. Honestly, could have probably lost 2 of those games.
Yes.
Definitely probably should have lost 1 if it wasn't for that drop fly ball out in left field by Mitchell Hardigan.
Yeah.
So you take a look at all of those things combined, and then you bring it into today. with the Braves trying to match their longest winning streak of the year at 7 games, I think you got an excellent game on your hands.
Yeah, how about that? I know I keep taking a step back and saying how good this Braves team is, but we are in game 23 of the season. In 23 games, the Braves are trying to get their second to 7-game winning streak. This is game 23.
That's crazy.
It's
That's
ridiculous.
Crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That's 14 games just of just pure consecutive wins that are 2 separate streaks. That's unbelievable when you think about it. And you think about how many wins they have on the year. 17. You have a 7-game winning streak and a 6-game winning streak. So 13 of your wins of your 17 have been consecutive. So that is just amazing when you think about it. Obviously, anytime they've lost, when they lost to Katuitt, they bounced back. And when they lost to Chatham, they bounced back. And I think that was the thing. Nick was on with me yesterday. We were talking about it, about a Braves team. I think I asked you the question down when you were down in the dugout doing your hit, and I asked you how easy could it be for a team like the Braves to coast to the finish line.
Yep.
A lot of teams have done that. I told Nick, I think that's what separates the really good teams from the great teams, the teams that are championship caliber, teams that know they're good enough to win it, and then they just kind of take the foot off the gas pedal. And then teams that know they're good enough to win it, and they put the gas pedal down further. So I think that's the Braves right now. I think anytime, if they lose, they haven't yet gone on a slide. They haven't gone on more than a 1-game losing streak. Obviously, they tied twice in a row against Harwich and against Chatham. Yes, Monday and Tuesday game, and then or maybe it was Monday, Wednesday. I forget whatever days it were. It was. It's all blending together. But I think is so exceptional about this team is that they haven't gone on a losing streak. When they lose, they're resilient. They come back. They win. And Daniel said it on the broadcast yesterday. Just another point is it's also a team that has things to improve on. So they're not satisfied with where they are yet,
absolutely.
And they're that good. And I think that is what makes them so dangerous.
Absolutely. No doubt about that. The Braves, 6-game winning streak right now, 7 games, looking to extend it to tonight and still improving throughout this season. You know what, Reeves, we've talked about a lot. Do you got anything else?
I have nothing else.
You got no other topics?
Oh, man, I'm trying to think.
I can go in. I don't know if you want to go back in and keep our rotating cast of guests going.
Yeah, who should I go get?
Whoever. Surprise me.
Surprise you?
Give me someone who we haven't had on.
All right, I'll get you someone, okay? All right, I got a good guess for you, okay?
Get a player, get Theo,
I got a good guess. Got a good guess for you.
Okay, good guess
coming.
Thank
you for having me on,
thank
Calvin.
you. Thank you, Reeves, for coming on and talking through our rain delay here as the Bourne Braves and the Falmouth Commodores still in a rain delay here at Doran Park. First pitch was set to start at 6, delayed to 6:30, delayed to 7, and now the start time is still up in the air here as the Tarps are still on the field and it's not raining. Right now it's been a heavy mist and I guess a medium rain at its hardest peak right now. So the Braves trying to get this game in against the Falmouth Commodores, obviously with lights here at Doran Park. It's not too much going to be a problem about this game coming in, and we got another guest coming on. Putting on the headset, we got Will Henschel, our public address announcer. I'm not sure who's going to make the announcement when the time is going to be, delayed too, but I guess we don't know because we got Will Henschel on the program. Will, what's going on? How are you?
I'm doing good. It's good to be here. First time on mic with you guys. But I think we got a pretty talented staff in there, so whoever is making the call, I think they'll do a good job.
Do you have any further update, or was the last one you heard 7 o'clock?
Last one I heard was at least 7 o'clock. I mean, they've been down there just talking for like 25 minutes, but I mean, it's not raining, so I'd anticipate maybe the next 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
But last update I got was at least 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I still think I'm still estimating here, but 15 minutes. I believe 15 minutes once the tarps come off.
Oh yeah, at least because I think both teams are. I mean, at this point, got to be pretty cold, so you got to give the guys time to loosen up.
Especially the Braves starting pitcher out there, Jake Bennett, who is not warming in the bullpen right now. So at least 15 minutes after the tarps come off, and the Tarps are still on the field here at Doran Park. But Will, so nice of you to join me here on Before the Bravos extended into rain delay talk here. Will has done a great job as the team's public address announcer all season long. Nick, we've talked so much about baseball. I just want to hear, how's your summer going? How have you enjoyed, being the voice here at Doran Park? And how's everything with you, Will?
It's a ton of fun. I'm so happy I did it. I mean, I just love coming, only working the home games, but I love coming down to Doran Park. I love just like interacting with all the other interns. I mean, you and Reeves and Dan and, our beat reporter Nick and our scoreboard operator Mike and producer Megan. I mean, everyone, just the Braves organization is just filled with great people, and I love just being able to get out here and use my voice, and even if it's just reading off scripts and just playing some music, I just love being out here and watching some free baseball. It's what's better than that?
Absolutely, there's not much better than that, and you've done an exceptional job behind the mic for the Braves all season. So let's go through here. Best favorite name to say in the Braves lineup.
Favorite name, I do really like. Because I like to, I like to put some emphasis on the Braves guys' names.
Absolutely,
obviously,
yep.
The away teams, they get a bit of a flatter delivery,
as they should.
Hey, I'm not everybody's public address announcer. I'm the Braves public address announcer. Favorite name, I do love saying. I think Dalton Rushing's got a nice name. That's kind of like Dalton Rushing's got a good punch to it.
Mm-hmm.
Braylon Wimmer's always strong. On the pitching side, I think Xavier Lovett. Lovett's got a good kick to it. So I think, Dalton Rushing, Braylon Wimmer, and Xavier Lovett, probably my top 3 names to say on this roster. But there's a lot of good ones. And, every once in a while, somebody will come in that I may not have seen. I've probably seen most of the guys out here so far. But I think those would have to be my top 3.
Has there been a name in the Braves lineup that every time you read it, you got to take a second look because it trips you up sometimes? Or you've been good across the board with all the Braves names, you think?
I think it was like the second home game of the year, either the second or third one. And remember at the beginning of the season we had the home opener and then a big away streak. Yep. So I think in that delay I got a bit rusty. I think Zach Agnos was starting at third base, and Zach Agnos was starting at third base, and Christian Knapczyk over at shortstop. And I think I got a bit crossed up on the names because I said Christian Knapczyk. And then I went to read Zach Agnos' name, and I said Christian Agnos. So that was a bit embarrassing. And I think I said it for his first at-bat, too. And then it was until, Nick tapped me on the shoulder and was like, his name's Zach Agnos. And I was like, ah. So I butchered that the first time. But I think since then, I've been pretty consistent because even just
you get used to them, yeah.
You get used to them. You see the numbers around. You just start associating them with people. So I think I've definitely gotten more polished as time's gone on.
Tonight's official start time will be at 7:35.
7:35. Official start time. That was not Will Henschel.
That was not me.
Was that Nick? Is that Nick Galley? Who was that?
Was it Nick or maybe Mike?
Okay, probably. I think it was Mike too. So 7:35, the official start time. You just heard it. So we get a little bit more talking to Will Henschel, our public address announcer, before he has to read out the starting lineups for tonight's game. So, Will, real quick, give me your overall favorite home and away name you've announced this year.
Oh, home and away name I've announced.
Give me an away name that's resonated with you.
Oh, I think there's a guy, Luke Mann.
Okay.
I think is he
Hyannis?
Hyannis, yes. I think that's just it's a cool sounding name. There's also Luke Gold.
Yep. Katuit. Yep.
On Katuit. It was really cool when the Harwich Mariners were here a few weeks ago.
They're coming back too.
They are coming. Yeah, coming back to Doran Park later this week. I believe they are the Wednesday slot.
No, next week. They're coming back next week, I believe, the 26th.
Oh, you're right.
Because Falmouth is coming back here on Wednesday.
That's true. Yeah. We got a quick 2 matchups. 2 matchups in 3 days with Falmouth. But when Harwich was here a couple weeks ago, a guy that I graduated high school with was a starting pitcher. So being able to say starting pitcher for the Harwich Mariners, Billy Seidel, was very cool. Just because there was that personal connection there.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, that was very cool.
Yeah, that was really cool. And while you're here, though, has there been an opposing name that you've looked at and be like, ooh, I don't know how to say that? It was that tripped you up a little bit? Anyone that you remember?
Yeah, the big one that comes to mind right off the bat was on the Wareham Gateman, Tres Gonzalez. I had a lot of trouble getting his first name right for whatever reason. I mean, I knew now I know how to say Tres Gonzalez, but for some reason it was just difficult for me to get the first name out correctly when I first saw that name when we first saw Wareham. But whenever they come back and when we play him, I'll be ready for it.
All right, he'll be ready to go. Will, thanks so much for joining me
on
our pregame show here before the Bravos rain delay edition. I'll let you go get back to work announcing the starting lineups and the Braves being the voice here at Doran Park for the remainder of the season. Will, thanks so much once again.
Calvin, thanks for having me. Go Bravos.
Go Bravos is right. Go in there and get me another guest. Get me someone good. You think you find someone good. Will's going in to get the next guest here on our rotating cast of co-hosts here on Before the Bravos Rain Delay Edition. The Braves and the Falmouth Commodores set to do battle at 7:35, an hour and 35-minute rain delay between the Bravos and the Commodores here at Doran Park. As we get another guest, Daniel Coates is coming on back. Daniel, you've had some time to think about it. So when Daniel last left, we were going through our lineups, and he gave his lineup, and then I go, what about Braylon Wimmer? And he goes, ooh, all right. So I'll give you a chance to,
Okay.
let you make up for your loss here. Give me your lineup and give me your pitcher.
I think I'm going to stick with my lineup.
Okay, so you're keeping Braylon Wimmer out.
Well, it would have to be me moving Dalton Rushing, most likely moving Dalton Rushing to behind the plate as the catcher. If that was the case, then it would be Peter Burns who would be out of the lineup. But I like Peter Burns in the lineup.
Yep.
I think I would stick because that was my gut. So I think I got to stick with my gut, unfortunately. But if I was going later in the game, I'd have Braylon Wimmer come in as a pinch hitter.
Okay.
How about
that?
So
he'd be your first guy off the bench.
He'd be my first guy off the bench.
Interesting.
So I think I'm going to stick with that. But it's a good problem to have when you're tossing up who's going to be batting, who's not going to be batting. But we're going to see it tonight. It'll be a good game. We have a 7:35 start now. So the guys are getting warmed up, and it hasn't been raining too hard. It's still sprinkling a little bit, but we're out here. We're ready to play baseball. We're going to get baseball again tonight in Western Division matchup.
Yeah, it should be fun between the Braves and the Commodores. I don't know how many times I've said that during this pregame show. 7:35 first pitch, game number 23 of the Braves season. Nick and I usually do this, but I'm sure Nick will come back on. I hope he comes back on.
Did you just hear Nick on the PA?
Was that Nick on the PA? Okay,
I
thought it was Nick on the PA. That's what I said to Will. And he said, I think it was Mike, the scoreboard operator. I go, okay, it could have been Mike, but I thought it was Nick, my original. So Nick filling in for Will, who was on before the Bravos.
Let me ask you, what was your lineup?
So Reeves and I went over this, and Reeves and I
what
actually –
What did Reeves say? Because Reeves and I haven't talked yet.
Yeah, Reeves and I had the same lineup. It was a little bit of, question marks, but Reeves and I had the same lineup. I had Christian Knapchick leading off.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't seen enough to see him at second base or shortstop. You guys seem to be pretty set on Tanner Schobel being the guy at short.
Did Reeves have
Reeves had Tanner at short. All three. You, Nick, and Reeves all had Tanner at short.
I like that call. Tanner Schobel has been so dominant over there. He hasn't skipped a beat. And not just that, but he looks so smooth over there. It's almost like Zach Agnos a little bit. Like every play that he makes is just very smooth. It's very routine and normal. It seems natural to him that he's at that position. So nothing against Christian Knapchick. It's just Tanner Schobel has made every play, and he's made some really difficult plays coming across the middle of the infield, especially ones that ricochet off the mound and go right into his glove. But I do like Tanner Schobel at short. I think he's good, but I like him complemented with Christian Knapchick. So I like them as a 1-2 punch.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'll go Christian Knapchick at second base. Okay. You've convinced me. I get Christian at second. I got Max Anderson at third.
Okay.
Then batting third, I have Dalton Rushing at first base. I have Braylon Wimmer DHing, hitting fourth.
That might be the move.
I have Braylon Wimmer DHing, hitting fourth. Batting fifth is Caden Wallace in right field.
Where did you say you have Max Anderson?
Third base.
Interesting. No Agnos.
No Zach Agnos. I love Zach Agnos. I do. But just hitting-wise, I would love to see him get back into form. Yeah. But it's tough to take Max Anderson's lineup out of the lineup, and it's tough to take Peter Burns for his defense and experience out of the lineup behind the plate.
It is tough. And, I think I'd rather have Zach Agnos at third defensively, but in the batter's box, most likely Max Anderson. He proved that in the bottom of the fifth last night with that 2-run shot after Peter Burns. And Peter Burns he's a guy that's not super flashy. He's probably not going to hit you a home run, but he's going to get on base. He's leading at the 3 spot. He's a third on the team in on-base percentage. So he's a guy that, with Dalton Rushing behind the plate in the lineup, he's going to give you the power, obviously, with the bat. But Peter Burns is just such a good leader out there. I think he's underrated, especially at calling the game, where these pitchers are going to go, what they're going to pitch, stepping out towards the mound and kind of having a word with them. So I think that's a really underrated part of his game.
Yeah, so I agree with you. That's why I think Peter Burns needs to be in the lineup.
Yeah.
So he's in my lineup. Caden Wallace playing right field, hitting fifth.
Of course.
Colby Thomas hitting 6th and left. And this is where Reeves and I got in a little bit of a conversation because we both had Tanner Schobel, Peter Burns, and Joe Lampe as our 7, 8, 9.
Tanner Schobel.
Yes, Joe Lampe, Peter Burns in our 7, 8, 9. So we got a little bit of conversation of where to put those guys, 7, 8, 9, and you can't see it right now, but the Tarps are coming off the field here at Doran Park as two assistant coaches, Kevin Graber and Coach Quinn, down there ripping the tarp off the field as that 15-minute that 15-minute clock, as I talked about, is starting to tick now as the tarps are starting to come off.
We're going to get baseball here
at Doran Park. We are going to get baseball here very soon. So we had 7, 8, 9. We had Joe Lampe, Peter Burns, and Tanner Schobel. So Reeves went Tanner, Peter, Joe.
Tanner, Pete, Joe.
7, 8, 9. What would you do there with those 7, 8, 9?
I think I'd go Joe, Pete. I like Pete at 8. I would go Joe, Pete, Tanner.
That's the conversation that we had.
Yes.
But I think that I like.
Did Reeves agree with me there?
Reeves, like I said, Reeves put Tanner at 7, Peter at 8, and Joe at 9.
Interesting.
So I think that's a little bit of a, that's a tough one. I agree with you because there's a lot of different situations. Joe Lampe's hit a lot of leadoff this year, so I guess at the 9 spot he can turn the lineup over. But he's also driven a lot of runs, so you can put him at 7. Tanner Schobel, he can do the same thing. So I think I would agree with the Reeves and have Tanner at 7. I think we both agree Peter at 8, and then Joe at 9.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that we're ever going to see a lineup that starts with Joe Lampe and Christian Knapczyk again at the 2?
I can 100% see that occurring.
See, I think that's something that we're going to see more going towards the playoffs.
Well, Joe Lampe, he's got to get back to the form he was in.
Right,
because
exactly.
He's just coming off an 0 for 15 streak. He broke it last night with a perfectly placed bunt single
Unbelievable.
down the third base line. And if he can get back to, those 3 for 5 nights, hitting right around 320 and producing runs, then absolutely I can see that happening.
Yeah, and he's as sure-handed as any outfielder.
No, but you cannot take his glove out of the lineup.
Let me ask you this. Defensively, we've been really sound.
Yep.
And our infield has been shaken up a little bit, and same with our outfield. No matter where we put guys, they seem to be effective to the point that we're at 17, 2, and 3. What do you think is our strong suit defensively, the infield or the outfield? Reeves and I got into this conversation last night on the broadcast. The outfield is definitely more set as to who we are going to see.
Yeah.
But the infield has been virtually flawless this entire season. The outfield has had a little bit of their hiccups. Kyler Fedko departed, who's Caden Wallace has taken the spot of in right field. Colby Thomas has been seen in left field and oftentimes in center. Joe Lampe most often at center. And even Braylon Wimmer moving from second base in the middle of the infield and going out to left field. But they've been lights out, really stout defense that is hard to get past.
Yeah, that's a tough question, but if I had to pick one, I would say the outfield because the speed of those guys, the arm strength of Caden Wallace in right field, Joe Lampe, he can cover any ground he wants in center field, and then Colby Thomas has a couple of sliding catches out there in left field this season. Also had an outfield assist in Game 1 of the season against Hyannis. So, it's kind of like you're telling me to it's 6 one way, half dozen the other, and you're trying to tell me to pick one. But I would take the outfield if I needed to choose one.
I agree. And they've just been so dominant. And Colby Thomas has had a handful of diving catches. We saw one in foul territory yesterday. Joe Lampe is as speedy as any guy, exactly the type of frame and skill set that you want in center field. And Caden Wallace has been virtually flawless out there in right field. He comes in on a lot of bloopers and takes away singles that would most normally be there for any defensive team. And I think that's a strong suit. And as great as the pitching has been, our defense hasn't been allowing teams to take advantage. We haven't given a lot of freebies. Really the only thing that we have to do as far as the errors is jump on them offensively. I remember in Chatham, this was not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before that, Chatham had 5 errors, and we could only post 2 hits. And that goes back to
2 runs.
2 runs. I'm sorry.
Yes.
2 runs.
Yes.
And that goes back to taking advantage of the opportunities that are presented to us, as well as that conversation that we've had where we can't be relying all the time on these 4-run, 5-run half innings.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. As we're getting set for first pitch now, tarps are on the field, teams are warming up. Jake Bennett is coming in from the bullpen. This is the Braves lineup, in case you forgot, during our hour-and-a-half shuffle of before the Bravos into rain delay talk. Jake Bennett is your starting pitcher tonight, the lefty from Oklahoma. We expect him to be piggybacked, the term where he starts the game, and then Cole Chidoba is going to come in at around the 5th inning. In a perfect world, it would go straight from Bennett to Chidoba like it was last Monday against Hyannis, and give Eric Adler an off night. So that'd be the perfect situation for the Braves, with Jake Bennett getting the start and Cole Chidoba coming in second. But the Braves lineup looks like this tonight against Falmouth in Game 23 of the season. Christian Knapczyk not playing defense tonight, DHing. Hitting leadoff, batting second is Max Anderson. He is at first base. Batting third, Dalton Rushing, who's doing the catching duties tonight. Caden Wallace hits fourth. He's in right field. Colby Thomas hits fifth. He's in left field. Batting sixth is Joe Lampe in center field. Tanner Schobel playing at shortstop tonight, hitting seventh. Nick Goodwin at second base hits eighth. And then the 9-hitter tonight is Zach Agnos playing at third base.
I like the lineup. It's a much different lineup from one that has been similar for the last handful of games, but it's going to be some time for experimentation for Harvey Shapiro, and what better a team to do it than a team that we're 3-0 against.
So the managers are coming now to home plate to exchange lineups. So it looks like this game is about to get underway. A 7:35 first pitch, an hour and 35-minute rain delay here at Doran Park. I know you're not Nick, but you're filling in for Nick, so I'm going to need to hear your pick to pop for tonight.
I think my pick to pop. Oh boy, usually Nick has this off the dome, but
no. Don't
so?
give him that much credit. He
Let me
always
see.
he always thinks about it.
You know, Max Anderson has always been, he's the multi-hit king. So I think for him, a multi-hit game would be normal. And I think my pick to pop tonight, I think really, on the pitching side, I think Jake Bennett will be stellar again.
Okay, yep.
I think he'll go like Jordan Patty did last night, about 5 innings. I'm going to say Colby Thomas again.
Okay. Yeah.
Colby's been hitting it really well. He's been on top of the ball every single time in the past few games. You know, he's had 9 RBIs in just 6 games. 2 of those that he is pinch hit in and hasn't started. But he has been on top of the ball. Even the outs that he's getting, he's hitting it really hard. He's seeing the ball very well. I think Colby Thomas has a multi-hit game, maybe even pokes one out of here.
Wow, okay, so a home run maybe in the cards tonight for Colby Thomas.
I think it's a very real possibility.
I'm going to go with Zach Agnos tonight at the 9th spot of this Braves lineup. Nick said,
the guy that you left out of Game 3.
I left him out, but I wanted to prove me wrong, because Zach Agnos, great guy in this team. We talked about it with Reeves, or was it you and me? Someone and I talked about how personal he is and how he's a great guy to root for. It was you and me, Daniel. But Nick told me he had the best batting practice he's seen from him in a long time. Hit a home run off the shed in center field, which is a deep shot. So I got Zach Agnos to pop tonight.
In the last night that he said he felt really good and he looked really good in batting practice, he went 2 for 4. That was the game in Orleans that he had a double and a triple.
All right, so that'll wrap it up after an hour and a half marathon of Before the Bravos into rain delay talk. We finally have the national anthem here from Doran Park between the Bourne Braves and the Falmouth Commodores. I'm going to step aside. Daniel's going to hang around, and Reeves Jackson will join him for the call tonight here between the Braves and the Doors. Enjoy the game, everybody.
Well, without further ado, it is time for baseball here at Doran Park. Reeves Jackson and Daniel Coates happy to finally bring you the first pitch between divisional rival, the Falmouth Commodores, here at Doran Park. And Daniel, it got underway a little after 6 o'clock tonight. Going to be about a 7:35 first pitch as Jake Bennett takes the mound from Oklahoma. But at least we have baseball here tonight.
The rain's not going to ice Jake Bennett. He takes the mound now for the warm-up. But, as you mentioned, not the time that we were expecting. And I thought we were going to be missing the rain tonight. But I guess not. That's the weather you get in New England, and especially on the Cape Cod Canal. But we have West Division baseball against a team for the Braves who is coming off of a 3-loss stretch. The Braves, of course, have won 6 in a row, so about as uneven a scale as you can get here tonight.
Yes, Falmouth with a tough loss last night. The Hyannis Harborhawks broke a 12-game losing streak and the win against the Commodores last night. But I think Falmouth, Hyannis, a better team than people give them a lot of credit for, and a better team than what their record suggests. A team that almost could have came away with 2 wins against the Braves, but the Braves got some help from Mitchell Hardigan out in left field in that home game in which Caden Wallace sent the walk-off single to right. So Falmouth in town, the Braves, if they've had anyone's number all season, Daniel, it's been these Commodores 3-0 on the year. And now, a 4th time trying to beat them. They beat them 13-8 in that shootout at Falmouth in one of the first games of the season. Then they beat them 6-3. That was again at Gov Fuller Field, and then at home, beating the Commodores by a final score of 4-2. That was when Josh Moylan, if you remember, hit that infield single under the glove of Cody Colden. And that was all the Braves needed as Jake Bennett on the mound for the Braves. We last saw him at Hyannis when he was excellent over his 5 innings of 1-run baseball while he struck out 5. What can we expect from the big lefty today against a pretty dangerous Falmouth lineup?
I think you can expect exactly what we saw at McKeon Park in the second game. That was this past Tuesday against the Hyannis Harborhawks. He went a decent ways, but coming after him will be Cole Trudeau, but the exact same thing that we saw. And I think Jake Bennett's going to throw strikes. He has a big frame. He's going to use his leverage and pitch downhill. And I think he's going to mainly stick with the fastball and just kind of rely on his defense behind him.
Braden Taylor leading off for the Falmouth Commodores. Taylor, a .282 hitter on the season. And he takes a fastball from Bennett just off the plate. And 2 balls and no strikes quickly here for Braden Taylor, who's had an excellent season this summer. 22 hits in 78 at-bats, one of the league leaders in plate appearances. He has drawn 12 walks, struck out 20 times, has lifted 2 balls out of the park. He's been an outstanding leadoff hitter from TCU as he chops this one foul.
The first way that we're going to get a strike here against Taylor, who has 78 at-bats. As you mentioned, that's with 20 games played. So he is one of the most experienced Cape Cod baseball players here, and he leads the team as far as the efficiency that he's shown throughout an extended stretch of time, and that's why he's at the 1 spot tonight.
2-1. Let's bounce over to first. Max Anderson mans that bag today. It flips over to Jake Bennett, and he is going to be late to the bag. Nice job there by Braden Taylor, who beat out the throw from Anderson.
Yeah, that's a really tough play because Max Anderson had to go all the way to his left there. And I think there was some miscommunication between him and Bennett. Bennett was a bit late getting to the bag, and another reason why Taylor is one of the best to do it here in the league, and another reason why you put him at the 1 position if you're Falmouth. Here comes the 2-spot hitter in Harford, who this is his 2nd game he's appeared in.
Yeah, Casey Harford, obviously a newcomer to this Falmouth team, takes one upstairs. Obviously the Commodores losing one of their best hitters, Michael Curiali, to the Major League Baseball draft. So Curiali heads to bigger and brighter things as Harford steps in. Bennett with a runner on first. And Jake Bennett did give up a first-inning run in his last start as this one's laced in the left field. That's going to get down. Colby Thomas trying to go cut it off and does. But Braden Taylor's going to head into third. It's a sliding play. Close one over there. Called safe. Much closer than anticipated. And heading into second there is Casey Harford. So trouble afoot early on here for Jake Bennett with 2 on and nobody out.
How about the throw from Colby Thomas? It was just on line and slightly tardy, but the Falmouth Commodores came to play today. 2 men in scoring position, and just like that, the 1-2 get on base with 2 base hits immediately to Jake Bennett before he can get any outs here in the top of the first. Jace Bourne from Arkansas due up and trying to draw these Falmouth Commodores in from third and second.
Yeah, Jace Bourne, one of the best hitters in the Cape, as he watches the fastball cross the plate for strike one. So the Harbor Hawks, about a week ago, it was right at a little over a week ago, on last Monday, when Jake Bennett led up a run in the first inning. That was on a Zane Harris RBI double to right field. As that one bounces into the right-handed batter's box. Good stop there by Dalton Rushing. Braves defensively today line up like this. You saw Colby Thomas with that strong throw in left field, but just late. Joe Lampe in center. Caden Wallace, fellow Arkansas teammate of Bourne, in right. Third to first goes Agnos, Schobel, Goodwin, and Anderson. And Dalton Rushing is behind the plate tonight, catching Jake Bennett. Good pitch, changeup, finds the outer half, 1-2.
Dalton Rushing behind the plate and Max Anderson at first. Peter Burns off today. I like Dalton Rushing at the catching position, especially with the departure of Colton Bender. And he showed some flashes of a gun down to second. He's caught a couple guys in the few games that he's caught.
As Bennett gets a swing and a miss of Jace Bourne. If there's been really one strong point of this Braves pitching staff, time and time again, it's the ability to work out of tough jams, which is one of the reasons that their staff ERA is as low as it is. As Chris Armstrong steps in, the first baseman for the Commodores tonight.
Also, you know, the strikeout percentage that these guys are putting up is something remarkable. Jake Bennett's coming into his game with 15 strikeouts. That was his 16th on the season in 16 innings pitched. So some really impressive stuff from the Oklahoma Sooner. Also coming in today with a 2.25 ERA. So impressive stuff from the Bourne Brave, who has been the starter in this rotation as of late.
This is a Falmouth team that's right in the middle of the pack in the Cape League with 229 strikeouts offensively. 0-1. This is chopped over to short. Braves will trade a run for an out as Schobel over to Anderson for out number 2.
There's Schobel at shortstop. I know we discussed this a little bit with Calvin pregame, but I love Tanner Schobel over there on the left side. He's been so sure-handed, and that's exactly what you need at shortstop. Someone who you know you're going to get a handful of ground balls over there. He's confident. He's smooth. Christian Knapczyk has taken that position at points, but Tanner Schobel has proven that he can be the staple over there on the left side of the infield.
There's Jonathan French. He's a catcher, but he's the designated hitter tonight, giving way to Taylor Smith behind the plate for the Commodores. Jake Bennett with just a 2.25 ERA this season. There's no record yet, though. 0-0. Nice changeup here. That's fouled back. 1-1. The rain was never really coming down that hard before this game got underway. We were talking about it off the air. There's decent chance that the game could have started on time. I think they were a little weary of the weather that was potentially going to come, but never did, really. 1-1 swing and a miss. Pulls the string on him for a second consecutive pitch. It's 1-2.
Yeah, there was always a pocket coming towards us here at Bourne. We thought it was going to miss us, but it was misdirected right towards us. Delayed us for about an hour and maybe iced Jake Bennett a little bit, but he has an opportunity here to get out of this inning with one run like he did in Hyannis when he started last.
1-2. Fastball stays high. Count here at 2-2. The lights are already on at Doran Park as it is approaching 7:45, usually when we would be in about the 6th inning or so. Maybe even approaching the 7th.
Especially with how quick these pitchers have been dealing.
Absolutely. 2-2 here from Bennett, and that's inside. So it might be a late one here at Doran Park tonight. If you're on the East Coast, we ask you would stay up late with us, and if you're in Central Time or out on the West Coast, well, it should be no trouble.
You'll get into bed by your bedtime.
Yes. Bennett here with the payoff pitch. And that is a changeup, comes back, and no argument from Jonathan French. A beautiful pitch from Bennett, and just like a week ago, A similar start to Jake Bennett. 1 run for the Commodores, but good job by Bennett to limit the damage as we head to the bottom of the first with the Commodores 1 and the Braves coming up. Bottom of the first inning, Braves due up against a familiar face, someone we saw in just one of the third games of this season. It's the left-hander from App State. It's Tyler Tuthill.
We saw him June 23rd against the Braves. That was when we still had Reggie Crawford, and we blasted away with a 13-8 win there after facing Tuthill, who let up 4 runs off of 5 hits and that home run from Reggie Crawford that he blasted over the right field wall at Gov Fuller Field. So the Braves have experience hitting against Tuthill from Appalachian State. He has a 1-run cushion, though.
Yeah, the Braves really had his number in that game as a fastball misses outside as he went 3 innings in that affair. As you mentioned, Daniel, he faced 16 Braves hitters, so a guy that Knapczyk has faced. And leading off once again for the Braves tonight. He works quick as a left-hander as Knapczyk spoils that one foul. The Braves lineup tonight, 1 through 9 looks like this. Leading off here in DHing tonight is Christian Knapczyk. If you're wondering why you didn't hear his name defensively, he's the DH tonight. Batting second at first, Max Anderson. Third behind the plate, Dalton Rushing. Fourth and right, Caden Wallace batting fifth. In left is Colby Thomas batting sixth, the shortstop. Tanner Schobel batting seventh. In a different spot, Joe Lampe, 8th, Nick Goodwin, and 9th, Zach Agnos. As Knapczyk bounces it over to Casey Harford and tosses over to Armstrong for out number 1.
Knapczyk, you know he's going to make contact. That time just couldn't find a gap in the middle of the infield, and unfortunately that's out number 1. That is the first time in the last 4 games that he hasn't started the game for the Braves getting on base.
Here is Max Anderson. And Max Anderson provided the difference last night. In the bottom of the 5th inning, Anderson, who was working a deep count on a 3-2 pitch, landed a home run off of Jake Brooks into the Braves bullpen on a line drive just over that left field wall. He grounds one over here to Braden Taylor. And over to Armstrong, 2 groundouts to the left side of the infield. Begin the Braves' night offensively, and 2 quick outs.
The wet grass might be working against the Braves, slowing down this ball and making it easier for the defenders from Falmouth, both to the left side of the infield and both easily out in the bottom of the first.
Here's Dalton Rushing, 3-hole hitter. He is behind the plate tonight. And watches a breaking ball. Dive in for strike 1. There's no other way to put it other than the fact that Dalton Rushing has simply been one of the best hitters, not just on this team, but throughout the entire league this year. He has been clutch when the Braves have needed him to be. He provided the spark and broke the Braves off on the scoreboard this season, Daniel. He had that solo home run against Hyannis to right center, And then just a few games ago, the only run that the Braves needed to beat the Wareham Gatemen with an RBI double off the left field wall that scored Anderson. So Rushing has had timely hitting, but he'll go down swinging here on a nice Tuthill breaking ball. A much better start for the App State left-hander against the Braves this time around. A 1-2-3 bottom of the first as we head to the second with the Commodores up by 1. Reeves Jackson and Daniel Coates back with you in the top of the second inning. Jake Bennett looking to quiet the Commodores' bats. This time around, it'll be Anthony Hall, Taylor Smith, and Douglas Hodo. The 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up for the Commodores.
Bennett moving down towards the bottom of this order for the Commodores. Hall batting .207 coming into this game.
That one fouled just over us. And coming into this game, the Falmouth Commodores, 4th in the Western Division at a record of 8, 11, and 2. And as Daniel mentioned, they have lost 3 consecutive games coming into action tonight. As this one is bounced over to second base. An easy friendly hop for Nick Goodwin for out number 1.
Nick Goodwin again back on the right side of the infield and deals with surprising hop right towards the letters on his jersey and deals with it nicely. Again, ground balls tonight might be easier for the infield, especially with the rain that we just got for the past hour.
Here's Taylor Smith, the catcher tonight. Daniel, the story is clear when you look at this Falmouth team. They do not have a trouble scoring runs at all. They have scored 107 on the season, but their pitching has lacked. They've allowed 100 runs. As that one taken inside. 100 runs, that is good for second worst in the division. Hyannis, the only team that has allowed more with 144. As Bennett gets ready here with the 1-0. And that one, a fastball that comes back and hits the inner corner. So obviously a Falmouth team that allowed 13 runs against the Braves the first time we saw them in one of the first few games of the season. And really a Braves team that has had their number, although in the last game here at Doran Park, the Braves needed to battle back. It was a 7th inning infield single by Josh Moylan that propelled the Braves to a victory.
Yeah, 108 runs scored, not bad from the Falmouth Commodores, who are on the wrong side of the win column. And as I was mentioning pregame, this West Division is still very much up in the air with the exception of our Braves, who are well ahead now. We even have an 8-win magic number on the horizon, which is crazy to even talk about. Now we only have 14 games left.
You know, the Braves with a 7.5-game lead on Katuitt in second. And then a 9-game lead on the Gateman, 10 on Falmouth, and 15.5 on Hyannis. That one misses outside on the 3-1 pitch, so Bennett walks Taylor Smith, puts the catcher aboard. That is the first walk of the day for Jake.
Now batting, the center fielder from Texas Austin, number 17, Douglas Hodo.
Well, the Braves pitching staff, we talked about it pregame, we talk about it on the air every night. There just isn't enough good things you can say about the staff from top to bottom, with every team in this Cape League having allowed at least 85 runs, and that is the Brewster Whitecaps, and then every other team has allowed over 90. This bunt popped up easy for Jake Bennett, and Dalton rushing takes it from him. Ball was bobbled up, but Dalton able to make the catch. That could have been disaster, but the Braves get the second out.
Basket catch, which was as easy as it gets off of a bunt. The hard part is the communication. Dalton rushing just decided to take matters into his own hands, and basket caught. That one for out number 2. We'll take it either way we can get it.
There's Cody Colden. He was at shortstop the last time Falmouth visited here. And unfortunately for him, had that slow roller from Moylan. It was scored a base hit. The ball just tipped off of his glove. Moylan would have been safe at first, but it allowed the second runner to come home for the Braves that day in Braylon Wimmer. His first pitch is spoiled away. But back to the conversation, every other team in their pitching staffs have allowed at least 90 runs on the season. But then you look at one team that is really an outlier, and that is the Bourne Braves, having allowed just 56 runs. Beautiful change up there from Bennett. That is 29 fewer than the team with the second least amount of runs allowed in Brewster, a team that has pitched 5 shutouts. It's just unbelievable.
And you know what that's
that
called?
The job is done.
That's called consistency in the bullpen. It's not just one guy that we can't wait until he makes his start in the rotation. We have consistent and effective starters as well as relievers. We're going to see that with Cole Chidoba today. Hopefully Bennett can go a few more innings here and keep the Commodores at 1. But it speaks to the consistency and the coaching staff knowing when to pull guys and knowing when guys need their time up. And our bullpen continues to jump ahead and attack guys, and our offense is there to support them.
Golden facing a 0-2. Bennett to the plate, misses inside, and it's 1-2.
Bennett just needs to find the strike zone a little more consistently here. He's 18 strikes on 13 balls. He's on the right side, but probably want that difference to be a bit greater. Still dealing with a man on first, though.
And a fastball rings up Colden inside corner. Jake Bennett has back-to-back looking strikeouts on the inner half to end each of his first and second innings on the mound as we head to the bottom of the second here from Doran Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out to Doran Park tonight.
The Braves bats looking to get a run on the board here in the bottom of the second. They will have the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up. It'll be Caden Wallace, Colby Thomas, and Tanner Schobel with the first two guys in the lineup. Daniel, probably the hottest guys on this team, outside of maybe Christian Knapchek and Dalton Rushing, but Caden Wallace and Colby Thomas are as hot as the asphalt here.
Two guys that are seeing the ball really well and continue to be consistent. Colby Thomas specifically, coming off a game in Hyannis where he went 3 for 4, was, I believe, a single away from the cycle. He had one of everything else, but Caden Wallace, just the night after Colby Thomas's performance, or 2 nights I should say, with a rocket to right field to win it against the Hyannis Harborhawks in the bottom of the 9th. So both of these guys have the firepower, and they prove it. Wallace on the season batting .293, so just shy of that 300 mark.
Wallace lifts this one into right field, and barely having to move there is Jace Borfin as he makes the catch for the first out here in the bottom of the second inning. Well, the Braves in their win against Gatuit, it was scoreless, and they were hitless through 4 2/3 innings before Peter Burns had that big 2-out single that blooped into center field. And then after that, it was all Bourne in that inning. Obviously, Christian Knapchek had the RBI double to left as Harvey Shapiro was waving Peter Burns to the plate. And then Anderson delivered with the 2-run homer as Colby swings and misses at a nice changeup. Both of these left-handers have plus changeups on the mound today. Obviously, Tyler Tuthill and Jake Bennett have both been utilizing that pitch early and often here tonight. Breaking ball with a lot of spin, moves in.
You stole the words right out of my mouth. Tuttle has a lot of spin on that ball. Great movement. Colby Thomas, it looked like it was going to drift high, and then all of a sudden it was low and inside, but it's a ball either way, and that one is just missing Colby Thomas on the inside. He backs out of 2 pitches in a row.
Falmouth scored a run in each of the 4th and the 5th innings the last time they were at Bourne on July 7th. Before the Braves added 3 in the bottom of the 7th and 1 in the bottom of the 8th. As that one misses high there to Colby. He's way ahead, 3-1. Braves would love to put the speedy left fielder on base ahead of Tanner Schobel.
Thomas at 255, he has improved greatly over the past week, especially in that average mark, but as well as the RBIs. All of his RBIs coming in the past week. He has 9 with 2 homers as well.
Yeah, obviously 6 coming in one of those games, 3 in another. That was at YD as Colby skies this one into left. Looking like it'll stay in play. Over there is Hall, and he makes the catch right up against the foul territory wall, which is off the screen that you're seeing at home. But Hall makes a nice catch, and Colby Thomas is retired for the second out of the inning. As Tanner Schobel steps in, and Tanner getting an opportunity here to move up in the order here to the 6th spot. Joe Lampe, who's been all over the place here over the course of the past week and a half. He's been at the leadoff spot, then dropped down to 9. We saw him at 6 for a few games. Joe Lampe now in the on-deck circle. He's hitting 7th tonight. As a conversation here between the umpire and Tyler Tuthill. Maybe talking about one of the baseballs, or just rubbing it up for him and having a quick conversation. And we're ready to go as Schobel, who hit a home run a few games ago, that was at YD, a bomb to left center. It was Schobel's 2nd of the season, the other one coming in the 2nd game against Brewster. Good pitch, called strike there from Tuthill, who has a different approach to this Braves lineup than he did the first time when he was knocked around a bit. It's been the changeup that he has relied on heavily thus far. Another one there.
The breaking ball has most certainly caught the first round of these batters off guard.
0-2 fastball inner half called strike 3. It is a pitcher's duel early on, other than the Commodores getting a run in that first inning. Jake Bennett has looked sharp, and he'll take the mound once again as we head to the top of the 3rd. top of the third, Jake Bennett has looked sharp ever since allowing the first two hitters of the game to reach on a single and a double, as he will deal with the top of the order. It'll be Braden Taylor, Casey Harford, and Jace Borfin, as I send things over to Daniel Coates.
1-0 in the third inning. We see Bennett. As we start at the top of the first, we have the top of the order, Braden Taylor, the third baseman, who is the only run of this game thus far. 1-0 at Doran Park. Lined right to short. There's Tanner Schobel. Easy as can be. One out here for Jake Bennett, who has pitched well other than the 2 hits that he gave up to the first 2 batters, Braden Taylor there included, as well as the 2-spot hitter Harford, who scored Taylor off of a double. 1 out with Bennett, who has been pitching very well thus far. 0-1 quickly with 1 out in the top of the third. A very calm night here after the rain for about an hour. 0-2 ahead is Jake Bennett. A wet field, but Doran Park not swampy at all. The field has been kept in good shape. Right back to Bennett off of his glove. That's going to get Harford on first base. Makes contact, and Bennett cannot snag it.
Yeah, just a hard hit ball right back at Bennett's glove. He put the glove up there. Looked like he was going to be able to snag it, and then it just kind of popped right out. Jake didn't know where it went. The infielders weren't close enough, and by the time Bennett got over there, obviously Harford was well down the line.
Borfin up now with Harford at first. 1-0 after a breaking ball. That will be scored a hit. Harford making a difference early on here. On the road, the Commodores coming off of a 3-loss streak. 2-0 quickly to the 3-spot hitter, Borfin. Bennett from the stretch. 3-0. He can't find the strike zone, Reeves, and this is something that I was mentioning last inning, where he just kind of has to settle down and start hitting the strike zone. And a couple of times that the Commodores have made contact, it's been successful. So what does that really do to a pitcher? You know, when he eventually hits the strike zone, these Commodores are all over it.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes, obviously, with those first 2 hitters of the game. And obviously, he still struck out 3 today, but he paid the price with the leadoff single by Taylor, which, honestly, it was just a soft hit ball over there. But Max Anderson, with the flip to Bennett, that was a little too late. But now coming back here in the count, 3-2 to a guy that he struck out the first time in Jace Borfin. So good job here by Bennett to battle back. Don't want to issue a walk and have runners on first and second with less than 2 outs with Armstrong coming to the plate. So gotta bear down here and try to get Borfin.
He doesn't look nervous here. A flare over Goodwin's head. That's going to get down. Harford stays at second, but a base hit there for Borfin for the Razorback, and Christopher Armstrong now has men on first and second.
And nothing you can do about that if you're Jake. He made a good pitch. Borfin just got the bat head to the ball and was able to serve it into shallow center. Nothing that Goodwin or Lampe could do about that. Bennett made a good pitch there with 2 strikes. Was a pitcher's pitch in on the plate, but a good job by Jace just to keep those hands in and move them quickly. And now Armstrong with a chance to drive in some runs for Falmouth, but Jake would love a nice tailor-made double play ball.
A big swing and a miss to Christopher Armstrong. He grounded to Tanner Schobel the last at-bat. 1 out in the top of the third. Still an early game, although it's 8-10 here in Bourne. 0-1 with 1 out. swing and a miss. That one gets away from rushing. He can't find it. It's going to be in the foul territory on the third base line. Both men advance into scoring position. Harford on third. Bourne at second base now, and all of a sudden it's a replica of the top of the first.
Yeah, runners on second and third. Obviously, Falmouth getting that runner home on Christopher Armstrong. Hit that ground ball to Tanner Schobel. With 4 hits early, Harvey Shapiro not opting to bring the infield in what he usually does halfway. Once again, we'll trade a run for an out, but with 2 strikes here.
Stays at 0-2. Armstrong on the season is 10 for 37, 270 average. He has 7 RBIs and is in a prime opportunity to add to that.
He already has 1 here today, so
0-2. Another foul ball, 2 in a row. Still 1 out, and the double play ball with a grounder up the middle is no longer in play.
yeah, hopefully got to have a strikeout here, or even a line drive hit at somebody, or maybe even a pop-up in the infield or shallow outfield that would keep Casey Harford over there at third base. That'll do it.
0-2 swung on and missed for out number 2, and Jake Bennett continuing to battle back. After giving up 2 hits, there's 2 outs in the top of the third. Both Commodores are in scoring position, and French, who struck out looking his last at-bat, is the man facing 2 outs.
Yeah, got French last time, so would love to be able to potentially sit him down for the second time today on strikes, or just any way you can do it. Get a ground ball in the infield. Let's get out of here.
Sprayed foul. That was really well hit by French. On deck will be Anthony Hall. At third is Casey Harford. Jace Bourne behind. An 0-1 count to Jake Bennett, who is appearing in his 3rd inning. 0-2 ahead early, and an opportunity to leave 2 Falmouth Commodores on the base path stranded. The Braves desperately need to get back to the batter's box, because this game seems to be a trend of Falmouth continuing to threaten, but Jake Bennett continues to battle back. An opportunity here, 0-2. Low and inside, just misses for ball number 1. It looked good from up here, Reeves.
Yeah, looked really good. Just a little too inside. Jake Bennett, that's where he has been reliant today, is when he's gotten to 2 strikes, pinning that inner half with a fastball. Jonathan French, the last time he was here, went 1 for 2, scored 1 of the 2 runs. Braden Taylor scored the other for the Commodores. French, the catcher from Clemson.
The Clemson Tiger trying to keep the game alive. 1-2. Ground ball. Nick Goodwin moves to his left, scoops it up, tosses it over to first, where Anderson finishes it off, and that is going to do it for the top of the third. 2 Falmouth Commodores are stranded on the base path, and Jake Bennett gets out of the inning. And I'm going to send it down to you, Calvin. Something that we talked about was about a 1-hour delay that we had here at Doran Park. Talk to me about what that effect has on a pitcher, especially a starting pitcher. It's almost like icing a kicker in a way. What does that do to the mentality, and what might it do to Jake Bennett tonight?
You know what, Daniel? It can be really tough, especially in a game like tonight where it was scheduled to start at 6, then move back to 6:30, then to 7, and then to 7:30. Jake Bennett tonight had to warm up 3 separate times. And this is a guy who had a rough first inning a little bit, ran into some trouble. The rain delay definitely played a factor in that, but was able to settle down, get out of a tough situation in the first inning, just allowing 1 run. And then in the second inning looked good, and then got out of a little bit of a pickle there in the third, giving up a couple of hits with weak contact, but a big strikeout and a big grounder to get out of that inning. So he's definitely settled down after a little bit of a rocky start.
1-0 here at Doran Park. through the top of the third. To the bottom of the third we go. Joe Lampe's going to start it off in a position that we're still getting used to him in the middle to the lower half of the lineup. He's in the 7th spot. We're also going to see Nick Goodwin and Zach Agnos. Then to the top to Christian Knapczyk. So the bats have not been there in the first 2 innings. They've gone 1-2-3, 1-2-3 thanks to Tuthill on the mound for the Falmouth Commodores. But Joe Lampe, he's used to starting things off. He's used to being a catalyst here.
Yeah, maybe in a familiar position as the leadoff hitter here this inning, somewhere he excelled for so long during the beginning part of the season. Now Joe here in the 7th spot tonight. Just what I've seen, just a little too much use of his hands. At the beginning of the year, you really look at his swing, it was where his hands are set, and then he would load back, hands would go back, and then right to the ball. Now, hopefully he's starting to get a little better. He's kind of dropping those hands a little bit before he brings them back up and loads his hands through the zone. A nice pitch there from Tuthill, though.
Ooh. I'll tell you what, Tuthill's breaking ball moves an insane amount. That one drops off the table right into the zone, and it does it again. So an impressive breaking ball that has Joe Lampe looking twice and behind the count. A crisp, clear night at Dorn Park. 0-2 drifts outside and away, 1-2.
Yeah, the rain has drifted away. It's, like you mentioned, a little cooler, 68 degrees, going to drop down to 64 by the end of the night.
Joe Lampe stays alive, fouls one right back towards us.
And that's what it'll do sometimes when you are unable to get your hands through the ball as fast as you're used to. It's tough to catch up on fastball sometimes. So I know Joe's been trying to work on simplifying his swing. 19 for 71, 267 on the year for Joe. Picked up that big single yesterday. Obviously, he needed that for himself with that bunt down the third base line that rolled all the way up just shy of the third base bag.
Could have been one of the most impressive bunts I have seen maybe ever at a live game. It was incredible. Completely rode the chalk up the third base line. Slapped into left field, and that gets down. Joe Lampe is back. A 2-2 single to left field. Joe Lampe, after breaking that 0-15 slump that he had yesterday for his bunt, that's the first time he's swung the bat and really got a solid piece of hitting, and he is on first base to start off the bottom of the third.
Yeah, beautiful job there by Joe. Obviously, he's been working on that in batting practice. Obviously, the Braves took BP today. The weather was great up until this afternoon, and Joe, much simpler swing, and took it to left field like you're supposed to. That's something we talked about, too, with Kevin Graber. You know, taking the ball, letting the ball get deep and taking it to the opposite field, as he called being on the right side of the ball. And that's exactly what Joe was right there.
Well, he improves on his 267 average. Nick Goodwin with a 1-0 count. Sends one to right field. Should be a routine fly ball for Bourne. Joe Lampe scurries back to first, and that's out number 1. Goodwin batting 244. That fly ball does not help. 9-spot hitter Zach Agnos at third back in the lineup, and he is the caboose of this lineup tonight. Joe Lampe's speedy at first. He has 5 stolen bases on the season. We might be seeing one here as well. First pitch looking for strike 1. Tuthill has been pitching quite effectively thus far. Before this, he went 1-2-3 in the bottom of the first, 1-2-3 in the bottom of the second. That's the first hit posted by Joe Lampe for the Bourne Braves. 0-2 after a fastball was sprayed, opposite field foul.
Yeah, Agnos in a similar position as his ECU teammate, just not getting any favorable counts, just quickly down 0-2. Obviously, when you're in the 9-hole, you're going to get a lot more fastballs. You're going to get a lot more strikes just because of where you are in the lineup.
A good eye off an off-speed pitch on the inner half, 1-2.
Zach's been struggling a bit lately with striking out looking, something he's looking to cut down on at the plate. He's trying to be more aggressive with 2 strikes, but not be swinging out of the zone at anything he shouldn't be chasing.
Lampe was expecting the check over to first. He jumps back. 1-2 still to Agnos, who's batting 170. He has 4 RBIs. That is a bomb to left field. Kiss it goodbye, Zach Agnos. That's a 2-run shot. The Bourne Braves take the lead 2-1.
Well, that's how you break out of a slump right there. That was one of the longest home runs we have seen here at Doran Park this season.
And I think it just made it back to earth. Zach Agnos makes it 2-1. That ball was crushed over the bullpen in left field. The Braves battle back and take a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the third. How about that? Zach Agnos take a bow in the 9 spot, sending it to Christian Knapczyk now, who shows bunt, pulls back for ball 1. But that was an absolute nuke to left field, and the bullpen out there for the Braves has to be careful because that's a second one in 2 nights. Max Anderson last night, Zach Agnos tonight.
I don't know if some of these hitters have a vendetta against some of these Braves relievers, but they're headhunting out there.
Well,
but we'll take it. We love it.
We heard pregame that Zach Agnos had one of the best batting practices that he has had this entire year. And our own Calvin Cristoforo told us that he expects Agnos to have a big game. And boy, oh boy, is he right so far. That is a 2-run shot. 2-1 here to Christian Knapczyk.
Yeah, I was talking about, obviously, when you're in a slump sometimes you continue to find yourself behind in the count, but it didn't matter to Zach Agnos right there. 2-strike count and absolutely punished a Tuthill pitch, and now the Braves go in front 2-1. That's how you answer.
2-2 to Knapczyk, who grounded to short to start the game off. As I mentioned, he broke a 3-game streak where he got on base to start off the game. He grounds out, it looks like again, and he does for out number 2. Knapczyk 0 for 2 on the day. But here comes Max Anderson, who was the last Bourne Brave to homer. That came the bottom of the 5th last night. It scored Knapczyk after Peter Burns kept it alive, and that was all that needed to be done for the Braves to leave Doran Park with a victory.
Yeah, and both of those guys were the ones that were trying to take some Braves pitchers out in the bullpen. Although Zach Agnos, that ball was demolished over the set of batting cages. I'd say that ball rivals the home run hit by Cade Kern of the Wareham Gatemen earlier this season.
1-0 drilled down the third base line, scooped up, tossed over. That is a wayward throw to first. There goes Anderson to second. And he's going to be up safely. A poor throw by Taylor at third. Armstrong can't corral it. This inning is not over. Anderson stands atop of second with a dangerous Dalton Rushing, taking his time going to the batter's box. And they count that as a hit, which I agree. Good job, Bob, our scorer in there, because that is going to help Max Anderson's 288 average.
Yeah, it'll be scored a single and then an E5 that it allows Anderson to advance over to second base. Now, only my question, Bob, is how is Colby Thomas not a single then yesterday?
I wanted to bring that up because it was virtually the same type of play, except the throw was a bit off. I think Anderson had it beat either way. But a 1-0 count to Dalton Rushing, who on the day struck out and ended the bottom of the first. Anderson taking a lead with 2 outs at second. 2-0 now, and Zach Agnos puts a beating on the ball and sends the Braves up by 1.
Good to see some clearing back behind us in the weather. Hope that's a good sign for the rest of the night, as we should be done with this rain. Still a good crowd here. It stuck around at Doran through an hour and a half rain delay.
2-0 blasted to left field. Going back, that's going to get off the wall and score Max Anderson. Dalton Rushing up easily with a double. One bounce onto the wall, smacks into the chain-linked fence. Max Anderson makes it 3-1 off a Dalton Rushing RBI double.
That was very similar to what Dalton Rushing did in the same exact scenario with Anderson on second back when we beat the Wareham Gatemen 1-0. Just took a fastball to the opposite field and ended up clanking off of the wall in left field that allowed Anderson to come in And the Braves bats have finally awoken here in the bottom of the third. And now just took a little longer for them to get to Tyler Tuthill today. Look at that.
Another rip up the middle. Will they send Dalton rushing? They will. Here comes the throw. Dalton rushing is sliding headfirst into home plate. That's going to be a 4-1 lead. Caden Wallace with an RBI single. The Bourne Braves are blowing up in the bottom of the third.
The bats are feeling it right now. They are all over Tyler Tuthill. First pitch swinging, Caden Wallace ambushes a fastball. And as soon as that ball was fielded out there by Hodo in center, Harvey Shapiro, how about Harvey being aggressive and sending Dalton rushing to the plate? A good throw, might have had a good chance to get rushing. The ball was cut off, though, and Wallace smartly back into first base. This is one of the best innings I've seen from the Braves all season here at home at Doran Park.
2-out magic has been the name of the game for the Braves these past few games, and it has been impressive stuff, not just from the top of the order, but from the bottom as well. Zach Agnos really got things going with a home run. And then Max Anderson scoring as well as Dalton rushing. Caden Wallace adds to the lead. 4-1 against our West Division counterparts, the Falmouth Commodores, who came out of the gates first, but the Bourne Braves have stormed back and taken the lead.
They might not be done yet either.
Swing and a miss. Colby Thomas, who flew out to left just in foul territory. That ball kept drifting and drifting. We even got word that he hit it so hard that the umpire wanted to check and make sure it wasn't broken.
Yes.
Talk about a compliment as a batter.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure there wasn't a dent in it. He hit it so hard. What a changeup there from Tuthill. Both these pitchers have been on point with that changeup here today.
The 0-2 with 2 outs. Tuthill stays in the game. He pitched 3 innings in the last appearance, 1 and 2. Tuthill's been pitching very well. It's just, it's something that the Braves have proven once through the lineup. Sometimes the pitcher has their number, but after the first look, the Braves jump all over the starter. Hard hit ground ball, flipped over to second for out number 3. Harford at short finishes it for the Falmouth Commodores, but not before the Braves post 4 runs. 4-1. The Braves at home storm back and take the lead. Jake Bennett will be on the mound for the 4th inning.
Continuing with our corporate sponsor.
First strike in the 4th inning to Anthony Hall, who was busy in left field defensively for the Commodores that last half inning.
Yeah, his head was tired from looking up at all the balls over his head. How about that home run from Zach Agnos?
That was a frozen rope that didn't stop and didn't look like it was ever coming down. But I believe it eventually did, and it went over the bullpen and maybe over the batting cages in left field. 1-2 to Anthony Hall, who grounded to Nick Goodwin back in the second inning. This is his second appearance at the plate. The Falmouth Commodores come out. They get a 1-run lead, feeling good. The Braves don't let that last long.
No, they do not. The offense, ooh.
When that one nails Hall, and he's going to go down to first. Good thing that was a breaking ball because it caught him on the upper part. The helmet came off. He looks okay. First base coach will check on him, but the Commodores will have a man on first now, and Anthony Hall makes it down to first. Bennett allows the first batter he sees on base.
Yeah, obviously expect that Cole Chudoba is going to be first out of relief here today for Jake Bennett, and Braves would love if they're able to piece it together 5-4. Don't know how long Jake will go, though.
Taylor Smith swings and misses at a fastball on the upper half. The catcher tonight for the Commodores. He walked in his last appearance.
Well, the Braves once again putting together their specialty with big multiple run innings, and they do it again in the bottom of the third with 4. Crooked numbers all over the place this season for Bourne.
And again, another example of the Braves just stringing together those rallies that continue to be really all that they need because the pitching staff has been so incredible. Jake Bennett not excluded in that conversation. He has been stellar for the Braves. Only has allowed 1 run. That came off of 2 hits in the top of the first and a strikeout there against Taylor Smith.
Yeah, I said on the pregame show today, and I was kind of half-heartedly kidding, but almost in a serious way, I said, well, this might be one of those games where 2 runs is all we need. But now that we have 4, I'll double down and say 4 might be all we need and might not even need that much, but we'll see. Obviously, it's putting a lot of faith and a lot of trust into this Braves pitching staff, but they have been there time and time again. They answer the bell whenever it rings.
First pitch strike, Hall still at first and taking a decent lead there. Max Anderson back down the right field line at first. Moving from third base, Zach Agnos takes over that position tonight. 0-1. Dalton trying to check on him. It was just snagged by Anderson off a throw that was a bit to his right. 1-1. Dalton rushing, we know this, he has a gun of an arm. This is Douglas Hodo for the Commodores. He slaps one down the right field line. That's going to be a base hit. Hall looking towards 3. He holds up at second, though, after a good throw from Caden Wallace and a good piece of fielding out there in the outfield. But 2 men on the base path for the Falmouth Commodores in black tonight.
Those are some clean Falmouth uniforms, Daniel. They are good looking.
Yeah, one of the nicer uniforms I've seen. I love the maroon and black color scheme.
Yes.
The sharp look. As most of these uniforms are, I really have been impressed by the fashion that's coming out of the Cape Cod League. You know, you got Orleans, you
Harwich.
have Harwich with the creams.
Yeah, so nice. Obviously, Orleans, their uniforms were purchased by Marcus Stroman for one of their black tops. It says height doesn't measure heart uniform that has the logo on there. So once I found that out, that is pretty cool.
Anthony Hall was hit by a pitch. He has made it to second base off a base knock from Douglas Hodo. Slapped one to right field. 0-1 to Cody Colden. 0-2 off a foul ball. Jake Bennett has allowed Falmouth Commodores on the base path, but he has battled back each and every time. He's only let up 1, and that came in the top of the first. And this seems to be a bit of a trend. You know, get behind early, and Jake Bennett allows the bats to come out, and then he really gets into his groove.
Yeah, absolutely. He's honestly just like against Hyannis, although they only scored 1 run, they had 4 hits, so they had 2 more hits throughout that outing. But it appeared that, whenever Jake Bennett, he hit a guy in that outing too, that whenever guys were on base, Bennett was just working better out of the stretch.
Swing and a miss, second strikeout of the inning. Jake Bennett, as you said, Reeves, looks better out of the stretch. Only 1 out to again leave 2 Falmouth Commodores on the base path stranded at the end of this inning.
Yeah, working better out of the stretch. It's definitely interesting. Second strikeout of the inning and second strikeout of Cody Colden today. Went down looking, now goes down swinging. But always a dangerous hitter when you have to face Braden Taylor at the top of this Falmouth lineup.
Taylor has the best average on the team. He's the leading hitter defensively at third base. Has an opportunity here against Bennett, who shoves one right down the middle for an 0-1 count to get ahead. Hall on second, Douglas Hodo at first. 4-1 in the top of the 4th at Doran Park. Not as crowded as last night, but still, the Braves faithful have come out on this rainy night 0-2.
Yeah, you mentioned obviously Braden Taylor being the leading hitter on this team, an average 282 coming into play today. For as many runs as Falmouth has scored this year, you would think that their team average would be better, but it's not. 210 average as a team, which is second worst in the league, just above Hyannis. But how about the Harbor Hawks, almost up to the 200 clip? Their offense has been a lot better of late, helped by that 12-run game they had.
0-2 Trek swing. Did he go? They said he did. 3 strikeouts will do it for Jake Bennett. They strand 2 on the base path. The Commodores can't get it done with men on base. 4-1, the Braves hold the lead at home. Tanner Schobel is the man up here for the Braves to start the bottom of the 4th. After a 4-run bottom of the 3rd, and the man who started that is on deck right now, Joe Lampe, 0-1. A Tuttle breaking ball can't break enough. Drifts high, 1-1 to Tanner Schobel, who struck out looking in the 2nd. His 2nd appearance. 1-1, taken to left field. That's going to keep going back. Dropping on the warning track, and there goes Tanner Schobel to 2nd. Could he go to 3rd? He holds up and has to dive back head first, but Tanner Schobel starts things off in the bottom of the 4th with a frozen rope to left center. dropping on the warning track, and I thought we were going to get our second home run of the night, Reeves.
It almost got out of here, but that left center gap, it looks deeper. I should say it plays deeper than it looks, and that one getting down on the warning track, almost tracking it down, was Douglas Hodo. I thought he was maybe going to have a chance to get it, but ended up getting down, and they kicked it against the wall, and Schobel, who was thinking about three for a minute, I think he wisely decided to hold on and dive back into second.
Joe Lampe started things off in the bottom of the third and scored on a Zach Agnos homer to left field.
Well, Armstrong playing way into the bag at first, thinking Lampe's going to bunt. I think he's swinging away here. Lampe feeling confident after that base hit to left field, and why wouldn't you? That was a nice opposite field single, and it set up the Zach Agnos two-run shot 2 hitters later.
The Braves have come to hit tonight 6 hits in just the beginning of the bottom of the fourth. 0-1. Breaking ball continues to drift high for Tuttle. The Appalachian State pitcher really getting hit around the last 2 innings after what was seemingly a perfect start to this game. 1-2-3 in the bottom of the first, 1-2-3 in the bottom of the second. But the Braves have figured out the Appalachian State pitcher. 1-1. Lampe shows bunt, but decides to pass. 2-1 off a breaking ball on the outer half. Like you mentioned, Reeves, Joe Lampe slapped one the opposite way and really found that swing once again that was missing the past few games. Another miss outside, 3-1.
Yeah, this Braves offense with another good start to this inning. Tanner Schobel the double. It's almost just like they feed off of each other down there. Once one guy does something, it just breaks the ice for everyone in the dugout. All these hitters to come up to the plate with big things to do. Oh my goodness.
A very late call by the home plate umpire. A fastball low and outside. Talk about a guy in Joe Lampe who gets maybe the short end of the stick when it comes to some of these calls. We saw that against Hyannis when he was pinch hitting late in that game.
It was called ball 4, and then they rung him up. I'm like, what?
Blasted to left field. I think it's going to get down, and it will. Here comes Schobel rounding third. He's going to easily score at home. There goes Joe Lampe, the speedy Lampe. Going to go for 3, sliding head first. He's in at third. An RBI triple. Joe Lampe, the speed demon, Sun Devil, slaps one down the left field line and scores the Virginia Tech Hokie, Tanner Schobel, 5-1. The Braves are boiling hot.
That was impressive from Joe Lampe. I think he's glad now that that pitch was called a strike, that 3-1 on the outer half. Joe Lampe turned on the afterburners, heading around second base, kicked it into an extra gear, and then with a head-first dive into third. As he just served that one down the left field line, that's how you know Joe Lampe's going well when he's hitting it to the opposite field.
5-1, and Joe Lampe 2 for 2 on the day. 5-1, and a new pitcher coming in. Tuttle's day is done at Doran Park.
batting for the Braves. The second
Taking over for Tuttle is Jackson Phipps. No outs in the bottom of the fourth after a Joe Lampe triple that sent home Tanner Schobel from second base.
Now, we've already seen Phipps once this year. He struck out the side against these Bourne Braves. That was back on June 23rd, so getting a similar dose of the two pitchers we saw in Tuthill and now Phipps from South Carolina. A 6'5", 230-pound freshman this past year.
2 pitches missing upstairs for Phipps.
You see, obviously, bringing the infield in here is Jeff Trundy, longtime manager of the Falmouth Commodores. And what a storied history they have.
3 pitches, all of them missing upstairs to Nick Goodwin, who flew out to right field. Goodwin, often seen at the bottom of the order. He's a guy that's either red hot or we don't really hear from him very much through a game.
Correct.
3-0. Swinging at the 3-0.
Got the green light from Harvey.
Harvey claps in approval, so don't often see the green light on a 3-0 count from Harvey Shapiro, but he gives it to Nick Goodwin, which might be the ultimate sign of respect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially with Joe Lampe on third. But a 3-1 count, swing and a miss off a fastball from Phipps. A slower delivery than Tuttle. Almost exposes the ball and shows what he's going to throw, but a payoff pitch coming after missing 3 in a row.
Yeah, obviously, much easier to give a green light 3-0 when you're up a few runs early on in the game with a runner at third less than 2 outs. Really, with 0 outs is the most ideal spot just that Goodwin had.
Strike 3 on the lower and outer half. Nick Goodwin goes down 0-2 on the day. Here comes the man of the hour, Zach Agnos. That was the spark to this 5-1 lead we hold now.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, we know what happened the last time Agnos came to the plate with Lampe aboard. That was that long 2-run homer. Infield remains in here. Although Phipps struck out the side against the Braves, he wasn't perfect in that outing. Walked 1, gave up a hit, and on the year he's been roughed up. 6.23 ERA in 8 2/3 innings. He has given up 6 runs on the season, but those 6 runs came in 2 appearances. 3 in his appearance at Hyannis, and then 3 more at YD in the loss.
0-2 quickly to Zach Agnos, who homered in his last at-bat. So Phipps throwing strikes here. He struck out Nick Goodwin, battling back from a 3-0 count. Top of the order on deck, and Joe Lampe stays at third. Infield still in. A good pitch just misses inside. I thought that was going to ring him up for strike 3.
Calvin just let us know down there from the dugout that Jake Bennett's night is done, so we'll see Cole Chudoba on in relief in the top of the 5th inning. So another great outing from Jake Bennett. 4 strong, just gave up the 1 run.
1-2 battled off. It's going to be in foul territory. Cuts on the inside, got another good piece of it. Battled it towards the hands the other way.
I promise you up here I gave my best Carlton Fisk impression.
Trying to will it into fair play. It had absolutely no chance.
No chance.
1-2, that's going to be a looking strikeout to Zach Agnos. Can't hang your head, though, after a 2-run shot just an inning ago. Here comes the top of the order, Christian Knapczyk, who is hitless, although coming in with the best average on the team tonight.
Yeah, Knapczyk, one of the best hitters in the league coming into play today. And obviously, before his 0-for-2, Knapczyk, a .338 hitter. And he's the DH tonight, so not in the field is Knapp.
He shows bunt and pulls back on a fastball that was well outside. Knapczyk has grounded out both times tonight. 1 to short, 1 back to the pitcher, Tuttle.
How about this coming into play today? Christian Knapczyk.
That one's just missed foul, by the way. Just a laser down in between Joe Lampe and Harvey Shapiro.
Christian Knapczyk and Dalton Rushing, the top 2 of the league's leading hitters coming into play today. Knapczyk .338, Rushing .324, and behind him, Brock Wilken at .322. How about that?
who we may be seeing tomorrow night at White House Field.
Indeed.
Swinging at a 1-1 off-speed pitch. Phipps ahead of the count now, coming in and really silencing the Braves thus far with 2 strikeouts. Knapczyk still has a chance with Joe Lampe at third. High fly ball over towards Hall. He's underneath it and makes the third out with a fly out from Christian Knapczyk. Phipps comes in and settles down the Braves. 5-1 though. They add to their lead going to the top of the 5th.
Falmouth, the shortstop from the University of Tennessee, Martin, number 24.
Reeves Jackson and Daniel Coates back with you, top of the 5th inning here from Doran Park. As the new pitcher, as we told you about last half inning, is Cole Chudoba. And boy, has he been excellent. Chudoba has yet to allow a run for the Braves in 11 innings this year. This first pitch grounded over to the always sure-handed Zach Agnos and flips on over to Max Anderson for out number 1.
Natural third baseman. Zach Agnos bumping Max Anderson over to first base tonight, and he makes a crisp play, proving that we have 2 great third basemen on the infield here.
One down here is Jace Borfin. A nice pitch there from Chudoba. It looked like a changeup, crosses the plate, 0-1. Chudoba on the season, mentioned scoreless over 11 innings of work. He has struck out 9. He's only allowed 5 hits and only issued 1 walk, which is a theme of this Braves staff. Bounced right back up the middle. Goodwin, nice backhand, and loses the handle on the transfer. So that will go as a 1-out single there for Jace Borfin. Tough play for Goodwin up the middle. And Chudoba, as a base runner aboard, will have to go from the stretch here against Chris Armstrong.
A really hard play for Nick Goodwin. They call it an E4.
Man. I disagree with that. That is a tough play up the middle. And just lost it on the transfer. I would have scored at a base hit. We do know that Colby Thomas had his error ruled a base hit. That was changed today. There's a similar piece of hitting here from Armstrong. This one lofted into shallow center. That's going to get down. Lampe slides to cut the ball off. And that'll be a 1-out single there from Armstrong. And that'll bring up Jonathan French. So an error by Goodwin and then a base hit by Armstrong. And back-to-back base runners aboard for Falmouth here against Cole Chudoba, who has really yet to be in much trouble yet this season, who obviously has yet to give up a run.
Well, this is the first time we're really going to see Cole Chidoba with his back against the wall this entire season. Like you said, he's already pitching from the stretch here in the top of the 5th with men on first and second. So the assumption to UConn pitcher here has some work to do, but he has a nice little cushion here, 4 runs. And the bottom of the order coming up.
Here's French, a chopper to short. Perfect double play ball. Schobel to Goodwin, and Goodwin can't get the ball out of his glove here. Now the runner going home. Schobel will have no play at the plate. Just aggressive base running there by Jace Borfin as he cuts the Falmouth deficit to just 3 now.
I don't have my glasses on, but I'm not exactly sure what happened over there. I mean, Tanner Schobel and Nick Goodwin got the guy at first. I thought, or at second, I should say. I thought they were going to turn a double play easily.
Yeah, Goodwin just once again trouble on the transfer from the glove to the hand. As you always mention, Daniel, trying to do step 2 sometimes quicker before just needing to do step 1 and getting the out and then worrying about throwing the ball over to first. So that'll bring home a run for Falmouth. There's that one in the dirt, rushing, keeps it in front of him. As that was ruled another error on Goodwin. It was ruled an E4, so 2 errors on the inning for Nick Goodwin, although I would only say one of them is actually should be charged to him. Obviously, you have to count that as an error as it did fall out of his glove and the runner coming home. It's 1-0 here to Anthony Hall, and that one misses away, 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0. That one looked good, and I believe Anthony Hall thought it was good as well. He held back the very last second off a breaking ball. 2-0 with still a Commodore at first. Right back to Chidoba.
Right back to Chidoba indeed, and tosses over to Max Anderson for out number 3. And back here, obviously, Calvin, this is a Braves offense that has been so effective at putting up crooked numbers in their innings offensively. Is it a reason of the team just feeding off of each other? Obviously, when they've been so good at scoring multiple runs in each inning, what makes it just so effective for these players to feed off each other each inning?
You know, Reeves, we talked about the community of this team all year long, and I think that's just another aspect of it. This Braves team combines, and hitting's contagious as a cliche is. Speaking of team community, I'm getting a community of members in the dugout throwing sunflower seeds at me. But this team community is very strong, and they live off hitting's contagious. That's why the Braves have had those big innings. 5 runs against Hyannis, a 5-run inning against YD, and 4 runs tonight against this team, Falmouth. So the Braves offense has been playing very well. And, you know, I'm trying to work through here. The tough conditions down here on the field. We played through a rain delay earlier, you know, but a little sunflower seed delay I'm trying to play through right now. So this is what's going on down here, guys. So I hope you're having a nice night up there.
Reeves Jackson, Daniel Coates back with you here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Max Anderson, Dalton Rushing, and Caden Wallace 2, 3, and 4. As that one misses outside. From Jackson Phipps back on the mound. As the Commodores got one of those runs back on an E4 by Nick Goodwin. As that one inside there to Anderson, 2-0. Braves looking to continue adding on runs, as this team loves hitting off of a Falmouth pitching staff that has labored here into the season. As Anderson lines this one into left field, that's going to get past Anthony Hall, and that's going to roll all the way to the wall as Max Anderson pulls into second with a double, and the Braves' hot hitting continues here tonight. Something about this Falmouth pitching staff, Daniel, but the bats wake up whenever they see them.
And they all go to Anthony Hall out there in left field. He has had to deal with one heck of an offensive attack from the Braves. Everything seems to be going towards left field or over the head of Anthony Hall. And they all get down, but again, Max Anderson continues this hot streak that the Braves are riding.
Here is Dalton Rushing. He scored Anderson with an RBI double that one-hopped the wall out and left his last time. Braves with the leadoff man in scoring position, and now Rushing tries to push a bunt to the third base side, but does a little too much and just foul.
I don't think I've seen ever in my life a manager that likes to bunt more than Harvey Shapiro.
He loves it. He loves to bunt. That's as old school as you can get as a manager, I tell you that.
Which I love that.
I love it though. It's a good style of baseball.
When I was in Little League, I was often given the bunt signal because I was, maybe a little over 5 foot and speedy, so I have a soft spot in my heart for the bunt.
There you go. As Rushing fouls that back to the screen. Are you sure it wasn't because you just couldn't hit, Daniel?
Well, maybe a little bit, but most of the time I was put at the top of the order, and I was put there for a reason. All right.
Hey, there you go then. Hey, you didn't tell me you were the top of the order. You didn't tell me you were the top of the order.
I had a lot of bunts back in my day that replicated exactly what Joe Lampe did last night down the third base line.
I'd love to hear that. That one gets to the backstop. Ricochets right back here. Throw down the third. There's going to be a play, and Anderson is out. It looked like the foot got to the bag before the tag of Taylor, but just a lucky ricochet there for Taylor Smith, and then down onto Braden Taylor, who tags out Anderson.
It's about as lucky as you get here at Doran Park. The bricks of the backstop are not helping us tonight. That one ricochets quickly off of the brick, right into the glove of Smith, who guns it down to Taylor. And I think that was the right call. I think they got him in time, just with the spikes of the cleat.
It was a bang-bang play. Anderson called out, and now Phipps can go back to the windup here. 1-2 to Rushing, and that's a fastball that misses outside. 2-2 the count. Well, Daniel, I was the cleanup hitter.
Oh yeah.
When I was a kid. No, I'm kidding.
I was gonna say, weren't you mostly in the bullpen?
Absolutely. Rushing calls time, but obviously in the windup, you can't balk, so we'll just do it again. Can't balk when there's no runner on base. Although some of the fans were calling for it. This time wasn't granted to Rushing. Now Phipps gets his sign. Breaking ball that called a ball. A lot of balls getting by Taylor Smith here, the catcher.
That's the first time we've seen a pass ball smack off the brick that quick and come right back to a catcher who really didn't move. I mean,
oh, no, Smith, he just turned around and he's like, oh, this is at my front door, and then made a laser throw. Called strike 3 on Rushing, who flipped the bat away. He was not happy about that call from the home plate umpire, so Rushing goes down on strikes, and 2 away here for Caden Wallace.
Tough call there for Dalton Rushing. It was close, but the full count, got to protect.
Yeah, got to protect.
Just didn't do that there, but a good pitch by Phipps that caught Dalton Rushing on the inside, and he did not know what to do with it. But here comes Caden Wallace.
And Wallace with a ground ball to short over there is Harford, and makes the throw across the diamond. So what looked like an inning that might have spelled trouble for Jackson Phipps, he gets a lucky bounce on the backstop and gets Anderson over at third, and other than that, limits the Braves here in the bottom of the 5th as we head to the 6th, and a Braves 5-2 lead. Reeves Jackson here, joined by Nick Galley, our Braves beat writer, top of
the
sixth.
sweet Southern Georgia peach.
Always look forward to having Nick on for the sole reason of that comment. As here is Taylor Smith, 7, 8, 9. Here against Cole Chudoba. The run that he allowed, unearned, as that fastball misses away. So Chudoba on the season, Nick, still yet to allow an earned run after the 2 errors to Goodwin in that inning. He's been quite the reliever out of the Braves bullpen here in 2021.
He's been amazing. You know, another one of these guys has kind of been a little bit of a surprise, I think, coming from a school like Assumption. That's obviously not one of the bigger programs. I know Calvin and I were talking about this before the Bravos, but a guy that's held his own on the Cape, and not even held his own, he's excelled on the Cape. So you get these guys coming together, all excelling at the same time, and look what it's led to.
Well, it's the reason he's going to UConn.
Yeah.
With the amount of talent that he has. Is that one a called strike? Slider on the outer half. Count here now at 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Braves with 8 hits tonight. As Max Anderson picked up that 8th a half inning ago, but how about that ricochet off the brick backstop and the throw from
that's just
Taylor
unlucky.
Smith?
That's just unlucky.
Yeah, very unlucky. That one in the dirt. Good stop by Dalton, but no swing there. From Smith, 2-2 the count. And the Braves broke it open, obviously, with Zach Agnos, the big 2-run homer.
Yeah, that was far.
It was no doubt about that one. 2-2 here from Chudoba is fouled away.
Well, I told Calvin, I was watching him during BP today, and it was undoubtedly his best BP. He hit one off the shed in center. What's the camera angle we got right now? Batter's eye here? Yeah, batter's view or whatever.
Just a moment. We'll go
once
back
it goes
to
back, I can point out to the people here. But yeah, I mean the shed out in center, if you take a look to the just over the right or the left shoulder of Chudoba, right to the right of him, the view you're looking at right now, there's that shed out in center, right to the left of the flagpole out there. Put one right off that roof, and that's at least 405, 410, I think.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I haven't measured. It's 395 to center, so
it's got to be over 400, obviously.
It's over 400, yeah.
Well, Taylor Smith continuing to fight, pitches off, and working this count deep. As Chudoba, with that always recognizable baby blue glove, delivers here and popped up in the infield.
Oh, that's a routine shot, a can of corn.
Who wants it? It's going to be Zach Agnos.
You see it almost
had a long sprint to the ball as Zach probably turning to Cole, be like, you know what, Cole, I know pitchers don't make infield pop-ups, but I was right to you.
It was right to him.
But always infield takes control on the infield pop fly. Nice job there by Agnos as they share a laugh. It's hard not to smile when Zach Agnos is around.
It really is. I mean, he's a character for sure. Definitely one of the stronger personalities on this team, but a great kid. Great personality to have on this squad. Kind of brings these guys together, and he's doing a heck of a job doing that.
There's Douglas Hodo, and he takes a fastball outer half, 0-1. And then Joe Lampe, who was flying around second, turned on an extra gear with that RBI triple.
Mans was cruising.
He was cruising.
I mean, he just put it into sport mode. And, I mean, that's Joe Lampe for you. We know he's fast. He showed it. Anyone that might be in attendance for the first time tonight here at Dorn Park, they got their look at Joe Lampe, the speedster.
Yeah,
so
Joe has broken out of that 0-for-15 slump in a big way with the bunt single yesterday, and then the single and triple today as that one singled into left field just beyond the outstretched leap there of Tanner Schobel. Almost was able to make a highlight reel catch, but Douglas Hodo aboard with a 1-out single.
Number 3, Cody Colden.
Who is the one team, Nick? Wanted to bring this up to Daniel. Bring it up to you, and we'll talk about it with Daniel later. The one team that will give the Braves most fits come towards the end of the season, or a team that we could even see. Let's start thinking ahead to potential playoff matchups in our division. And then if we get past that one team that will give us the most fits in our division, which team in the Eastern Division could give us most fits in a potential championship matchup?
I think Katuitt gives you the most trouble.
Rushing, snap throw.
Gives you the most trouble in the West, just because, I mean, just there's some tension in the air when these two teams play, and obviously Katuitt has a win over Bourne. And a lot of people might think in a potential championship, Chatham is the team that is going to give Bourne issues because Bourne lost against them, but I don't really know if that's the case. Brewster's in the East, aren't they?
Brewster is.
Yeah, I think it's Brewster.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. I mean, they're...
in the left field. That's going to get down in front of Colby Thomas.
I think they're playing better ball. They got a pretty good pitching staff. So I'd have to go Brewster. You know, they have played, you know, Bourne's had their number, but whose number has Bourne not had?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I guess the one team they really haven't had is Chatham.
It is.
A tie and a loss.
But
0-1-1. But Chatham, other than those games against Bourne, has not made a strong case for themselves through their body of work this season that they will be a team in the playoffs from the Eastern Division, although the teams that are separated out there, the games, they're really pretty close to each other as far as where they are. As Braden Taylor, leadoff hitter, steps in here against Cole Chudoba. And nice fastball called a strike. From the team that's leading the Eastern Division, that's the Brewster Whitecaps, to the team in last place in the East, the Chatham Anglers, 4.5 games separate first and last, which just goes to show you how tight of a race that is out in the East. Whereas in the West, 15.5 games separate Hyannis and Bourne.
I mean, it's tight. It is very tight in the East. The West has kind of been a tale of two seasons from Bourne and Hyannis, and then everyone kind of fills in the gaps.
If you had to put money on it today, the two teams from the East that make it are who?
I'd say Brewster and Chatham.
Okay. Yeah. So you think Chatham, 4.5 games back, they ended up getting back to that second playoff
I think
spot.
So, yeah.
Okay.
We'll see, though.
I'm going to go prototypical. I'm just going to go top two. I think Brewster and Harwich are the best two teams out there.
Kind of a weirdo, Reeves.
I know.
How about that? Yeah.
Gets off of the glove of rushing, moving up to second and third there are Douglas Hodo and Cody Colden. So all of a sudden here, what seemed like a very safe 3-run lead for the Braves all of a sudden could be hanging on the hinges here with second and third and one out. Little dicey.
Guys have been working out jams, though, tonight. You know, Jake Bennett, he worked out multiple jams, getting strikeouts at the right time, and see if Cole Chudoba can do that. He's obviously proven that he knows how to pitch out here and can work successfully against these teams. Excuse me as I just burped a little bit. But, I just burped a little bit.
Oh, my gosh.
A little small one there, but we'll see what we'll see what happens here. Reeves, you're laughing at me. You know what? I think after this batter, people would love to hear my Reeves Jackson impression.
Yeah, I would love for you to.
I bet I can do it. Honestly, I bet. Here, I won't say when I'm going to do it, but no, I'll do it after this batter.
Okay,
but people won't even know it's me doing an impression, really.
They'll just think it's me broadcasting.
Probably.
All right.
I'm getting ready. Dude, I'm ready.
All right, I'm ready whenever you are. We'll see Chudoba's 2-2 first, and then might turn it over to Reeves Jackson.
Yeah, here. I'll do a little broadcast for the next batter.
Let's hear it.
Wait 1 sec.
This one lined out of right field. That's going to get in front of Caden Wallace. It'll bring home 1 run. They'll play it station to station over there as Braden Taylor rips one into right. In comes Douglas Hodo. Cody Colden over to third as Cole Chudoba allows his first earned run of the season. And now all of a sudden it is a 2-run game as Ed Marco is going to go out and give Chudoba a visit as the Braves bullpen gets active. It's just a 2-run game as the tying run aboard at first here in the top of the 6th inning. Obviously, this is a Braves offense that has looked great thus far, but now a Falmouth team that has compiled 9 hits compared to Bourne's 8.
Yeah, I mean, they're hitting the ball. They're hitting the ball well. Jake Bennett was just able to work out of jams, and this inning, you know, you get your pitching staff in so many jams, they're not going to be able to work out every single one. We're seeing that right here.
Cole Chudoba, who was a guest on you and Calvin's podcast, Bravo's Banter. Tell me a little bit about that.
Oh, he was great. Fantastic guest to have on there. Great kid. Gave us a lot of great insight on just kind of life in Bourne, his baseball career in general, just things that don't even relate to baseball whatsoever. Great story here. Back when he pitched for the Worcester Bravehearts of the FCBL, he was having an outstanding outing. I think he had struck out everyone in the order except one guy, and that one guy was Reggie Crawford.
Wow. How about that?
So
what a story.
Then they end up playing here, and now they're going to be playing at UConn next year, too. So.
And then one guy that did strike out Reggie was Gordon Graceffo.
Yeah.
Funny enough. Here's Casey Harford, and he swings and misses through a slider. That is Harford with no T. Unlike the city in Connecticut.
Oh, there you go, Reeves. Knowing your northern cities.
Northern geography. Got it down quickly.
Good for you.
Thank you, sir.
Here we go. I'm revving up to get my Reeves-Jackson call.
0-1. Here's a bunt. Rushing will touch that one. It'll be foul. When are you going to do it, Nick?
Here we go.
I was letting you take over.
Let me go. I'll introduce myself as Reeves-Jackson. Reeves-Jackson here. We are in the... What inning is it? We're in the top of the 6th. Cole Chudoba on the mound. 0-2 is the count.
0-2.
Switch it up a little bit. 0-2 the count to Taylor. Steps in today. Couple of base hits. Oh, no, it's not Taylor. It's
Harford.
See, you'd better.
See, I'm better.
You're better.
Thank you. 0-2. This one lined out into right field. Caden Wallace retreats. That should bring home Cody Colden from third. The throw will be cut off. Colden does come in to score. The Braves do get an out, but surrender a run. It's 5-4.
It's 5-4. That's not bad. Not bad.
Is it the inflection on the voice?
Yeah, it's definitely an inflection.
How much of a southern accent compiles into that voice that you do?
I'm not going full south because you know me. I go full south with you all the time.
You do.
Making fun of your Waffle House and
Cracker Barrel.
Sweet tea.
Biscuits.
I know you also like grits, don't you?
Love grits. Cheesy grits, though.
Oh, God. I'm Reeves-Jackson.
There you go.
I love my cheesy grits. That's how you sound in the press box when you're off air. You do your broadcast voice out here, but you come in there and you're like, I love my cheesy grits. It's crazy.
Oh, my goodness. That is too funny. Jace Borfin steps in. It's 0-1. Where's the farthest you've been in the South? I don't count Florida.
Farthest I've been south.
That's not Florida and for an extended period of time of like 3 or 4 days.
Probably say like Bridgewater, Mass. That's probably the farthest I've been south.
No chance.
Yeah, no. No, I've been to Florida.
Okay.
That's it, honestly. I haven't.
So you've never made a stop in any of the Carolinas or Virginia?
Maryland? I mean,
Maryland still. Maryland
north.
is technically below the Mason-Dixon line now. Which is crazy. As on the run here, Dalton Rushing. What a smooth throw on the money and takes care of Braden Taylor. Who needs another catcher when you got Dalton Rushing back there? But the Falmouth Commodores scored 2 in the inning, and all of a sudden it's a much more interesting game here from Doran Park. It's 5-4. Well, after the Falmouth Commodores just put up 2 in the top of the 6th, Braves looking to add on some more here. Colby Thomas squares around to bunt. He pulls back, but it's a called strike here. Jackson Phipps still in the game. Braves have their 5, 6, and 7 hitters, Thomas, Schobel, and Lampy. The 3 guys in the order that have been very, very productive thus far. As Colby fouls that one back. Although Colby doesn't have a hit, Schobel with a double and a run scored. Lampy 2 for 2 with a single and a triple and a run scored as well.
Yeah, and this is not Nick Galley anymore, so I think the Braves should be in good shape going
right,
forward.
Honestly. I forgot to bring that to him up on the air. Every time that man comes on.
Every time.
Every time.
An uncanny ability to bring bad luck to this team, especially after that poor rendition of trying to imitate you that I heard so crisply through.
Hey, I will say, my parents gave it the nod of approval, as that one is fouled back. He had the inflection in the voice right. I think he went a little too Southern. I don't think I sound that Southern. It's up to you, Daniel.
No, you do not. I'll stick by you.
Thank you.
Not as thick as I've heard.
1 and 2. Thomas fouls that one off. Phipps ready for 1 and 2. He is grounded over to second base. That is going to go in and out of the glove there of Cody Colden. And Colby Thomas is going to be aboard with a leadoff single here in the bottom of the 6th. Good start for the Braves.
Now batting the shortstop for Virginia Tech, number 27, Tanner Schobel.
And here's Tanner Schobel. He had that double to the left center field gap last time that one-hopped the wall. That would certainly serve the Braves well again here if he's able to do the same with Colby Thomas now aboard at first.
Colby Thomas continues to be on an upward trend for the Braves ever since that game just a week ago in Hyannis at McKeon Park where he went 3 for 4. He has been lights out at the plate, just continues to be on top of the ball, and everything's falling for him.
0-1 here to Schobel. Joe Lampy on deck. Good to see him come alive in the 7-hole tonight. And that one's fouled back to the screen. 0-2.
Yeah, Schobel 1 for 2 on the day. Of course, had that rocket to left field. The double in the 4th that resulted in him scoring, improving on a .250 average coming into the game. 7 RBIs and 2 homers. Joe Lampy on deck sent him home with a triple and showed off his speed a little for the smaller crowd here, and as it gets towards the late night of Monday to begin the week, and the rain delay has really dwindled the crowd.
And a called strike 3. Schobel goes down. And that'll take care of Tanner. Joe Lampy will now be the hitter. 2 for 2 is Lampy on the day. Will Henschel just let our fans know here the scores around the league in between innings, so what you know at home. The Hyannis Harbor Hawks stay hot, and they routed the Orleans Firebirds by a final score of 13-1. And meanwhile, Brewster with another win on the Kettleers. They have their number. If the Braves have the Commodores number, well then the Whitecaps have the Kettleers number. Harwich and YD tied today at 2-2. And Wareham on top of Chatham 5-1, top of the 8th inning.
Oh,
as Colby almost got picked off there. Has to be a little more careful.
Really close over there. Bang, bang play, and I thought the first base umpire was going to give it to Phipps. That was a good move. He just caught Colby Thomas sleeping.
Lampy takes a fastball. Good pitch there from Phipps. 0-1. Nick Goodwin is on deck for the Braves. He's 0 for 2, followed by Agnos. He's in the hole obviously had that big 2-run homer. The Braves had 4 in the bottom of the third and then scored 1 an inning later. And Falmouth has put up 3 runs in their past 2 chances at the plate. 1 in the top of the 5th and then 2 just a half inning ago in the top of the 6th. That's where we stand after they put up a run in the first frame, 5-4. And Lampy takes a pitch almost in the same spot as that first fastball of the sequence, 1-2.
Joe Lampy has a single as well as a triple. I know Zach Agnos got a little upset at us because we mentioned the cycle, but he does have the ability to pop one out of here. We've seen that in batting practice.
Yeah.
I'm not going to count it just yet. Colby Thomas, another play that's close at first, but Joe Thomas is one of the guys, if you told me to pick a handful of players who could hit for the cycle, he might be up there. What do you think?
Well, he's always got the ability to get a triple. I think the thing for Joe is just the power stroke. Can he get the ball out of the park? We know he can. Pops this one up, and it will ultimately end up foul out of play. So Joe will get another go at it.
Yeah, good job of battling that off. Very lucky to have that go over the net here above the brick backstop. Smith was all over it. It was all the way up in the air and just continued to ride the wind into the crowd here that has bravely stood the elements and continue to support. We have a lot of families in here, so
Joe Lampy is called out on strikes by the home plate umpire. As far as going around, I thought it definitely deserved an appeal to the field umpire. Obviously, he's got a tougher angle at second. Nonetheless, Lampy goes around, according to the home plate umpire, and there are 2 down.
Yeah, Joe Lampy did not agree with that one. But he still has a man on first, and Nick Goodwin trying to make some noise here for the first time today. He's 0 for 2. He flew out to right, struck out looking in the 4th. An insurance run is certainly something the Braves would not shy away from.
0-1 the count to Nick. On at first is Colby. He led off the inning with a single that Colden went as far to his left as he could, but was unable to get it. As that fastball tried to steal a strike there, did Smith, but too far outside. Both teams equal with 9 hits, but one more run for the Braves, and they also have one more error, 2 by the guy at the plate. And now Colby on the move. Goodwin swings and misses. Throw down from Smith. That's going to get into center field. Colby Thomas will hold on at second. That ball trickled out to Hodo fairly quickly. So Goodwin was swinging, count 1-2. But a base hit would likely bring home Colby Thomas. So that sets up an interesting scenario here now.
Colby jumped up like he was going to go to third. I thought he might have had it. Good job by Hodo from center to come in and squash any hope of that. Still 1-2 with a man in scoring position, and a base knock should score the speedy Colby Thomas from second, just depending on where he pokes it. But Nick Goodwin is a man who has the ability coming in this game to do that for the Braves. Put up 6. A 2-run lead would be something that would be huge going into the later half of the game. Nick Goodwin has 5 RBIs on the season, as well as 1 homer.
Goodwin with a ground ball over to third. Braden Taylor up with it. Strong throw over to Armstrong. And that'll take care of the Braves in the home 6th. They get a leadoff base hit from Colby Thomas, but strand him there. They get 1 hit, leave 1 runner on base as we head to the 7th here at Dorn Park. Top of the 7th inning, Jace Bourne getting us started as Chidoba looks to keep a 1-run Braves lead. As I turn it over here to Daniel Coates.
First pitch from Chidoba that's sprayed into center for a base knock to start things off for the Commodores. Holding up at first is Bourne. Solid day for Jace Bourne. He's gotten on 3 times, one with a single in the 3rd and then an error to Nick Goodwin back in the 5th. Armstrong to follow up here against Chidoba, who has given up a handful of hits here, but the Braves still hold a 1-run lead after he's come in relief from Jake Bennett. There is action in the bullpen here, no outs, top 7. Christopher Armstrong on the day is 1 for 3. He had a base knock back in the 5th. Check swing and a great off-speed pitch from Chidoba. From Assumption, who is transferring to UConn. We had a handful of UConn players, Reeves, back at the beginning of this, but he is the lone guy now as he checks on Bourne at first. Reggie Crawford departed for Team USA, and Kyler Fedko being drafted in the later rounds by the Minnesota Twins.
Absolutely. And obviously good for Cole Chidoba, and you mentioned it, Daniel, throughout the season, but the Big East has been so prominent.
It might be playable. Dalton Rushing can't get underneath it, though. It flies over his head and drops for a foul ball. So an opportunity missed there by Zach Agnos and Dalton Rushing, who was underneath it. 0-2, though. Chidoba's ahead. No outs, top of the 7th. That's an opportunity, though, in a one-run game, Reeves, that you really have to take advantage of.
Yeah, tough for Rushing over there. Obviously, sometimes tough when you got the L-screen net over there, and you got the dugout right by. You don't know how close and how much room you have. So sometimes when you don't have exact knowledge of your surroundings, tougher to judge a fly ball when you're thinking about the unknown as well.
2 foul balls from Armstrong, keeps it at 0-2. He's 10 for 37, should say now 11 for 40 on the season. He has 7 RBIs with 4 home runs. The Florida Gator is one of the best in the batter's box for the Commodores. He's behind in the count now, though. Chopper could be a double play ball. Nick Goodwin just opting to go to first. Smart play by the second baseman for out number 1.
Yeah, nice job there by Chidoba. Gets the ground ball. Now you got a runner in scoring position if you're Falmouth. But if you're Chidoba here, you got to bear down and prevent this Commodore runner from coming across. Got to keep the Braves in the lead here, as so many Braves relievers have done so well all season long.
The designated hitter in the 5 spot, Jonathan French, taking over with an opportunity with a man in scoring position. Falmouth leads, or I should say trails by 1. The Bourne Braves lead and took it over in the bottom of the 3rd with 4 runs as that pitch from Chidoba drifts low and outside for ball 1. One and 0 here on a crisp night. Actually fairly dry here in Durham Park, which we didn't expect necessarily looking at the radar earlier this afternoon. 1-1, good fastball from Chidoba. So a position in Chidoba where he hasn't let up a lot of runs this year. This is a rare scenario for him. Now having to battle back, we're seeing really what he's made of. He's pitching strikes, and he has a good fastball right there.
Yeah, Cola's, as we've chronicled, been incredible on the year. Obviously gave up his first 2 earned runs of the season last inning after the first run he allowed in today's game was unearned.
1-1 fouled off of the plate, 1-2. With 1 out here, an opportunity for win number 18. Zach Agnos put us ahead 2-1, and the Braves followed suit, scoring 5 more, but the Falmouth Commodores refused to go down without a fight. They battle back with 2 runs in the last inning in the top of the 6th. Swing and a miss For out number 2, Cole Chidoba. How about that from Chidoba? Still has a man at second, though, now. And that is Jace Borfin. Anthony Hall in left field 0 for 2 on the day. Does have 3 RBIs, though. The 0-0 with 2 outs. Laser off the glove of Max Anderson. Here comes Borfin. It looks like he's going to score, and holding up is Caden Wallace with the throw. He just calmly tosses it in for the cutoff man, Nick Goodwin. The game is tied 5-5.
Yeah, just not what you want if you're Chidoba. Just a nice piece of hitting there by Anthony Hall. And he gets his first base knock of the day and drives in Jace Borfin over there, almost in the glove there of Max Anderson. Thought he was maybe going to have a chance to leap up there and grab it. Would have taken an outstanding effort. Just tipped off of the glove barely and ricocheted to Caden Wallace out and right. And the Commodores have stormed all the way back, down 5-1 to tie this at 5-5. In a rare occurrence for the bullpen, blowing a 4-run lead here tonight.
4 unanswered in the last 3 innings. That's an RBI from Anthony Hall. Taylor Smith up, though. And he slaps one to right field as well. That's going to be another base hit. Caden Wallace lets it get to the fence. It's bouncing around out there. Here comes Hall. He's going to score. And Smith with an RBI double. The Falmouth Commodores have taken the lead at Doran Park. And Chidoba's getting slapped around here in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, just leaving pitches over the plate. And Hall and Taylor Smith have made him pay for it. Well, it was all started by that Jace Borfin little duck snort into center field. And this offense has come to life here in the top of the 7th inning.
Well, each of these matchups has been a high-scoring affair. It's 6-5. Falmouth will not go away. They continue to make contact and send runners across home plate. Douglas Hodo, the center fielder, to keep it going right to Tanner Schobel. Did he catch it on the fly? He did. That will do it, out number 3 in the top of the 7th. But the Falmouth Commodores take a 1-run lead in the Bourne Braves, and their bats are not done just yet. Anthony DeFabia from Stetson University makes another appearance against these Bourne Braves, and they had success against him in the last outing. We saw him, Zach Agnos, due up to start the bottom of the 7th off. He takes a high fastball for ball 1.
Yeah, DeFabia in his last outing against these Braves, 2 hits, 2 runs, did not record an out.
1-1 chopper, that's going to get by the glove of third baseman Taylor. Bouncing on top, Zach Agnos going for 2, and he's standing up. Hall in left field, slow to get to it, and Zach Agnos says, don't mind me, I'm going to take it to second.
Yeah, double for Zach Agnos, scored a base hit, rightly so. Just a tricky hop over there for Braden Taylor. And then it just trickled into left and slowed down due to the wet grass, and Agnos finds himself at second. Great start for the inning after the Braves gave up 2.
I'll tell you what, I've never seen a team really at the plate respond in a way to this situation of a game like these Braves do. Just like that, they have a man in scoring position and an opportunity to tie this game up with the best batter on the team up to the plate.
And best batter in the league as well.
And here comes Knapcheck with Zach Agnos at second. He shows bunt, he pulls back, drifting high from DeFabia. A heater on the eye line of Christian Knapcheck.
Yeah, obviously, Knapp could very well move him over. He got Armstrong playing in at the bag at first. And the second baseman, Colden, would go and cover.
High pop fly. It's going to get behind the net. That is just missing some fans.
Not by much.
Boy, chaos in the stands.
My goodness.
Oh, man. Thank God everyone's okay, but talk about just the mayhem that a foul ball here at Doran Park creates.
Not even as big of a crowd as we've seen on most normal nights here.
Well, anyway, 1-1.
Creating a chaotic stir.
Chaotic stir is right. 1-1. Drilled to left field. Here comes Agnos. He's going to hold up by Harvey Shapiro. A good call there by the manager. But a Christian Knapcheck base hit to left field. He takes it the other way. And how about the Louisville Cardinal? He stays red hot, just like the Cardinals.
Yeah, absolutely. As Knapcheck, who was 0 for 3 coming into that at-bat, finally in the hit column today with that slap single, the Knapcheck patent into left field in front of Hall, and a good job, as you mentioned, by Harvey Shapiro. That ball was right in the glove of Anthony Hall as soon as Agnos touched the bag at third.
Max Anderson with no outs, bottom of the 7th. Men on first and third. DeFabia pushes one right down the middle past Anderson for strike number 1. Zach Agnos at third, Knapcheck at first. Would not be surprised to see Knapcheck go on this.
Yeah, Braves just have DeFabia's number.
0-1. That one taken, missing inside, 1-1. A good eye by Anderson, looking down to Harvey Shapiro. A good call by Harvey Shapiro to not be aggressive there, because I think Agnos would have been out by quite a ways if he sent him home.
I don't think they'll send Knapcheck here for the sole purpose of if he runs into a potential out, then you have Agnos stuck at third, and the infield could draw in for Falmouth. But if Anderson hits a ground ball here, they'll turn a double play, and he'll still get a run home.
They call that one a strike. I don't know where that hit or if they called him going, but no one agreed other than the umpire here at Doran Park. 1-2. Agnos still at third. Ripped to second base. He can't handle it. Backs it to Knapcheck. He's going to go. He's chasing the ball. No one at third. That's going to score a run. Knapcheck makes it to third. The Braves tie up the game. Anderson responds to an iffy call with a laser to second base. That is not handled by Colden. Agnos with the run, 5-5. We're knotted up in Bourne.
That was an interesting play. For a minute, I thought that Cody Colden was going to be able to catch that on a line drive. Therefore, all the runners would have had to hold up just as Knapcheck did. and then it got under the glove of Colden. It took a short hop. He was going to try to field and get the force at second and maybe try to start a double play while allowing the runner to score. The ball then trickled behind him, and then blindly throwing it to second and then flipped it away. Knapczyk took advantage of Taylor having to go pick up the ball with no one covering third, and then easily coming home there was Zach Agnos, and the Braves respond in resilient fashion as they always do.
Correction, that is 6-6. It is still tied up. The Braves storm back again in the bottom of the 7th. A similar first and third situation with no outs. Max Anderson, how about that, responding to a call that was questionable at best, whether it was him going with the check swing or if it hit the strike zone, but he responds with a hit to the right side of the infield. Colden could not handle it. Zach Agnos scores easily, and Christian Knapczyk, off a wayward throw from Colden, follows the ball the entire way and makes it to third. I think they're checking up to see if he's okay. That was a hard hit ball towards the second baseman.
Yeah, that was, and I'm not sure what Colden may have heard. It seemed like the ball deflected off of his glove. Not sure if it deflected off of any part of his body, or if when he dove to flip the ball over to short, if somehow when he flipped it and landed, he might have rolled over on his wrist. It looks like that's what they were checking. But it appears that Cody Colden is going to be all right, and good to see that, obviously, for the Commodore.
The trainers look like they're heading back to the dugout. Dalton rushing. I mean, this lineup just does not quit. Here comes yet another stellar batter, Dalton Rushing, who came into the game second in average behind, oh yeah, that man over there at third base, Christian Knapczyk, and his teammate in college from Louisville.
Yeah, crazy. That's the Louisville Cardinals. Their baseball team and organization has to be proud of the way these two guys are playing. But you're right. You're exactly right. There's just not a weak link that you can go to in this lineup and someone to single out that you can go to. And now I think DeFabio, they're going to make a call to the bullpen here, Daniel, as the game tied at 6 thanks to a big base hit from Max Anderson.
Wesley Sweat from South Carolina, from Rock Hills, South Carolina as well. He's already seen the Braves, and that was the first matchup at Gov Fuller in their loss 8-13 against Bourne.
Allowed 4 hits, 2 runs in that game.
And here comes Dalton Rushing with an opportunity here, 6-6 in the bottom of the 7th. No outs and a new pitcher in Wesley Sweat. Dalton Rushing's college teammate from Louisville, Christian Knapczyk, at third. Check swing, ball 1, he held back. Again, this is prime territory for the Braves late in this game to take a lead that was taken away from them by the Commodores in the past 3 innings. The 1-0, swing and a miss, a heater right by Dalton Rushing. Looked like he might have gotten a piece of it, but into the glove of Smith nonetheless.
Yeah, and the 8 batters that Sweat faced against this Braves team, 4 of them got hits, so his rockiest outing of the season, a 4.82 ERA. He's allowed 14 hits and 9 1/3, struck out 9, but hasn't issued a walk.
High fly ball, it's in foul territory. Can it be fielded? No, it hits the net from the glove of Taylor. Thank goodness it didn't get over it. It just hit the very top. Dalton Rushing faces a 1-2 count. A clear night in Bourne has proven to be perfect for a 6-6 game in a heated West Division battle at Doran Park. Sweat from the stretch with Anderson to his left at first, Knapczyk to his right at third. Time called.
Yeah, if you're Dalton, just got to lift one in the air here. Just get the run home. Look at that. Both teams 6 runs, 12 hits, 2 errors. Identical up there on the board. And Rushing stepping out again as Sweat taking his time out there.
One and two. Rushing. Ripped down the right field line, goes foul. I'll talk about how hard we hit that was because it probably was too quick to be picked up by our video. That was an absolute laser. He caught every bit of that ball on the barrel.
Too bad it was foul.
1 and 2 it remains. Dalton Rushing on the day. 1 for 3. He had a double in the third. Other than that, 2 strikeouts. 2 and 2 after a close breaking ball from Sweat.
Yeah, gotta be a tough hitter here with 2 strikes. Even a double play ball up the middle brings a run home. Looks like Xavier Love is getting loose in the Braves' pen. Would be the next pitcher in the 8th.
2-2 slapped into right field. That's gonna get down. Here comes Knapczyk. Right behind him, Anderson. He's going home. They're gonna rule it a ground roll double. Max Anderson able to send home Christian Knapczyk, but Max Anderson is gonna be held at third. Dalton Rushing, I should say, pokes one to right center, and the Braves have the lead 7-6.
You could tell Dalton Rushing was all over Wesley Sweat in that at-bat. He was fouling off tough 2-strike pitches. He was laying off the pitches that weren't close to the strike zone. And then a fastball over the heart of the plate on a 2-2 count, and Dalton Rushing made him pay. One of the harder hit balls you'll see here at Doran Park, and it just one-hopped the wall and got on out of here for a ground rule double. And the Braves are not done yet.
Ground rule double is what saves this team. Caden Wallace with 2 men in scoring position takes a ball on the inside. Just misses him. Dalton Rushing continues to be one of the best batters and statistically the best batter in the Cape this summer. 1-0. High fly ball in right field to Bourne. Max Anderson might tag. He does. Max Anderson's going home, and he's going to stand up and score. Run number 8, 6-8. The Braves have a 2-run lead. A sacrifice fly from Caden Wallace extends the lead to 2.
Yeah, beautiful job there by Caden Wallace. That is all you need to do. Just lift the ball in the air. Just get it out somewhere. That is just the first out of this inning. As DeFabia and Sweat have struggled mightily, their struggles continue against this Bourne Braves team dating back to that first meeting between these two teams. And all of a sudden the Braves trailed 6-5, a 3-run bottom of the 7th, now lead at 8-6.
8-6, Dalton Rushing at second with the lead. First pitch swinging from Colby Thomas. Colby on the day, 1 for 3. He singled in his last appearance and also had a stolen base in the 6th.
This offense is never out of any game.
Sweat has only been able to get 1 out. Pop fly in the middle of the infield. Coming in is Colden. Called off by the shortstop, Harford, for out number 2, and a dicey play on the middle of the infield, which should have been a routine pop fly. Dalton Rushing remains at second. Tanner Schobel will be the man due up, looking to extend the lead here and extend a bottom of the 7th that has been quite entertaining. 2 different pitchers for the Falmouth Commodores, and the Braves have scored 3 to take the lead right back on their home turf.
Just never say die, the mantra and mentality of this team. And still have another inning to do some work in the bottom of the 8th.
1-0 to Tanner Schobel, the shortstop today, who had a double back in the 4th and struck out the other 2 appearances. Rushing in scoring position. Sweat thrown into a really tough position. And he misses there, 2-0. Joe Lampy, who has had one heck of a day, is on deck. Struck out in the 7th, but before that he singled and tripled in 2 consecutive innings. 2-0. Swing and a miss. Good cut from Schobel, but he can't connect. Two and one. The delivery from Sweat, chopped foul, and right into the crowd.
The fight for the ball ensues.
Just through the doorway there. There goes all the kids going after it. The crowd has had to be on their toes today. Rushing remains at second. A 3-run bottom of the 7th that has propelled the Braves to a 6-8 victory. Or lead, I should say, victory. Hopefully, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Getting ahead of yourself.
Jeez Louise. 2-2, 2 outs. Schobel stays alive here. Chopper again foul. Tanner, who has often been seen at the 9 spot, has been moved up in this lineup to the 6 spot. He's cemented his spot at shortstop, though, and has been as sure-handed as any middle infielder Harvey Shapiro has sent out to the diamond. Another foul ball from Tanner Schobel, not making it easy for Sweat. He's making Sweat sweat.
He sure is. Yeah, Schobel always a tough at-bat up there. We'll fight off 2 strike pitches and continue to work the count, and oftentimes he'll end up working the count so much he'll find his way on base, just like Knapczyk does oftentimes.
2-2, called on the outside corner, strike 3. Tanner Schobel goes down for the 3rd time striking out. And I'm going to send it down to you, Calvin. This is the first time that we really saw the Bourne Braves bullpen be lit up in a way. Coach Doba coming in for Jake Bennett and giving up what was a lead for the Falmouth Commodores, but the Braves continue to battle back. As I mentioned to Reeves, they have an uncanny ability to battle back and respond in a way in the batter's box that is needed for this team to win. Up 6-8 now, going to the 8th inning. What can you say about the resiliency of this team with the bats?
Well, you know what, Daniel? It seems like a nightly occurrence now for this team, this Braves team. They seem to get down, but when they do, they always find a way back. Another comeback for this team in the late innings. Back-to-back nights against Hyannis last week, and then tonight here against Falmouth. This bullpen has been really, really good all season long. Tonight, you know, not the best night, but they came back and battled through it again. Now Xavier Lovett here coming into the 8th inning, and maybe Eric Adler. We'll see if he's ready to go tonight after pitching again last night. So the Braves offense once again finds a way to bounce back and battle through a deficit here in the late innings.
Eight to 6 here at Doran Park, and we have a new pitcher on the mound. Thank you, Calvin. As always, we appreciate your insight on the ground down there by the dugout. He sees everything, he hears everything, he talks to the players, and the players are hitting tonight, that is for sure. 8 to 6 with a 3-run bottom of the 7th that has given the Bourne Braves a lead once again here in Bourne. And Xavier Lovett due up for the Braves here, and he is warming up on the mound now.
Yeah, Calvin, I hope you enjoy getting all of the sunflower seeds getting thrown at you as well. Getting the sunflower seed bath from all the players. I think that's a sign that you're doing a good job down there. So nice job, Calvin, as always. But yeah, nice part of the order here coming up. Obviously, the 9, 1, and 2 part of this lineup. Obviously, you would love to get the 9-hitter Cody Colden and get off with an easy first out and then deal with the top of this order, which is not easy, in Braden Taylor and then Casey Harford, especially Taylor, who drove in a run in his last at-bat. But Xavier Lovett, who has been locked down pretty much throughout the season, obviously had that one rough outing versus Hyannis here at home in the 8-7 win, gave up 6 hits and 3 runs and was hit up a bit, but looking to shut things down here tonight against Falmouth, the team with 12 hits, but a big inning for the Braves offensively, now an 8-6 2-run lead.
Xavier Lovett comes in with a 2-run cushion, taking over for Cole Chidoba, who, if you could talk a little bit, Reeves, just about what you saw in his outing. This is really the first time that he's given up earned runs this season, and just not the Cole Chidoba that we were used to seeing. However, the Braves continue to lead this game.
Yeah, was just leaving pitches up in the zone. You know, wasn't really giving himself a chance to get outs.
Lifted into left field. That's going to be foul, but boy, does that have distance. I don't know if that says more about the swing from Cody Colden or the fastball from Xavier Lovett, but both had high velocity.
Yeah, but obviously back to Chidoba, just, you know, was leaving pitches over the plate, leaving pitches up in the zone, and when you do that here in this league, it doesn't matter what hitter it is. They're going to make you pay. You can't really get by at any level doing that, but just an off night for Cole, but I'm sure he'll be back at him here soon, and 5-6 days from now, ready to get back to his old self that he's been throughout the course of this first half of the season.
0-2, and the Braves looking for win 18 to go to 18-2-3 in what has been one of the most special seasons that you're going to see from a Cape Cod team in this league's history. 1-2 just missing outside. Xavier Lovett coming in with a 4.27 ERA, just over 6 innings pitched. He is ahead of Colden, who's coming into the game with a 112 average, 7.462. He's 1 for 3 today, however.
Yeah, Cody does not have the best year offensively.
Swing and a miss at high cheese. 4 out, number 1. That's Xavier Lovett's 6th strikeout of the year. In the top of the 8th, 8-6, the Braves are leading at home.
Yeah, Xavier with a 4.26 ERA coming into this relief outing, making his 8th appearance. Has now totaled 6 2/3 innings after that strikeout of Colden. Has only walked 1, has given up 7 hits. Well, you got to be tough here with Braden Taylor. one of the best hitters, if not the best hitter on this team.
And he shows bunt, but it's fouled back into the net. Xavier Lovett is comfortable in the 8th inning. It seems that is where Harvey Shapiro believes he is best suited. I wonder if he will be extended into the 9th inning. Often see Eric Adler, but I have to imagine that we're going to give him an off day today after 2 consecutive games.
No, yeah, absolutely. Don't know who would be closing today. Could honestly see Tristan Vreeling get an inning. Although they've been extending Vreeling out, Vreeling represents himself as a closer. There is someone getting loose out there in the Braves bullpen. Don't know exactly who that is, but as soon as our Calvin Cristoforo knows, he should notify us.
Well, I shot him a text, said, hey, the viewers would like to know who is coming up in the 9th. 1-1. Foul ball, hard hit down the right field line and just past the Commodores' first base coach. This is Braden Taylor for the 5th time today.
Yeah, 2 for 4 on the day. 2 singles, an RBI, a run scored. He struck out looking and lined out to Tanner Schobel.
Taylor taking his time. Xavier Lovett was in the stretch but just pulled out. Lovett just recently announced that he was going to be transferring to Texas A&M from the national champion Mississippi State program. 2-2 after a breaking ball drifts on the outer half. There's 1 out here, no one on. Braden Taylor is 2 for 4, improving on a .282 average he came in with. He has 13 RBIs on the season, so impressive stuff from the Horned Frog from TCU. Full count.
Yeah, just got to bear down here. I say go back to the fastball. When fastball, then change it up with a breaking ball. Say go back to the fastball right here on 3-2.
A payoff pitch upcoming. That misses upstairs, and the top of the order takes advantage of some inaccuracy. Harford will be the next man up with Taylor at first.
Yeah, Harford also 2 for 4 today. Had that double back in the first, then singled in the third, bounced out to Agnos and flew out to Caden Wallace. That was the sacrifice fly that brought home a run.
Breaking ball missing well up 1-0, and Harford would be the tying run if he were to get on base.
I should say 2 for 3. Not 2 for 4 is Harford today.
1-1 after that one's fouled off of the brick. It looks like when a few innings go, Chidoba, or I should say the Falmouth Commodores pitcher missed, and Smith got underneath him, bounced off the bricks, and it caught Max Anderson at third after it trampolined back to the catcher, and he just had to gun it down.
Yeah, Harford from UT Martin. Smaller baseball program in Tennessee.
2-1, and Xavier just having a tough time hitting the strike zone right now.
Yeah, Xavier obviously was way ahead, 0-2 of Braden Taylor, and just couldn't find the strike zone. 2 breaking balls and a few fastballs that missed up and out of the zone.
Two-one swung on. 2-2 now. Dalton Rushing taking a second to himself. He got away from him, clearing off where he's going to squat, but Xavier Lovett now with a 2-2 count.
Yeah, good pitch there by Xavier. Nice breaking ball that got Harford to chase out of the zone. And now if you're Xavier here on a 2-2 count, you can really go whichever way you want to. You can go back to that breaking ball that you just got Harford to swing and miss through. or if you want to maybe prevent yourself from getting to a potential full count, if you know you're going to try to make Hartford chase something off of the plate, and go run him in the fastball inside.
2-2. Rip to Tanner Schobel with the backhand. He keeps it in front of him. He guns it over to first. Does it get him? No, it's not in time. Max Anderson's scoop is tied with the base running of Casey Hartford. 2 men on the base path for the Commodores. They're going to score that an infield single. Nothing really Tanner Schobel could do about that hard hit ball.
Yeah, just made the best play that he possibly could on it. Was kind of lofting in there. And then Schobel, obviously, with a nice backhand and positioned himself in an odd way and made a strong throw to first. Anderson made a nice pick over there, but not in time to get Hartford. Agnoson rushing now with a word for Xavier. Got one of the toughest hitters in this lineup in Jace Bourne coming up. And that single that lofted into center his last time and then scored. So you got to be careful here. Trouble afoot once again here in the 8th.
From the stretch. Fouled for strike number 1. Bourne in his last appearance singled. That was in the top of the 7th. He ended up scoring one of the 6 runs that the Commodores have posted here on the road. That one misses inside. Bourne off of his feet. 1-1. Xavier Lovett coming into this game after Cole Chidoba went up a handful of runs. There is action in the bullpen. We haven't identified just who yet. I believe it's Cade Smith.
Yeah, Cade Smith in the bullpen.
1-1. That's taken to left field. Here comes Colby Thomas. It looks like it's going to drop. He might try it to third. It's not in time. That one goes towards the Braves dugout. Xavier Lovett slips. Bases loaded after another base hit from Jace Bourne.
Yeah, Bourne with a few of those. Now back-to-back singles in which he's just got it off the handle of the bat and lofted it into left field. The other one was into left center. This one to straightaway left. Thought Colby was going to have a chance to cut down Braden Taylor at third on the force play over there, but unable to. Now Harvey Shapiro might go make the move here for Xavier's former teammate at Mississippi State, Cade Smith. We'll see if they make the change.
And they will. So a lackluster performance, just 1 strikeout and allowing 3 base runners on for the Commodores. Xavier Lovett's day is done. In comes Cade Smith. We'll tell you all about him in just a few moments. Cade Smith takes over for Xavier Lovett, allowing 3 base runners on, bases loaded situation. Just a 2-run lead that the Bourne Braves hold 8-6 at Doran Park. Cade Smith only holding on to 1 out here as his first pitch goes low and in the dirt. A good stop by Rushing, but some chatter coming from the Falmouth Commodores side, facing Christopher Armstrong.
Yeah, Cade has struggled a little bit here early on with the Braves in his first 3 appearances. Has allowed at least a run in each of his 3 outings, although in his first outing it was an unearned run. But it just, as he has the first 2 pitches here, he struggled to throw strikes at Hyannis, 2/3 of an inning, 2 walks, 1 hit, 1 run, 1 strikeout, and then at YD allowed a pair of home runs, a 3-run shot and a solo shot, back-to-back jacks. And now he's in danger here, Daniel, of walking a run in.
3 pitches and 3 strikes, 1 more ball, and that is going to score Braden Taylor from third base. This inning started with a strikeout by Xavier Lovett against Colden. And that is going to be ball 4. 4 straight balls from Cade Smith, and 7-8. Falmouth is clawing back and has an opportunity here to add more. Still bases loaded against Cade Smith.
Yeah, I don't know where that pitch missed right there, but obviously if you're not consistently throwing strikes, you're not going to get that call. And that hurts right there. You got to come in, you got to be throwing strikes. And here's Jonathan French.
Swing and a miss off a breaking ball from Smith.
Yeah, I think that'll definitely do it, obviously.
2 Mississippi State Bulldogs coming in here in the 8th inning.
Sometimes that helps not, changing it up from the fastball, throwing a breaking ball can be more effective.
1-1. 5 balls and 1 strike. Off of 6 pitches coming in here, Cade Smith has struggled in the past, already let up a run off a walk. Breaking ball drops in the zone there. 1 and 2, both of his strikes coming from his breaking ball, Reeves.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't throw the fastball for a strike, then you got to resort to plan B. I'd like to see him go back to the fastball here, though.
Harford at third. 1-2, and behind the count is French. Swing and a miss. He nubs one down to Max Anderson, who opts to go to first, but it's a tie game after Harford scores from third off a RBI from Jonathan French. Men on first and second. It is 8-8.
Now batting, the left fielder from the University.
Yeah, just did the job there, did French. Obviously just squibbed it over to first and slow enough to Anderson, to where he was able to get to the bag over there, but French gets the RBI, and now second and third here for the Commodores. Got to get out of this here in a tie game.
First pitch strike to Anthony Hall in the inner half. Orphan at third. Behind him is Armstrong. French with a ground out scores. Another Commodore here in the 8th. Routine ground ball to Nick Goodwin. He scoops it up and finishes the inning. But not before the Falmouth Commodores can come back in the top of the 8th and score 2. It's 8-8. We're knotted up at Doran Park. The Braves will have at least 2 more opportunities. The first one just after this. Joe Lampe to start things off against Sweat, who is back in. Time called. And just like that, we were ready, and we are not.
That's...
And the sprinklers are
Oh,
on.
my goodness.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Orleans Firebirds-esque. If you remember, just over a week ago, the Firebirds at Eldridge Park, the sprinklers came on, and they are on here. Whoever is running the field crew did not expect the game to be going past 10:30, and we might be in for a bit of a delay here. Not rain, but it is water. Nonetheless, sprinklers on here at Doran Park, and Joe Lampe's at-bat is going to be delayed as well. Interrupted by the sprinklers.
Well, Falmouth, they're out here throwing Wesley Sweat is like this might be a quick issue that's solved, but if we learn anything from Orleans, it's anything but a quick issue. And the thing is here, you can't have interns or players go sit in buckets because it's unfair territory. And it's not like in foul play like it was at Eldridge. A lot of the Bourne Braves have to be a part of 2 sprinkler games.
Well,
you see the water out there in the outfield on your monitor.
Well, for all of you who are listening, welcome to the Cape League. We have sprinklers on in a tie game that is in the bottom of the 8th in a West Division matchup where the Bourne Braves are in pursuit of win number 18. Not if the sprinklers have any say, though, in left field. And like you said, when last time we were at Eldridge Park, when the sprinklers came on, the interns, as well as players on the Firebirds, went out with buckets, sat on them, and stopped the sprinklers. Well, no, I shouldn't say stop them, but
it silenced them, I guess.
Silenced
Yeah, silenced them. I guess to not have them spray all over the field. I guess suppressed is a good word. But, I mean, even more have now come on. Another one just came on out there in left center field. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sprinklers on out there in left center, directing towards center field. As I don't know if there's a quick resolution of this. As I mentioned, it's not like Orleans, and as you mentioned, Daniel, you can't just go out there and sit on the sprinklers. The thing about Orleans, too, you can only do that for so long before it could potentially ruin a field, and obviously, as for Orleans, you know, that was just in the bottom of the 9th inning, and there was 3 outs away. Adler was on here. You got the bottom of the 8th, and then the entirety of the 9th inning as well, so it's not a quick issue to solve, and you see it on your TV, your laptop, wherever you're watching at home. They're all going right now, and we'll see if we can get a solution to this.
And our Nick Galley would like to say something. Nick?
Yeah, so if this game were not to be able to be played, technically they would have to take the top of the 8th off the scoreboard, call it a 7-inning game,
and the Braves
and
would
Bourne
win.
would actually win this game.
That is wild. Nick Galley. Look
Thank
at
you.
that.
Thank you, Nick.
Nick Galley is the best stats. There's no one beats Nick Galley's stats. We might have to take a break here.
We'll take a break, but you can stay with us and watch the sprinklers in left field. And as Nick mentioned, if we're unable to play the rest of this game, the Braves would win this game, and the 2 runs scored in the top of the 8th would be taken off. But we will keep you posted, and you can stay updated just by watching from home. Here at Doran Park, the sprinklers have interrupted quite a game in the West Division. Well, if you have stayed with us, you can see that the sprinklers in left field have been turned off and baseball will continue. It's going to be a bit damp out there
yeah.
in the outfield, but Joe Lampe will get another opportunity to step in the batter's box for the first time.
Yeah, Joe Lampe will come back to the plate trying to build upon his great 2-for-3 day at the plate. He'll be followed by Nick Goodwin and then Zach Agnos. But it looks like Braylon Wimmer has grabbed a bat, and he's in the on-deck circle. So it looks like we'll see Wimmer hit for Goodwin and then Agnos. Braves trying to tack on a run here in the bottom of the 8th inning and send it to the 9th where they can close it out. And if not, and if they're able to silence the bats of Falmouth, even if they're not, they'll have another chance to potentially win it in the bottom half of the 9th inning.
Tie game in Bourne, 8-8. Sweat stays on the mound and stays warm. Throwing with Smith here. And Joe Lampe will be the man up to start the bottom of the 8th. He has 2 hits on the day. One of those was a single in the 3rd. The other was a triple sliding head first into 3rd and scoring one. That was in the 4th. Here comes the Arizona State Sun Devil. Ball 1 on the outside corner that dropped low. Nick Goodwin on deck, and it looks like...
No, this is Goodwin. Never mind. Well, there's Braylon. You see Braylon over there. He's got a bat with the helmet on. He's right behind the net.
Well, 1-0.
Unless he's pinch hitting for Zach. There's Braylon.
Strike 1 on the outer half.
You see him over there, Daniel? It's interesting.
Which would be interesting because Zach Agnos has a double and a homer and has scored twice in this game. Slow ground ball to first, and Armstrong takes it himself. Out number 1. Joe Lampe grounds to first. Nick Goodwin, the next man up. And Braylon Wimmer still with a helmet on and a bat in his hands. Goodwin, though, is 0 for 3 on the day. And has had a couple of mistakes at second. Not the day for the Kansas State product, but he has an opportunity here to right the ship.
Yeah, now Zach's grabbed a bat, and he's going to be in the on-deck circle.
First pitch strike from Sweat, who we've seen now for the 2nd inning. 0-1 with 1 out, bottom of the 8th. Agnos on deck. He's homered and doubled. 2 breaking balls, 2 strikes. Oh, 2, the delivery. 3 pitches and 3 strikes. Nick Goodwin goes down for out number 2. Zach Agnos facing 2 outs. The Braves only have 4 outs left in this game to play with if they want to leave with a victory. Christian Knapczyk in the top of the order on deck. And how about Zach Agnos in the 9 spot? We might have found our new 9 spot hitter. Him and Tanner Schobel have been as effective as I've seen 2 batters.
Yeah, Zach has really found a liking to that 9 hole, especially here today. But Wesley Sweat, I'll tell you what, he is wheeling and dealing right now, looking outstanding on the mound for the Falmouth Commodores. But we know how great the Braves have been with 2 outs this year.
2 pitches, 2 strikes. That one catches on the higher end. 1 more pitch and Sweat might get out of this inning without having to face any Bourne Braves on the base path, which is very rare in this type of game. First ball on the outside corner. Agnos 2 for 3. He had a homer, which started the scoring for the Braves. 2-2 now, another high pitch. The Braves have been known to get the job done with 2 outs. Stays alive with a foul ball. Hits off the net of the Braves dugout out of the video screen.
Yeah, Zach's staying alive here, fighting off some tough 2-strike pitches. Now he's worked it full.
Payoff pitch coming from Sweat. Agnos looking to continue his exceptional day at the plate. Sweat steps off, and how about the fans sticking around here?
Love it.
A decent amount of families here of the players. They're here for late night baseball. And a walk there. That was as close as it gets off a breaking ball from Sweat. A man on base, Agnos. Christian Knapczyk will be stepping in, and behind him, Max Anderson. Anything can happen, and as we know, the Braves love these two-out situations for some reason or another.
They just feed off of it.
They feed off of having their backs against the wall.
They really do. They love it, and there's no better part of the order that you would want up right now, than the top of the order here in Knapczyk.
Well, strike one. Knapczyk decides to pass on it. Sweat has been dealing, as you mentioned, Reeves. Taking down Goodwin and grounding out Joe Lampe to the right side of the infield. 2 pitches, 2 strikes, and just like that, an 0-2 count. Knapczyk is behind.
Got to be a tough 2-strike hitter here if you're Knapczyk, just as Agnos was. You forget Agnos was down 0-2 as well. And we know how great of a hitter and how pesky Knapczyk can be with 2 strikes.
First ball misses upstairs, 1-2. You never know Max Anderson if he gets a chance at the plate. He homered yesterday in the bottom of the 5th for a 2-run shot. That scored Christian Knapczyk, who was in the 1 spot as well. 2 balls, that missed high. Knapczyk stays alive. The average leader of this team. Ball 3.
Man, Wesley Sweat is not missing by much right now, but credit the home plate umpire has been excellent. He has not wavered. He's been consistent here as Sweat thought he had it there, but Agnos on the move here. Something to keep in mind here. If Knapczyk puts one on the gap, Agnos should easily score.
Full count. Ground ball down the first base line, not handled cleanly. Agnos is going to third. Knapczyk stays at first base in a 1st and 3rd situation with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th.
How about that? These Braves just don't go down. All you need to do is force the issue. Put it in play. It's going to be scored a single there for Knapczyk. His 2nd consecutive single. And now Wesley Sweat, who was mowing down the first 2 hitters in this lineup here, first 2 hitters in this inning, I should say, Lampe and Nick Goodwin. All of a sudden, nothing into an Agnos just when you think he's going to shut down the side. 1-2-3, comes back, ends up walking Agnos, and then 2-2 to Knapczyk. Fights off a few pitches, takes a few close ones, and then hits a hard grounder over there to Armstrong, who went down to the ground, kept it in front of him. But Agnos, who was running on the play, over to third, and now a base hit, and the Braves will be going to the 9th looking to close things out.
And time will be called due to a meeting at the mound.
And they're going to make the call to the bullpen.
And they're going to make the call, and the Braves have a man at 3rd and 1st. Max Anderson will be at the plate in the bottom of the 8th. 2 outs and an opportunity for the Braves to take the lead and potentially get win number 18.
Daniel Garcia.
First appearance of the year for Daniel Garcia, the second Stetson University pitcher we're seeing. And he's facing Max Anderson in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs. Anderson has had a base hit in the last 3 appearances. High fly ball off the first pitch. Should be routine to Hall. And it is. That's going to finish the bottom of the 8th. 2 men stranded for the Braves. It stays 8-8. Top of the 9th inning, and we're all tied up in a late night affair at Dorn Park, and Reeves is going to take you all the way home. Reeves, take it away, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Well, we are hoping tonight for the second time in less than a week that the Braves can walk things off here. If Cade Smith can just get through this top of the 9th inning, the Commodores have scored in 4 consecutive innings. 1 in the top of the 5th, 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. And it is 8-8 for a team that has scored 5 runs in their last 3 games combined. Putting up 8 here tonight. A breaking ball just missed inside. Taylor Smith, 7, 8, and 9. Smith, Hodo, and Colden. Smith with a double his last time. That brought home a run. Called strike, good pitch right there. And Daniel, if Cade Smith can get out of this inning unscathed, then the Braves will have their 3, 4, and 5 hitters. 1-1. That ball is lifted high and deep, but foul back over the left field wall as Cade Smith will step back on the undulation.
Wow. Unbelievable stuff. Cade Smith, I mean, that is as close as you can get. That was an absolute bomb from Smith.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He went fishing for a breaking ball in the dirt. Dalton Rushing applies the tag, and a good start for Cade here in the 9th with a strikeout of the Falmouth catcher.
Cade Smith really just sticking with the breaking ball. That's been his bread and butter. That has been his best pitch that we've seen in the last 2 innings. But Douglas Hodo facing 1 out. He has 2 hits on the day, and he lined out to short. That one was right to Tanner Schobel just 2 innings ago.
That one in the dirt there to Douglas Hodo, the 8-hole hitter for the Commodores. And on the day, Hodo is 2 for 4. 2 singles, a run scored. He popped out to Rushing, and he lined out to Schobel, who made a nice diving catch. Nice breaking ball there from Cade. So Cade, who came in and walked the first hitter he faced on 4 pitches with the bases loaded. Since then, Daniel, he found that breaking ball, found the rhythm, and he's been able to throw strikes since.
Yeah, he's found his rhythm, and he's really just been sticking with that breaking ball. The fastball is there, and he's going right after these guys and saying, you know what, if I'm going to leave it hanging, I'm going to hit it. I know I have good defense behind me. The infield playing way back here in the top of the ninth, but an opportunity for the Braves to escape without a loss.
Breaking ball, good pitch, just missed. And Cade Smith wanted it.
Boy, that was close. And
you hear the fans.
The Braves.
1-2 the count.
The Braves fans are letting him know.
Yeah, they sure are. That pitch has been called a strike multiple times today. 1-2 here from Cade. That one bounced over to short and gobbled up there by Schobel. Long throw, got him by a half step.
What a gutsy play by Tanner Schobel. I know it was routine, but he was hauling down that. Douglas Hodo was so quick down the first base line, and Tanner Schobel scooped up a wet ball and gunned it over for out number 2 to Max Anderson.
Here's Cody Colden. Colden 1 for 4. He is the hat trick today with 3 strikeouts.
From UCLA, number 6, Michael Curiale.
As we're going to see a pinch hitter here in Michael Curiale. Curiale here, who hit the grand slam against the Braves in that first game of the season. Always dangerous. Swing and a miss. He was swinging for the fences and just missed a Cade Smith fastball. Curiale from UCLA, yesterday's starter for the Kettleers. Jake Brooks was as well. A few Bruins that we've seen lately. Is that fastball a called strike? And Cade Smith a strike away from sending the Braves to the batter's box for a final chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th inning. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. And Michael Curiale will take a seat. It's the Braves' turn to win it in the bottom of the 9th. Well, the Braves up here in the bottom of the 9th inning, and they got the right guys coming up. They're 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Dalton Rushing, Caden Wallace, and Cole B. Thomas. To start things off here against Daniel Garcia, who came in. He got the big fly out of Max Anderson. Irv Shapiro just having a long word with Caden Wallace, who now stands in the on-deck circle. But of the Braves who battled back, Daniel, against Hyannis, down by a run to walk it off. Thanks to the Caden Wallace single, they're tied tonight. They just need a run, as that one just missed 1-0.
Caden Wallace played hero in his last appearance. That was against the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, but the last pressure appearance, I should say, and he slapped one to right field, and that was the winner. And all of a sudden, the dugout came out and was ripping his jersey off, but Dalton Rushing facing Garcia for the first time. It's a 2-0 count, and Caden Wallace, that hero, might have to be played again.
2-0 from Garcia. Rushing skies this one into center. He was looking to end it with one swing, but out there is Hodo, and that will retire Rushing. A fly out, one away, but boy, oh boy, he just got under it.
Caden Wallace up with Colby Thomas on deck. Two guys who are been known to go yard.
Yeah, Caden Wallace, who already played hero once this year. He delivered the walk-off single into right field over Clark Elliott's head to defeat the Harbor Hawks 8-7. That was on last Wednesday. 1-0 to Caden. He's got light tower power. He could end it with one swing. And he fouls that one off. A ball and a strike. Well, regardless, Daniel, the Braves have at least ensured themselves a point. And that is at least a tie at the very least if they're unable to come through with the run here in the home ninth.
We know we're not putting one in the loss column, which is what really matters. We're getting away here with some points, with a point. That one catches on the inside corner.
And in a night in which the Kettleers lost second place in the division, you gain another point on them. But obviously still a chance to win it. 1-2 from Garcia. And that is a called strike three fastball. And Caden Wallace will go back to the dugout with two down. And Colby Thomas represents the final hope here for the Braves tonight.
Colby Thomas is as hot as a batter you're going to see. On the day, he's 1 for 4. But all 9 of his RBIs on this season have come this past week.
Breaking ball drops in there, called strike. That is a nasty breaking ball from Daniel Garcia. Just a great pitch. Oh, 1 and Wallace sends it drive into left field. The Braves have won it! Colby Thomas plays the hero, and with one swing, the Braves have walked it off.
Oh my goodness. Does this team ever stop? Unbelievable. Late night heroics from Colby Thomas. That's going to be win number 18 at Doran Park, and they're ripping the jersey off as they should. Colby Thomas, take a bow.
Unbelievable! On a night in which the Braves bullpen gave up multiple leads and the Braves offense fought back to tie the game and take the lead throughout the night in the most improbable fashion. With 1 strike and 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth, Colby Thomas goes over the Braves bullpen and walks it off 9-8. An incredible season and an incredible night for that 18th Braves win.
Oh my God, I need a break. I need a breath. Oh my gosh. What a win, what a game. Whew. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. 2 outs. Can this team get any better with 2 outs on the board? Jeez Louise. And there goes the sprinklers. There we go.
Hey, they should go dance in the water tonight because they deserve it. You got to cool off Colby Thomas and this Braves offense somehow. 9 runs on 14 hits. And no bigger one than the walk-off homer by Colby Thomas. With 2 outs and 1 strike, in unexpected fashion, just clobbers a Daniel Garcia fastball. There is nothing else you can say about this team. Wow. It's just unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And I said earlier in the game, they have an uncanny ability to come out and respond to whatever situation they're offered, and Colby Thomas did just that. They did it time and time again. Lead changes, different pitchers, different situations, leaving men on base. We end up with the win, 9-8 in the bottom of the ninth, 2 outs. Colby Thomas with a solo home run. By the way, that's his 10th RBI, all 10 coming in the last 6 games.
It is unbelievable. That's the only word I have for tonight. Unbelievable. The fact Colby Thomas able to end it and the sprinklers on immediately after that home run by Colby. Well, we know who tonight's player of the game is. He gets the Gatorade shower for good reason. And with that, we'll sign off here tonight for Daniel Coates, Megan Hyde, this entire production team, and Colby Thomas ends one of the best nights here at Doran Park. We thought the Caden Wallace walk-off was special. Well, Colby Thomas found a way to one-up that here tonight. Daniel, last final thoughts before we sign off here tonight.
It's unbelievable. This team, as special as that ending was, this team is even more special. The way that they continue to battle back, that's win number 18. We only have 2 losses on the season, and we were ready to walk away with our 4th tie, but Colby Thomas refused to let that happen. He slapped one, a complete bomb, just wrapping around the left field pole, and that is win 18. Colby Thomas and this team deserve all the credit. There was 1 hit. That was the difference. We are the leaders in the hit column as well as the run column, just by 1. 9-8, we take away the win at home. I need to take a breath.
I need to take a breath too.
I need to go back home. I need to go to bed because my heart rate's going way too fast right now.
Well, 9 runs on 15 Braves hits. They put the Colby Thomas hit up with the Braves. As you mentioned, they win the hit column and they win the run column, most importantly. Thanks to Colby Thomas. We'll be on the road tomorrow at Harwich. It is supposed to be a perfect afternoon for baseball. We look forward to going to White House Field for the final time in 2021. Back here Wednesday night at home against these Falmouth Commodores. But for Daniel Coates, for Megan Heyer, and for Colby Thomas and his insane heroics, my name is Reeves Jackson. Until Wednesday night, back at home here at Doran Park, we say goodnight.